Xianmen 5th High School. Name, Chen Mobai. Age, 18. Realm, Qi Refinement Level 5. Spiritual Roots, Gold 23, Wood 27, Water 23, Fire 17, Earth 10. In Danxia City, within the confines of Xianmen 5th High School, a young man of striking features took out his sleek, jade-like mobile device and accessed his personal data. Interface. With the new semester just underway, the homeroom teacher was reviewing each student's progress during the break, prompting Chen Mobai to update his information accordingly. As he connected to the educational network, preparing to send his personal panel to the teacher, a voice interrupted him. "Hey, you actually spent your break in seclusion and broke through to Qi Refinement Level 5. His deskmate, having sent his own panel, glanced at Chen Mobai's and noted the entry indicating Qi Refinement Level 5, his tone tinged with envy. Although the personal interface was self-reported, the school had methods to verify the truth through various assessments, ensuring that few would dare to falsify their achievements, as doing so would be recorded in their files, impacting future schooling and even participation in war assignments. The penalties for dishonesty within the Xianmen were notably severe. "I'm different from you. I possess genuine spiritual roots. With dedication and effort, my cultivation will undoubtedly progress far more swiftly than your pseudo-spiritual roots." A hint of pride colored Chen Mobai's words. During the break, aside from accompanying his mother to the temple for incense offerings, he had devoted himself to rigorous training at home, ultimately breaking through his bottleneck with the aid of medicinal pills and ascending to Qi Refinement Level 5. How is it fair that your spiritual root attributes qualify as genuine? It's infuriating. His deskmate's frustration was palpable, yet he was powerless against the school's established regulations. Spiritual roots with attributes exceeding 20 were classified as genuine, and while his own attributes were somewhat evenly distributed, categorizing him as a pseudo-spiritual root. He and Chen Mobai were not so different in their capabilities. Indeed, many have made significant progress during the break, the homeroom teacher announced after reviewing all the students' panels. A rare smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor, he proceeded to commend each student who had shown improvement, including Chen Mobai. The teacher's praise drew the attention of two female classmates, seated in front, prompting Chen Mobai to stand a little taller, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Achieving Qi Refinement Level 5 placed him among the top 20 in the class. Now in his senior year, with diligent effort, he might ascend another level before the Xianmen entrance examination. While the prestigious top-tier academies were out of reach, he still harbored hopes for the second-tier academies, and even the local third-tier institutions, such as Danzhou and Qixia, seemed likely prospects. Securing admission to an academy post-examination would ensure a decade free from conscription into the war efforts, allowing him the possibility of foundation establishment in the future. In conclusion, I would like to particularly commend Song Zheng and Yin Bingxian. It is remarkable that in my lifetime, I have the privilege of guiding two students to the late stage of Qi refinement. Chai Diyun, who had just completed his 6th year as homeroom teacher, reflected on the bond he had formed with his class. His serious expression softened as he gazed upon the two top scholars of the class, who had indeed met expectations by reaching Qi Refinement Level 7 before the examination. Such accomplishments virtually guaranteed their entry into second-tier academies and a chance to attempt foundation establishment within 10 years. Should they succeed, they would be regarded as prime candidates for Golden Core Dao seeds, receiving significant attention even within the Xianmen. Chen Mobai looked on with envy. Unlike him, who barely qualified as a genuine spiritual root, Song Zheng and Yin Bingxian possessed true spiritual roots, with some attributes exceeding 40. Allowing them to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. All right, that concludes today's lesson. As the bell rang from the highest tower of the school, Chai Diyun gathered the submitted test papers and dismissed the class. The students erupted in excitement, with Chen Mobai swiftly grabbing his phone and leaping out of the nearest window, racing toward the training hall. Thanks to his recent breakthrough, his agility had increased, allowing him to reach the training area ahead of most others. That he wasted no time in selecting a room, spotting an empty training chamber with the door ajar, and rushed inside. With a beep, he scanned his electronic student card, causing the display at the entrance to switch from empty to occupied as the door closed behind him. Darn, A classmate, arriving just a moment too late, cursed under his breath before darting toward another available training room. Their urgency was understandable, given the scarcity of spiritual energy. After 6 millennia of development by the Xianmen, the resources of the Earth Yuan star had become nearly depleted. Within the territories of the 36 cave heavens and 72 fortunate lands, all spiritual veins have been nationalized, leaving only enough spiritual energy in the environment for cultivators to sustain basic breathing. For those wishing to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, they were required to pay a fee to the Xianmen. A low-grade first-tier spiritual energy supply to one's residence cost 10 merit points per month. For Chen Mobai, at Qi Refinement Level 5, low-grade energy was of little use. Medium-grade first-tier energy required 20 merit points monthly, while high-grade first-tier energy had a fee of 40 merit points. For him, medium-grade energy could only stabilize his cultivation, providing minimal progress. High-grade energy was essential for a swift ascent. Of course, the prospect of second or even third-tier spiritual energy would be even more advantageous. But such thoughts were mere fantasies. He felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the roughly 3-square-meter training room begin to rise. Chen Mobai opened an app on his phone to test the spiritual energy levels. After nearly a minute of waiting, the readings finally stabilized. Spiritual energy value, 10. The grade of the spiritual vein could be measured through its spiritual energy value. According to Xianmen regulations, a value of 110 indicated a first-tier vein, 10,100 second-tier vein, and 100, 1000, a third-tier vein, and so forth. The highest grade within the Xianmen was rumored to belong to the 2 ascended ancestors residing in a cave heaven housing a 6th-tier vein. The benefits provided by the school are indeed remarkable. The first-tier spiritual cultivation room allows for 2 hours of complimentary use each day. Chen Mobai reflected on the recent holiday. In a bid to facilitate his breakthrough, his mother had painstakingly enhanced the family's earth vein spiritual energy to the first tier. However, their spiritual energy value lingered at a mere 7, occasionally fluctuating to 8 or 9. This esteemed 5th high school of the immortal sect is constructed atop a 3rd-tier inferior spiritual vein, boasting a total of 300 cultivation rooms. After all, these students are the future blossoms of the sect and must not be deprived. Among the 300 cultivation rooms, 100 are allocated to each grade, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years, corresponding to the levels of first-tier low, middle, and high spiritual energy. The 3rd-year students endure the most arduous trials, as the spiritual energy concentration in their cultivation rooms reaches the pinnacle of the 1st tier. The cultivation room is rather unadorned, square in shape, with only a meditation mat situated on the central bluestone floor. Chen Mobai wasted no time. He placed his phone aside and activated the auxiliary cultivation recording mode before sitting upon the mat, commencing the refinement of spiritual energy. Having just broken through to the 5th layer of qi training and relying on the potency of medicinal pills, his realm remained unstable. Thus, within these 2 hours, he did not engage in the practice of the 5 elements internal skill, but merely performed the most fundamental qi-nourishing technique. Warm currents coursed through his internal meridians, while the ethereal white spiritual energy in the room transformed into a serpent-like stream, flowing into Chen Mobai's mouth and nose. This energy blended with his burgeoning spiritual power, gradually merging and evolving into his true strength. He became utterly entranced by this sensation, unable to extricate himself. As time drifted gently by, a chime resonated. The soul-binding incantation within the training chamber roused Chen Mobai from his meditative state. Despite his lingering reluctance to depart, the thought of his classmates waiting outside for an extended period compelled him to grasp his phone and exit the chamber with measured steps. As soon as he emerged, a female classmate positioned behind him swiftly rushed inside, seamlessly swiping her card to secure the door. He was not alone. 99 other senior students reluctantly departed the training chamber as well, among them his deskmate, Lu Hongxin. "Ah, your luck is quite favorable. You managed to be among the first batch," Chen Mobai greeted, only to notice a shadow of gloom in Lu Hongxin's eyes, his demeanor decidedly morose. "Do you know what I just witnessed?" Lu Hongxin inquired. "What?" Chen Mobai, aware of Lu Hongxin's inability to keep secrets, patiently awaited his revelation. "I saw Song Zheng enter the 2nd-tier spiritual vein training chamber." The 2nd-tier spiritual vein, Wasn't that reserved exclusively for teachers, who would relinquish their training chamber for Songjung? Within the school, there existed not only student training chambers, but also high-end chambers designated for faculty. Aside from the principal's exclusive third-tier chamber, which was reserved for the foundational cultivator, the other 10 second-tier chambers required a queue for access, even for teachers. Songjung's admission into a second-tier chamber indicated that a teacher had graciously relinquished their training resources for him. Who else could it be but old Ding? Having failed to establish his foundation twice, his time was running short. With his heart set on the educational endeavor, he, recognizing Songjung's potential for entering one of the 4 prestigious academies, had willingly ceded his share of the second-tier training chamber to him. As Lu Hongxing uttered these words, envy and resentment permeated his demeanor, wishing fervently that he were Songjung. It was simply unjust, and the school seemed indifferent to the matter. Among their conversation, a few classmates nearby overheard, one of whom, a male student, was filled with righteous indignation. Though fairness is a scarce commodity in society within the school, the upper echelons maintained a tacit agreement to uphold a semblance of equity and justice. Teachers allocated cultivation resources to students, although these resources were originally intended for the teachers. The true ownership belonged to the school, rendering it inherently unfair for the students. Should this issue reach the academic office, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. Do you not understand? I have heard that classmate Songjung has officially become a disciple of Teacher Ding during the holidays, having registered in the Hall of Inheritance within the Department of Celestial Education, and they now refer to each other as master and disciple. The master bestows resources upon the disciple, and even the academic office would find it difficult to intervene. A female classmate asserted unwaveringly to the male student who contemplated reporting the matter. Songjung, with his commendable looks and prodigious talent, was quite popular among the female students. Chen Mobai felt a pang of envy as well. If he could cultivate on a second-tier spiritual vein for a semester, he was confident he could ascend to the 6th layer of Qi training. Students of such a caliber could not enter the 4 prestigious academies. Yet there was still a possibility for the second-tier academy, and the third-tier academy would be an open selection. He too possessed a true spiritual root. Why had no teacher taken notice of him? It could only be said that among those with true spiritual roots, there existed varying degrees of excellence. You all continue your discussion. I shall return home now. See you tomorrow, Chen Mobai declared, still harboring aspirations for advancement, though he felt the sting of unfairness. He had no desire to engage in such disputes. After the free time in the school's training room had elapsed, he hurried home. After all, his mother had made a rare sacrifice, investing in a half-year supply of first-grade spiritual veins, solely to ensure he could achieve commendable results in his college entrance examination. He could not afford to waste such an opportunity. Upon returning home, he found the house empty. His parents were diligently working to support the family. Especially after renting the spiritual veins for 6 months, their overtime had increased significantly, often returning home late into the night. Chen Mobai first prepared a pot of spiritual rice. Then in his mother's studio, he meticulously cut large sheets of yellow paper into standard talisman sizes of 12 centimeters in length and 6 centimeters in width. By the time the spiritual rice was cooked, he had already crafted over 100 blank talismans. He carefully counted out 12 sheets into a bundle, stacking them neatly, and bound them with a specially made spiritual cord. 6 bundles were arranged into 2 stacks and placed into a packaging box. The cost of this large talisman paper was 1 merit point. Once cut and packaged, it could be sold for 2 merit points, translating to a modest profit of 1 merit point per box. In order to contribute to the household expenses, Chen Mobai undertook tasks within his capabilities. He neatly arranged the 2 packaged boxes of talismans on the table, adding them to the 8 boxes he had previously cut, thus achieving a total of 10, filling the entire table. He took out his phone and captured a dozen photos from various angles, selecting a few aesthetically pleasing ones to post on the official online trading market established by the Immortal sect. According to convention, bids would gradually appear within a week, and Chen Mobai would choose the highest offer to sell. Due to the inability to afford transportation fees, he limited his transactions to face-to-face dealings within Danxia City. The city boasted a well-developed transportation network, and his student card allowed him free access to public transit. After savoring the delectable grains, which resembled lustrous jade, Chen Mobai performed a cleansing spell, tidying up the pots and pans before retreating to his bedroom. Although his home was situated at the conduit of the underground spiritual energy veins, which housed a dedicated cultivation chamber, Chen Mobai preferred to practice his breathing techniques in the comfort of his own room. After all, as long as the door to the cultivation chamber remained ajar. The first-tier superior spiritual energy would permeate every corner of the house, even with the windows open. The overall spiritual confinement of the residence would securely trap the energy from the earth veins within, ensuring no waste. Naturally, this expansion resulted in a lower concentration of spiritual energy compared to the cultivation rooms at school. Nevertheless, Chen Mobai felt quite content. He resisted the urge to scroll through his phone and watch live streams of those enchanting dancers and singers, instead calming his mind as he sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing for meditation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the turtle shell on the bedside table. His mother, in her peculiar ways, had truly brought this ominous object back. Chapter 3. The Water Mansion. Upon seeing the turtle shell, Chen Mobai felt a twinge of pain at the healing wound on his right hand. The events unfolded thus. A fortnight ago, having recently advanced to the 5th level of breathing techniques, his superstitious mother, in her exuberance for his potential success in the forthcoming college entrance examination, took him back to their ancestral home in the deep mountains to offer incense at a temple reputed to be imbued with spiritual significance. Unbeknownst to him, as he was lighting the incense, some wretched soul had shoved him from behind, causing him to stumble. In an effort to steady himself, he instinctively grasped a turtle shell that was offered before the deity. The tortoise shell, unbeknownst to how many years it had been tainted by smoke and fire, was far from pristine. Chen Mobai's right hand was lacerated by the sharp edges of the shell, resulting in an infection that left him so weak he could scarcely stand, necessitating a 2-week hospitalization. Out of concern for her beloved son, his mother was understandably unwilling to let the matter rest. She engaged in a fervent debate with the abbot of the temple back in their hometown, hoping to reclaim the 188 points of merit from the initial offering. However, the old monk was not easily swayed, and perhaps the temple's financial constraints played a role. Despite her persistent arguments, he refused to return the offering, only providing 2 talismans for protection. In this contest of wills, ultimately, the abbot conceded a measure, allowing the irate Chen Mobai's mother to take the tortoise shell, claiming she would burn it to dispel her son's misfortunes. However, the shell remained unburned to this day. In the city, the lighting of fires was strictly prohibited. All unusable resources were to be recycled and disposed of through special methods, subsequently buried by geomancers deep within the earth's veins to sustain the cycle of spiritual energy. Only organizations with approved licenses for alchemy and artifact crafting were permitted to ignite flames. Chen Mobai rolled his eyes and stood up, preparing to discard the tortoise shell into the trash, hoping that tomorrow the geomancers would bury this ill-omened object. Yet, just as his hand rested upon the shell, a flash of silver light enveloped him unexpectedly, and he vanished from the room. Time passed, though its measure was unknown. Eventually, Chen Mobai's consciousness returned to him, and he slowly rose to his feet. Upon surveying his surroundings, Chen Mobai realized he was no longer in his own room, but rather in a mysterious cavern. The exact location of this cavern eluded him, yet he was certain of one thing. He was currently submerged beneath water. Glancing upward, he observed an expanse of azure. The entire cavern was enveloped by a thin, semi-elliptical luminous barrier. Fish and crabs in the water, upon colliding with this barrier, rebounded as if they had struck rubber. After waiting nearly 10 minutes without the appearance of any elder or master, Chen Mobai slowly turned to examine his surroundings. A meticulous inspection revealed that this was indeed a small, underwater cavern. The spot where he stood appeared to be the main hall of the cavern, with a pedestal in each corner, each adorned with a flag of formation. Together with the central pedestal's flag behind him, they formed a simple water-warding array. Fortunately, due to his diligent study of formation techniques, Chen Mobai was able to identify this as a second-tier, medium-grade formation. Aside from its functions of gathering spirit energy, warding off water, concealing presence, and offering protection, it possessed no other lethal capabilities. Adhering to the knowledge acquired in his studies, he cautiously probed the formation. After approximately an hour, having confirmed its authenticity, he finally exhaled in relief. Assured that the cavern did not harbor hidden dangers, Chen Mobai waited an additional half-hour before beginning to move. Indeed, the cavern was quite small, apart from the unobstructed main hall. There were only 3 side chambers at the back. The central side chamber was likely a training room, though he could not ascertain whether it was occupied. From his pocket, Chen Mobai retrieved a wooden armor talisman, clutching it tightly in his palm, for it was his safeguard against peril. The first-level talisman, once activated, is capable of withstanding the assaults of a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement. With the talisman in hand, Chen Mobai felt a semblance of security. He produced a coin, setting it gently upon the ground, allowing it to roll towards the side hall's grand entrance. Suddenly, a flicker of eerie blue lightning illuminated the scene, vaporizing the coin into a wisp of ethereal mist as it reached the doorway. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Mobai felt a pang of distress. This coin, worth a single unit of merit, had been painstakingly crafted from crushed spirit stones and blended with various gemstones and metals, infused with a modicum of spiritual energy to serve as an anti-counterfeiting measure. It represented the basic monetary unit of the Diyuan star. Earning a mere 5 units of pocket money weekly, he had toiled for hours to accumulate 80 merit points, and now, losing this coin left him in a quandary. After a moment's hesitation, as the central side hall's barrier remained silent, he could no longer contain himself. Searching his person, he found no alternative but to sacrifice another coin to test the remaining 2 side halls. The outcome was dramatic. 2 distinctly different sounds and visual effects ensued, causing Chen Mobai to widen his eyes in astonishment. The barrier at the left hall, like that of the central one, triggered the same eerie blue lightning, obliterating the coin. However, the barrier at the right hall manifested an entirely different phenomenon, resembling a deep blue ripple that gently returned the coin. Chen Mobai stepped aside, allowing the coin to roll back unhindered. Until the coin rolled to a halt, he took out another coin and struck it precisely, confirming that no residual restrictive power lingered upon it before putting it away. He approached the door of the side hall cautiously, testing it several times until he finally ascertained that the restrictions on the door were harmless, at which point he began to attempt to decipher them. Yet, Chen Mobai found himself without the talismans necessary for breaking the restrictions. His cultivation technique was merely the foundational 5 elements internal skill imparted by the school. Had he known, he would have purchased that coveted water sword talisman he had long admired. After a prolonged effort, he still could not dispel the water wave restriction imposed upon the door, leading him to feel a tinge of regret. In his shopping cart on the Xianmen Network's marketplace lay numerous items he wished to acquire, including a water sword talisman valued at 30 merit points, a first-tier, medium-grade talisman, perfectly suited for someone at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. He assessed the strength of the water wave restriction on the door and sensed it was akin to the wooden armor talisman he possessed. If he were to apply a water sword talisman, it would likely suffice to break the restriction. His mind raced through all his knowledge. Yet Chen Mobai found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he could only return to the central array's base in the water palace where he had awakened, sitting down to meditate and restore the magical energy expended during his attempts to probe the water wave restriction. Suddenly, as he settled into meditation, he was startled into jumping up, retrieving his phone from his pocket and opening the app to test the concentration of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy value, 60, remarkably. This place turned out to be a 2nd-tier, medium-grade spiritual vein. Chen Mobai felt an increasing sense of trepidation. This water mansion was either a lavish retreat for the affluent or the abode of a practitioner of higher rank than himself. If he were to be discovered as an unfamiliar presence here, it would undoubtedly provoke hostility. How did I end up in this place? Ah, the turtle shell. Chen Mobai recalled the crucial detail, yet he scoured the entire accessible area of the mansion, even rummaging through the potted plants, but he could not locate the shell. What am I to tell my parents? After waiting for another hour and glancing at the time, he sensed that his parents were likely nearing the end of their workday. Desperation led him to consider the final option, dialing 110. He hoped that the enforcement practitioners of the celestial realm could trace his phone and extricate him from this water mansion. Chapter 4. Returning to the city, how should he explain his predicament when he called for help? Should he say he was brought here by a turtle shell, kidnapped, or merely lost? Just as Chen Mobai nervously dialed the number for the Celestial Enforcement Department, an astonishing occurrence transpired. His phone had no signal. The call could not be completed. On the planet of Diyuan, even at the depths of the ocean several thousand meters down, the Celestial Realm's star network provided coverage. He had even heard a 5th-tier formation master boast on television that, even 2,000 years ago during the war that opened the world, the practitioners of the Celestial Realm who ventured into the abyss could still receive signals on Diyuan, ensuring seamless communication among all practitioners. Where on earth am I? Chen Mobai was engulfed in confusion, having exhausted the depths of his knowledge and thoroughly explored every safe corner of the water palace. Even striking each laid brick upon the ground, Chen Mobai found himself resignedly seated on the floor of the front hall, utterly at a loss for any clues to escape. Just as he prepared to accept his fate and meditate, the screen of his phone suddenly illuminated with a silvery gleam, capturing his attention. To his surprise, he noticed an unfamiliar app icon on his device, an image of a dark green turtle, accompanied by the name, Turtle Treasure. What could this be? Instinctively, he moved his finger towards the icon, intending to uninstall it, as he would not allow an unknown application to reside on his phone. However, a red message promptly appeared, unable to uninstall. What was going on? Was his phone now beyond all control? Infuriated and on the verge of shutting it down, a sudden epiphany struck him. Could this turtle treasure be that turtle shell? He swiftly tapped the icon, successfully opening the application without any complications. The home page was remarkably simple, featuring only 3 function buttons: teleport, return home, and proxy. Overwhelmed with both astonishment and trepidation, he cautiously closed and reopened the app to confirm the absence of any instructions. Only then, with a trembling finger, did he dare to select return home. This process requires an 8-second guidance period, during which you must not be disturbed. Please find a quiet place, host. As he pressed the button to return to the city, a line of text suddenly appeared on his mobile screen. While Chen Mobai pondered what might constitute a disturbance, a flash of silver light enveloped him, spiraling open the void and whisking him away from the water palace. Had he returned? After the dazzling brilliance faded, Chen Mobai found himself once more in his room, his hand resting upon the turtle shell. With a swift motion, he retracted his hand and retreated to his bed, retrieving the sword that his father had bought for him during their visit to the Cave Heaven scenic area in his childhood. The sword gleamed brightly, albeit in a childlike design, measuring a mere 30 centimeters in length, a mere trinket. The room remained silent for approximately 2 minutes as Chen Mobai scrutinized the turtle shell. Just as he contemplated how to handle this peculiar object, the sound of the front door opening echoed from downstairs. His mother had returned. The familiar sound of the door opening and closing alerted Chen Mobai to her presence. Given that a sign indicating he was in the midst of training hung at his door, his mother refrained from interrupting him. Nevertheless, he could still hear her familiar mutterings. This child, I've told him to practice his breathing in the cultivation room at the spirit vein, yet he still prefers to hide in his own room. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against descending the stairs. He gently sheathed the child-sized demon-slaying sword and, employing his lightness technique, approached the turtle shell once more, examining it closely. The following day, Chen Mobai descended the stairs, feeling a sense of lethargy. Amidst his mother's incessant chatter, he consumed the meticulously prepared breakfast before hastily shouldering his backpack and rushing to catch the bus. After the morning study session, a modestly dressed elderly man entered the classroom punctually. Good day, Teacher Ding. The students stood and greeted him. Teacher Ding, with a calm demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. Today, we shall continue our discourse on the solidification of defensive spells. The curriculum of the immortal sect delineates the essential subjects that every cultivator must study into 4 main categories: technique, alchemy, artifacts, and arrays. Each of these principal disciplines further branches into numerous subtopics and specialties. For the third-year students, it is imperative to select one of these as their primary focus, thereby establishing the trajectory for their future studies. This is akin to the division of arts and sciences in high schools prior to the advent of the cultivation civilization on Earth. However, the realm of cultivation offers 4 distinct fields to choose from. Ultimately, to gain admission into the esteemed Taoist academies, one must excel not only in the foundational examination scores and cultivation level, but also in the critical assessments conducted by the academies themselves. In Chen Mobai's class, all students have opted for technique as their chosen primary subject. The rationale behind others' decisions remains unclear to him. His choice of technique was solely based on its cost-effectiveness. In contrast to alchemy, artifacts, or even arrays, which necessitate considerable resources and benefactions for practice or enhancement, technique is refreshingly straightforward. Simply put, practice. Moreover, the technique discipline offers the potential to specialize as a talisman master, a career path that promises significant financial prospects in the future. From a young age, Chen Mobai has aspired to become a talisman master. He hails from a family with a solid foundation. His mother works at a talisman paper manufacturing factory, and through her influence, he has garnered some insights, which may serve him well in the future, allowing him to expedite his learning process. The elder known as Ding Jingle Yi is a cultivator of some renown in Danxia City. In his youth, he possessed decent aptitude, being a true spiritual root of 3 attributes, slightly superior to Chen Mobai. His academic performance during the college entrance examination was average. barely securing him a place at the local Danzhou Academy. However, his resilient character led him to toil diligently for 2 decades at the academy, ultimately passing the Ascension examination among the 10 great academic institutions, earning him an exceptional admission. Yet, his achievements came too late. Even after entering the Pyongyang Academy, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement before the 60th milestone of 100 years, and acquiring the foundational secret arts, he still faced setbacks. Following the consumption of one opportunity for foundation establishment at the Pyongyang Academy, Ding Jingle endured another 20 years, once more reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and, with formidable determination, attempted to breach the foundational realm again. Alas, fate was unkind, and he met with failure once more. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, his potential exhausted, Ding Jingle returned to his birthplace, Danxia City, where he took on the role of a teacher. Prior to his foundational establishment, he was wholly devoted to cultivation. Yet, after returning to his roots, he found himself with ample time to delve into the myriad arts of cultivation. Among them, his mastery of magical techniques, which require no capital investment, is profound. Nevertheless, his teaching ability is rather average, causing most students to struggle to stay awake. Typically, Chen Mobai was not particularly attentive. But today was different. Chapter 5. Techniques for Enhancing Spiritual Roots. As soon as Ding Jingle announced the end of class, all the students hurriedly made their way to the training room. Chen Mobai deliberately pretended to lag behind, missing the first batch of students. He then stomped his foot and sighed, using the excuse of needing to use the restroom to slip into the teacher's office. In the realm of celestial teachings, classes were only held in the morning, leaving afternoons for self-study. After class, students flocked to the training rooms, and teachers were no exception to this norm. Apart from Ding Jingle who had exhausted his potential and was destined never to establish a foundation again, others, like Chai Diyun, were seizing every moment to cultivate outside of lessons. Yet, even so, in the second-tier spiritual energy training room, only Ding Jingle had relinquished his quota. Chen Mobai had originally assumed that the teacher's office would contain only the old man Ding. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered that, apart from himself, there was already a classmate present. It was not Song Zheng, the heir to Ding's teachings, but rather another talented student in their class, Yin Bingxian, who was at the late stage of Qi refinement. With a naturally beautiful visage unadorned by makeup and long hair cascading over her shoulders, her ample school uniform could not conceal her tall stature. Upon noticing Chen Mobai standing at the entrance, she lightly furrowed her brow, then offered a slight bow to the old man Ding before taking her leave. Chen Mobai nodded at the departing Yin Bingxian, who hesitated for a moment before returning the gesture. Although they were classmates, their circles were distinct, resulting in merely a nodding acquaintance. Nevertheless, Chen Mobai felt that compared to last semester, this term, Yin Bingxian seemed to exude a colder demeanor and temperament, as if to align with her name. This gifted cultivator appeared to be growing increasingly indifferent. Chen Mobai, he mused, why would you come here instead of waiting in the training room? Old Ding considered himself to be a rather humorous individual. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai entered with a smile. You see, Teacher Ding, my mother, in her quest for me to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, has hired a tutor to guide my practical application of spells. Yesterday, he assigned me a task to decipher a water wave-like defensive spell, but I find myself rather dim-witted and unable to manage it. Thus I have come to seek your guidance, Teacher Ding. After Chen Mobai spoke, old Ding harbored no doubts. After all, the most effective method for enhancing one's spellcasting abilities lies in continuous practice. Although the school curriculum is extensive, it cannot compare to the specialized knowledge imparted by private tutors in certain specific spells and restrictions. Your mother certainly invests generously. Private tutoring does not come cheap. While old Ding searched his spell database for the origins of the water wave restriction based on Chen Mobai's description, he casually inquired further. My mother's expectations weigh heavily upon me, so I can only strive to meet them. I apologize for troubling you, Teacher Ding. Chen Mobai dared not elaborate further, choosing to speak vaguely. He then recounted in detail the numerous attempts he had made using a coin to test the water wave restriction within the Water Palace. Based on your description, it is highly likely that this restriction is formed from one of these 3 spells: Flowing Shield, Surge Charm, or Scale Wave Technique. Having lost hope in his own foundational cultivation, Ding Jingle devoted himself entirely to the field of education and took great care in assisting Chen Mobai, who had taken the initiative to seek his counsel. He meticulously drew 3 spells from his repository, flowing shield, surge charm, and scale wave technique. The specific details of the spells and their corresponding countermeasures have been uploaded to your personal database for you to experiment with at home. Should any issues arise, feel free to compile your questions into a report and send it to me. Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude as Ding Jingle. He sent the documentation on the 3 spells directly to his interface. Accessing this information from the Celestial Sect spell library would typically require a minimum payment of 30 merit points. Without the guidance of Ding Jingle, an expert in spell research, Chen Mobai would have likely wasted countless days and nights searching through the vast ocean of the internet. He sincerely marveled at the school's generous provisions, which underscored the importance they placed on the college entrance examination. Gaining admission to prestigious academies not only grants access to spells but also to arcane techniques and divine methodologies, all at no cost. On the planet of Duyuan, the remnants of a previous mechanical civilization have fostered an environment free from prejudices regarding knowledge. The transformation techniques passed down through the Celestial Sect can be obtained without charge once one reaches the latter stages of the nascent soul realm. This prevailing ethos is precisely what allows the Celestial Sect to produce venerable transformation ancestors, even in a resource-depleted realm like Duyuan. By the way, Teacher Ding, did the student Yin Bingxian also come to consult you about spells earlier? Before leaving, Chen Mobai recalled the earlier encounter and instinctively inquired. She, upon entering the late stage of Qi refinement, seems to have resolved to transform her dual elemental true spiritual root of gold and water into an ice spiritual root. And she was seeking my insights on purifying and enhancing her spiritual root. Initially, Chen Mobai had not anticipated receiving an answer, yet Ding Jingle spoke directly, causing the former to gaze in astonishment. Could the spiritual root truly be transformed and enhanced? Ah, you have yet to encounter this level. But it is of little consequence to inform you in advance. Ding Jingle even tapped his keyboard twice, selecting a document to send to Chen Mobai. The reason I was exceptionally admitted to the Pure Yang Academy was that during my 2 decades of secluded cultivation at the Danju Academy, I transformed my spiritual root into a 3-yang body, a variant of the extraordinary spiritual root. However, despite 20 years of arduous effort transforming my spiritual root into a superior grade, I found myself with insufficient time to achieve the consummation of Qi cultivation. You are all aware of the latter part of my life as tale. Even with the 3-yang body, I faced 2 failures in foundational establishment, depleting my potential. Chen Mobai briefly perused the document Ding Jingle had sent regarding spiritual roots and gleaned the underlying reasons. On the planet of Duyuan, due to scarce resources, the mighty beings of the Celestial Gate could only dedicate themselves to the research and development of spells and techniques, hoping to enhance the overall quality of the cultivators within the Celestial Gate. 6,000 years ago, the Celestial Master Tianbo pioneered the art of gold transformation, capable of enhancing the attributes of gold spiritual roots. When cultivated to perfection, it could transform an ordinary pseudo-spiritual root under the age of 20 into a gold, heavenly spiritual root. To this day, the Celestial Gate possesses numerous secret arts capable of purifying and enhancing spiritual roots. Techniques for transforming into ice, thunder, and wind spiritual roots have also been widely disseminated among various academies. The superior the spiritual root, the swifter the cultivation. However, the time you devote to enhancing your spiritual roots will consequently reduce the time available for your cultivation. I serve as a cautionary example of this. Thus, the sect has established regulations that prohibit the instruction of such content in classrooms before university to prevent distractions. Upon entering university, various esteemed academies offer esoteric methods tailored to their respective lineages for the purification and enhancement of spiritual roots. However, the decision to pursue such practices ultimately rests with the individual. Chapter 6, The 5 Elements Technique. Chen Mobai glanced at the time. There remained over an hour before the first group of students in the cultivation room would conclude their session. He decided not to rush and instead began to inquire further about the methods for purifying and enhancing spiritual roots. Yan Bingshuan's family likely possesses exceptional talents, as they recognized that her spiritual roots could be transformed into ice roots through the frost condensation technique. Thus, from the outset of her cultivation, she has diligently pursued this goal. The methods for purifying and enhancing spiritual roots demand less time and resources when one is at a lower realm. At such a young age, she has already reached the late stage of Qi refinement, and it is conservatively estimated that she could attempt to break through to foundation establishment 3 times. Therefore, She aspires to transform her roots into ice roots before achieving complete qi refinement. Should she succeed, she would gain direct entry into the prestigious Natural Academy among the 10 great academies, and with further advancement, she may even pass the assessments of the 4 great academies, thereby soaring to new heights. The 4 great academies were established by the 5 venerable ancestors who founded the sect. Every graduate from these institutions represents a future leader within the sect. For millennia, the success rate of foundation establishment among students from the 4 great academies has exceeded 80%. In the ethereal realm of Dansha City, a fabled sanctuary on the periphery of the celestial gates, the last individual to gain admission to the prestigious 4 great academies was none other than the illustrious red-robed master, Yu Tianguang. A century ago, he has since achieved the remarkable feat of forming his golden core. After emerging from the office of the venerable Ding, Chen Mobai patiently awaited his turn, becoming one of the second group to enter the cultivation chamber. Once he had carefully positioned his mobile device and activated the auxiliary training video mode, he settled into a meditative state, once again channeling his qi through the cultivation technique, refining the spiritual energy acquired from the elixirs he had consumed for personal enhancement. As time flowed gently by, the soul-binding incantation consistently roused Chen Mobai from his reverie. Exiting the cultivation chamber, he found the remnants of the third group, a mere handful of unfortunate souls. Casting his gaze about, he spotted his deskmate, Lu Hongsheng, along with a few other classmates with whom he shared a cordial rapport. After exchanging greetings, they each departed for home. In days past, these close companions would often indulge in spirited conversations over a cup of spiritual tea or engage in playful exercises to hone their magical skills after classes. However, upon entering their final year of high school, such leisurely pursuits had been entirely forsaken. The pressing pressure of impending examinations had even spurred the usually lackadaisical Lu Hongxing, who had always struggled with a low spiritual root, to exert effort. Before returning home, Chen Mobai made a stop at a convenience store along the roadside, purchasing a box of glass beads for practicing his qi manipulation. Once he arrived home, he utilized the time while cooking to cut some small talisman papers. Logging onto an online trading platform, he discovered that only one local cultivator had made an offer, 18 units of merit. Though slightly underwhelming, Chen Mobai would typically have consented to the transaction, recognizing that such handcrafted items were invariably more affordable than those from formal establishments. Yet today, he intended to revisit the aquatic realm access through the tortoise shell, hence he did not hasten to engage in trade. After dining and cleansing himself, Chen Mobai returned to his abode. He held the tortoise shell in his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. However, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary old shell, marred by soot and scorch marks, devoid of any spiritual essence. Were it not for the extraordinary journey he had experienced the previous night, he would never have believed that this object could indeed serve as a spatial artifact. He placed the shell into the drawer of the nightstand and retrieved his mobile device, tapping on the application named Tortoise Treasure. After a night of exploration, he had gained some understanding of this app. The first feature, Return to City, was self-explanatory, allowing him to return here. As for whether city referred to his room or the location of the tortoise shell, that remained to be determined. The other function closely related to return to city was teleportation, which, in Chen Mobai's interpretation, was the culprit that had transported him to the enigmatic aquatic realm. The final feature, agent, still eluded his comprehension. It was evident that these 3 functions could not be employed without restriction. Only when the virtual buttons corresponding to these functions were illuminated would they respond to his touch. At present, only teleportation glowed. Last night, Chen Mobai waited until 3 o'clock in the morning, realizing this fact, and once again utilized the teleportation feature to journey to the aquatic realm. However, he still found himself at a loss, though he had spent the night cultivating in a second-tier aura domain, mitigating the after-effects of the medicinal elixirs he had consumed by approximately 50 to 60%. Chen Mobai estimated that after secluding himself in the water palace for another 2 to 3 days, he would be able to eliminate the risks associated with the medicinal breakthrough and subsequently enhance his qi cultivation by practicing the 5 elements technique. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai summoned the courage to venture back into the water palace, even contemplating the possibility of deciphering the enchantments of the rear hall. This was a second-tier, mid-grade spiritual land. Renting such a level of spiritual energy from the celestial sect would cost 160 merit points each month. In terms of conversion, each day Chen Mobai spent cultivating in the water palace amounted to a generous gain of 33 merit points. It was pitiful that despite his arduous efforts in crafting talismans, he only earned around 20 to 30 merit points in a month. With this in mind, it was no wonder that Chen Mobai looked down upon the meager earnings from his small online workshop, based on his calculations from yesterday's 2 round trips. The cooldown time for teleportation should be 6 hours, while return to city would take somewhat longer, requiring 10 hours, with the cooldown starting from the last use. After mentally calculating the time frames from his experiences last night, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Half an hour later, as he had just crossed the 10-hour mark since his earlier teleportation, the return to city button glowed brightly before his eyes. Thus, should he encounter any unforeseen circumstances, he could return immediately. Chen Mobai promptly hung a do not disturb sign on his door, locked it securely, took a deep breath, and pressed the protruding teleportation button on his phone. Would you like to select teleportation point 1, unnamed? Chen Mobai clicked, yes. Subsequently, a silvery radiance flickered, and he seemed to transform into light, vanishing from the room within approximately 5 or 6 seconds. Upon looking up, Chen Mobai found himself in a familiar aquatic environment, suppressing the joy that welled up from within. Although he was uncertain of his location, he was at least in possession of a second-tier mid-grade secret base. He retrieved a pre-prepared box of glass beads and infused them with spiritual energy, causing the originally transparent orbs to burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. This phenomenon was attributable to Chen Mobai's practice of the 5 elements technique, which amalgamates spiritual energy of 5 distinct attributes. The 5 elements technique is a foundational method devised by an ancient ancestor of the immortal sect who pondered for millennia. Any cultivator who practices it will automatically convert their energy into the attribute most suited to their constitution, akin to a bespoke cultivation technique tailored to each practitioner's physique and spiritual root. For instance, Chen Mobai's spiritual root attributes are metal 23, wood 27, water 23, fire 17, earth 10. Thus, the spiritual energy he cultivates through the 5 elements technique will consist of 23 metal attribute, 27 wood attribute, and so forth, perfectly aligning with his spiritual root attributes. Moreover, these 5 elemental energies circulate and promote one another, aiding in the elevation of one's cultivation realm. This is the greatest reliance of the immortal sect, enabling the populace of the resource-scarce planet of Diyuan to pursue immortality. However, the 5 elements technique is not omnipotent. For cultivators like Chen Mobai, whose spiritual root attributes are closely matched, the technique serves as an unparalleled art, allowing for a harmonious progression of spiritual energy in alignment with their constitution. Yet, for those with superior spiritual root attributes, it may prove rather mediocre. For instance, practitioners with celestial roots require only to cultivate a singular attribute of spiritual energy, resulting in not only increased efficiency, but also a purity of magical power, accompanied by fewer obstacles upon reaching the threshold of breakthrough. Generally speaking, every practitioner is inherently endowed with 100 points of spiritual root attributes. Within the domains of celestial sects and paradises, each practitioner must undergo a meticulous spiritual examination at a top-tier hospital prior to embarking on the journey of Qi training. This assessment determines their spiritual root attributes, and a certification report must be issued by the testing facility for admission to their respective schools. Take Chen Mobai as an example. He possesses attributes of gold 23, wood 27, water 23, fire 17, and earth 10. According to celestial regulations, possessing any attribute exceeding 20 signifies the presence of that particular spiritual root. Consequently, Chen Mobai is categorized as having 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and water, albeit reluctantly placed into the true spiritual root category. This designation incited considerable discontent in his classmate, Lu Hongsheng, whose attributes are as follows: gold 8, wood 25, water 23, fire 22, and earth 22. In reality, their attributes are quite comparable. Yet Lu Hongsheng's somewhat average spiritual roots led to his classification as a 4-attribute, pseudo-spiritual root by the hospital. As for the so-called heavenly spiritual root, it is defined as possessing a singular attribute that exceeds 80 points within the 5 elements. This implies that even practitioners with a heavenly spiritual root possess traces of the other 4 attributes within their essence, albeit in exceedingly scarce amounts. The theoretical perfect heavenly spiritual root, with a complete 100 points, has yet to be documented in the annals of celestial sects throughout countless epochs. Moreover, The spiritual energy cultivated from the 5 elemental practices naturally aligns with each practitioner's spiritual root attributes, even for those with heavenly spiritual roots. The energy they produce will invariably be infused with elements of the other 4 attributes, akin to an infusion of unnecessary impurities. Similarly, the practitioners with other spiritual roots are bound by the same principles. However, for Chen Mobai, these matters hold no significance. He channels the 5 elements technique imparted by his school, infusing his own elemental spiritual energy into the glass beads, causing them to emanate a radiant spectrum, akin to a halo rising from the palm of his hand. These glass beads serve as a playful exercise in mastering spiritual control. A practitioner at the first level of Qi training can manipulate one bead, and with Chen Mobai's current prowess at the 5th level, he should be capable of controlling 5 simultaneously, as he wishes. Yet, having just entered the 5th level of Qi training, his foundation is not yet stable, so he refrains from overexerting himself. According to the information provided by Elder Ding, he managed to guide 4 beads toward the right side hall. With a sudden rush, a ripple of water manifested, sending the first glass bead soaring away, followed by a second and a third wave that similarly deflected the incoming beads. Chen Mobai, holding his phone, furrowed his brow at the 3 spell descriptions from Elder Ding. To his dismay, he discovered that the water ripple restriction in this hall possessed characteristics of the flowing shield, the surge spell, and the scale wave technique simultaneously. Given his current level, to unravel such a complex restriction would necessitate the use of a powerful talisman. Otherwise, he could only wait until he reaches the later stages of Qi training to attempt it again. Deciding to set aside this challenge for now, he resolved to focus on his cultivation, knowing he would have ample time to explore this water palace in the future. Finally, Chen Mobai checked the time and determined not to squander this second-tier spiritual ground. He sat in the central area of the main hall, entering a state of deep meditation. Earlier that day, he had sent a message to his parents, informing them that he would be in seclusion within his room and requested not to be disturbed. The pure essence of water spirit transformed into blue particles of light, which were refined by the 5 elemental energies. After a harmonious cycle of generation among the elements, this energy became the most compatible spiritual power for Chen Mobai's spiritual roots and physique, gently circulating throughout his body, nurturing the meridians and acupoints that had been forcibly opened by the consumption of medicinal pills. Within the celestial sect, although resources were scarce, the accumulated wealth of millennia, coupled with resources plundered from the wars of expansion, ensured a comprehensive variety of spiritual herbs. Moreover, the cultivation of these herbs was tailored to the geographical and atmospheric conditions of their blessed lands, resulting in commendable yields. Alchemy, as one of the 4 major disciplines of the sect, harmoniously integrated with medicine, allowing for the optimal utilization of the properties of medicinal materials. This synergy was the foundation upon which the sect could sustain 300 million cultivators with a single star of earthly essence. The sect possessed a wide array of medicinal pills, each corresponding to different properties. However, there existed a certain pill that was rarely crafted, the Foundation Establishment Pill. Although the ancient formula for this pill was preserved within the sect, its production had been prohibited for 5 millennia, not due to any inherent flaws in the pill itself, but rather because it was deemed excessively wasteful. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a low-grade spiritual medicine of the 3rd tier, while the primary ingredient, the golden spirit jade, is a high-grade spiritual herb of the 3rd tier. Utilizing such a precious material to concoct the Foundation Establishment Pill was considered a gross misappropriation. Furthermore, the golden spirit jade could be employed to produce a pill known as the golden liquid jade reversion pill, which aids cultivators in their Foundation establishment process. Were the sect to possess abundant resources, with the golden spirit jade being cultivated in succession within their medicinal gardens, it would not be entirely out of the question to allocate a small portion for the creation of the Foundation Establishment Pill while simultaneously producing the golden liquid jade reversion pill. However, the dilemma lies in the scarcity of resources within the immortal sect. Although a wide variety of spiritual herbs are available, the cultivation of jade marrow golden mushrooms is limited to merely 2 celestial realms, which proves insufficient for concocting golden liquid jade elixirs, let alone for the creation of foundation-building pills. While the lower-tier cultivators vehemently oppose this regulation of the immortal sect, the fundamental distinction between the realms of cultivation and mechanized civilization is that the upper echelons dictate all matters. The worth of a golden core true person surpasses that of 10 foundation-building cultivators. Hence, The choice between refining a golden liquid jade elixir or a foundation-building pill using a single jade marrow golden mushroom becomes glaringly apparent. Consequently, for the cultivators of the immortal sect, the challenges of foundation building may even seem akin to ascending to the heavens. In ancient times, there was at least the hope of foundation-building pills, yet now, a staggering 99% of cultivators must rely solely on their own breakthroughs. This very reality drives the cultivators of the immortal sect to aspire toward entering the Academy of the Great Path. Although the Academy does not produce foundation-building pills, it offers the preparation of second-tier auxiliary spiritual herbs for foundation building, as well as numerous secret techniques to enhance the success rate of foundation establishment, along with a wealth of experience, countless insights to match one's own journey. The Purple Fire Pill, which Chen Mobai utilized to break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, was concocted by the Qi Xia Academy in Danxia City. With only 100 pills released each month, Chen Mobai managed to secure the opportunity to purchase one due to a connection he made with a senior from the Qi Xia Academy while selling talisman paper. The senior fortuitously worked part-time in customer service at the Academy's online flagship store, facilitating an internal arrangement. Each type of elixir requires corresponding dosage instructions as well as a credit endorsement. Before the advent of the current era, numerous cultivators met with dire fates due to indiscriminate consumption of elixirs. Presently, unless sourced from a reputable apothecary, no cultivator would dare to ingest pills devoid of proper labeling, signatures from alchemists, or certification of quality. Chapter 8. The Azure Arrow Talisman. The Celestial Sect has inherited various systems from the ancient civilization of the Earth Yuan Star, one of which stipulates that any pill entering the market must clearly list all components on its packaging. This means that every type of elixir for sale must be accompanied by its formula. However, the notion that one could successfully produce a finished product solely based on the formula provided on the elixir's label is utterly fanciful. The intricate fusion of modern pharmaceutical techniques with alchemical processes is a topic so vast that it could be discussed endlessly. Thus, while the formulas for elixirs are publicly accessible knowledge, the art of alchemy and pill production remains a monopolized industry. Each academic institution and Taoist academy that successfully develops a new elixir must expend considerable resources, justifying their profits. Without such earnings, no one would be inclined to invest in the pharmaceutical industry solely relying on the subsidies from the Celestial Sect. The Zihua pill from the Qixia Academy is specifically designed to assist cultivators in breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. For those attempting to progress from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi refinement, the success rate of consuming the Zihua pill stands at approximately 60 to 70%. However, for those seeking to advance from the 5th to the 6th level, the success rate plummets to merely 20 to 30%. Furthermore, for cultivators with a predominance of water affinity in their spiritual roots, the effectiveness of the pill is halved. Conversely, those with a stronger wood and fire affinity may experience a 10% increase in their success rate upon consumption. Nevertheless, the Purple Fire Pill stands out as the most sought-after elixir among those of its tier. Its gentle medicinal properties have been refined to perfection over centuries by the Qixia Academy, achieving a flawless formulation devoid of any toxic residue. After consumption, one merely needs to nurture their qi using the Academy's common cultivation techniques for a period of 10 days to half a month to alleviate the aftereffects of a forced breakthrough. Chen Mobai found himself exceptionally fortunate, for the Purple Fire Pill is primarily composed of the unique Zhang sunflower found only in Danxia City, which harbors a trace of yang fire and purple qi. When nurtured with water spiritual energy, its efficacy is greatly enhanced. The water mansion is conveniently built atop a second-tier, mid-grade water spirit vein, renowned for its rich water spiritual energy. 2 days later, Chen Mobai opened his eyes in astonishment. He sensed an unparalleled fluidity within his body. With no trace of obstruction in his spiritual power, he confirmed that his 5th level of qi cultivation had been thoroughly solidified, achieving this even sooner than anticipated, likely due to an underestimation of the water vein's spiritual energy. However, one cannot entirely fault him. After all, he hails from an ordinary family and had never practiced in a spiritual side of this caliber before. He retrieved a box of glass beads he had purchased earlier. 1 bead, 2 beads, 3 beads, until the 5th bead emitted a radiant glow, slowly rising from his palm. A delighted smile spread across Chen Mobai's face. It seemed possible that he could reach the 6th level of qi cultivation before the entrance examination. Stretching his limbs, he began to once again survey the water mansion, which remained unchanged, just as it always had. Over the past 2 days, he had sought the guidance of the elderly Ding, who, under the pretext of his rapid progress, had increased the difficulty of his studies, presenting him with the formidable challenge of a complex restriction. Old Ding believed that his guidance to Chen Mobai was of great significance, which filled his heart with immense satisfaction. After inquiring further about the characteristics of the composite restriction, he drew upon his teaching experience to propose 2 methods for its resolution. The first method was akin to Chen Mobai's own thoughts, employing a powerful dispelling talisman to strike the most vulnerable point of the restriction, thereby breaking it through sheer force. The second method relied on cunning. Although the composite restriction was formidable, it was a complex amalgamation of multiple spells intricately interwoven. By dismantling just one component, the others, even if intact, would falter due to the disruption of that singular spell. If the individual who cast the restriction had only average skill, the removal of one spell could lead to a cascade of conflicts among the remaining spells, causing them to collapse on their own. Old Ding, proud of his insights, imparted this latter method to Chen Mobai. It required a magical artifact infused with what attributes spiritual energy to sever the flow of spiritual essence from the water mansion's spiritual vein. Once the composite restriction became apparent, the corresponding techniques could then be employed to dismantle it piece by piece. However, Chen Mobai found himself in dire straits. Possessing only a single artifact, the child-sized demon-slaying sword hanging in his room. Enchanted with a light spell, it barely qualified as a low-grade ornamental artifact of the first tier. Upon browsing the trading market of the Immortal sect online, he discovered that the cheapest would attribute artifacts meeting the criteria started at 500 merit points, leaving him with no choice but to resort to the first method. With a grimace of pain, Chen Mobai retrieved 3 talismans etched with azure arrows from his pocket. These were mid-grade azure arrow talismans, each valued at 35 merit points. After consulting with Old Ding for 2 days, Chen Mobai discerned that when confronting unfamiliar water attribute restrictions, it would be most prudent to employ wood attribute spells or talismanic artifacts for their resolution. According to the principles of the 5 elements, employing fire to combat water is undoubtedly the most effective approach. However, should the latent power of the water restriction exceed prior estimations, the violent reaction between the water and fire spiritual energies could endanger the one attempting to break the restriction, potentially leading to dire consequences. Conversely, wood counters water, and the stimulation it provides to water attribute spiritual energy is not as intense as that of fire energy, ensuring that even in the event of an extraordinary surge in the restriction's power, the residual effects would not be excessively severe. The potency of the green arrow talisman is comparable to the water sword talisman that Chen Mobai had previously considered placing in his shopping cart. Upon invocation, the water sword talisman conjures a translucent flowing sword that can materialize and disperse at will, lasting for up to a quarter of an hour. In contrast, the green arrow talisman, when activated, forms a green long arrow depending on the practitioner's cultivation level, allowing for the release of a maximum of 6 arrows in one breath. With his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Chen Mobai would manifest 5 long arrows. Although this may seem somewhat extravagant, there was no alternative. It was the most suitable talisman for breaking the restriction. In his determination to succeed in one decisive effort, Chen Mobai not only exhausted his entire savings, but also sold the blank talisman paper he had painstakingly accumulated during his spare time, just to barely gather enough merits to purchase these 3 green arrow talismans. If, upon breaking the restriction, he discovers a lack of valuable items within, it would indeed be a grievous loss. Chen Mobai murmured to himself, gathering the spiritual energy within, even retrieving his wooden armor talisman to channel a surge of power into it, pre-activating it to guard against any unforeseen repercussions when the barrier was breached. Suddenly, a cacophony of rushing water echoed around him. With widened eyes filled with disbelief, Chen Mobai beheld as the spherical light barrier enveloping the entire water estate opened a portal, allowing 2 figures to descend, one old, the other young. The elder, with hair ashen and holding a black flag, emanated an aura of sharp intelligence, while the younger, of unremarkable appearance and clad in a brown long robe, promptly maintained a distance of 2 meters from the elder upon landing. The 3 of them formed a triangle, exchanging glances in silent scrutiny. Chapter 9. Eastern Wilderness. Young brother, what brings you into my master's dwelling? The elder, being the eldest among them and the first to regain composure, raised the black flag and inquired with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a surge of anxiety, his expression betraying his embarrassment. Within the celestial sect, one was forbidden to probe another's cultivation level without the owner's consent. Hence he remained unaware of their realms. However, sensing the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, he surmised they were likely at a comparable level to his own. Furthermore, the manner in which this elder and youth had accessed the cave indicated they possessed the correct key, although his entry into the water estate had been inadvertent. Having occupied this sacred space for several days for cultivation, being discovered by the disciples of the rightful owner was undeniably awkward. Please forgive me, esteemed elder, for my unintentional intrusion. I shall depart at once. Chen Mobai contemplated his departure when he suddenly beheld an elderly man and a young boy entering the water palace. Their demeanor distinctly unfamiliar. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to halt his actions. Thus, he realized that the Bai Shui Grand Formation bore no signs of damage. The young brother's claim of unintentional intrusion appeared to be genuine. The elder waved the black flag he held, meticulously examining the protective array enveloping the entire cavern, and confirmed the integrity of the prohibitions surrounding the 3 auxiliary halls, exhaling a sigh of relief as he nodded at Chen Mobai. I shall now release the formation. You may leave, young brother. As he spoke, Chen Mobai observed the grand entrance of the front hall, where a luminous shield enveloping the water palace revealed a 2-meter-wide aperture. Remarkably, the flowing water outside did not surge inward, as if an unseen force repelled it. Under the watchful gaze of the elderly man and the young boy, who clearly exhibited a demeanor of hospitality, Chen Mobai, despite harboring doubts, acquiesced with a slight nod and stepped through the space between them toward the opening. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the glowing aperture, a surge of azure radiance, akin to ink spilled across a canvas, erupted from his clenched palm, transforming into a suit of wooden armor that enveloped his entire being. Suddenly, 3 elongated yellow-brown needles appeared, their tips glimmering with a dim yellow hue, piercing the wooden armor before him. Is this merely a case of trespassing? Must such lethal measures be employed? Is there no law to uphold? Chen Mobai turned to see the seemingly ordinary youth, one hand gripping a needle box and the other forming a spell, his gaze icy and unyielding, inciting an uncontainable fury within Chen Mobai. On the planet governed by the Celestial Gate, the laws of the preceding civilization are upheld, with murder deemed a grave offense. Had it not been for the pre-activated wooden armor talisman that Chen Mobai had previously initiated, which automatically triggered in response to the attack, he would have surely met his demise on the spot. The brown-clad youth, witnessing his magical tool being thwarted, was apprehensive of Chen Mobai's murderous aura and feared that his opponent might employ some form of mutual destruction. Despite having reached the 6th level of Qi training, he preferred not to deplete too much of his spiritual energy before breaching the restrictions. Thus, while withdrawing 3 long needles from his needle pouch, he shouted towards the elder, "Behold, the divine thunder of this old man." Hearing this, the elder bellowed, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity as he swung a black flag towards Chen Mobai. Simultaneously, his other hand produced a ghostly blue talisman from his sleeve, aimed squarely at the brown-clad youth. A thunderous crack echoed, and the youth, filled with rage, cursed as he forcefully redirected his spiritual energy, turning the flying needle he had intended for Chen Mobai back towards the elder. In a moment of bewilderment, Chen Mobai observed as the brown-clad youth was struck by the elder's divine thunder, collapsing with a look of resentment. Meanwhile, the flying needle was halted by the force of the water formation manipulated by the elder's black flag. The sound of clattering needles rang out as they fell to the tiled floor, their points penetrating deeply, revealing their sharpness. Ha ha ha. With your trifling 3-tiered inheritance of the Flying Needle sect, do you truly think you can share the spoils of this secret realm with me? This is the lawless East Wilderness. The old man laughed heartily, once again waving the black flag in his hand, seeking to eliminate Chen Mobai with the forces of the Azure Water Formation. Yet, the power of the wooden armor talisman in Chen's possession had not yet waned, allowing him to withstand the oncoming waves. Where exactly was this place? The Eastern Wilderness? Such a name did not exist among the 36 celestial realms or the 72 blessed lands. Chen Mobai had been immersed in the profound shock of the old man and the youth's ruthless confrontation, both intent on delivering fatal blows. However, as the spiritual energy of his wooden armor talisman depleted, the ensuing heat ignited a sudden clarity within him. The old man's cultivation level remained unknown. Yet the black flag he wielded served as the nucleus of this water palace formation, capable of commanding its entire might. Although the azure water formation lacked lethal intent, should Chen Mobai find himself ensnared, he would surely meet a fate akin to that of the brown-clad youth, with death being the inevitable outcome. In this moment of life and death, Chen Mobai hesitated not for an instant, unleashing a pre-prepared azure arrow talisman. With a series of hissing sounds, 5 azure arrows manifested from the void, resembling creeping vines, swiftly encircling the old man's vicinity. Humph! Were I outside the water palace, I would certainly retreat. The old man chuckled, confidently brandishing his black flag. The power of the azure water formation surged forth, transforming into invisible ripples that halted the 4 arrows mid-flight before him. You young brat, how have you managed to reach the 5th level of chi refinement with such poor accuracy? Just as the old man smiled, preparing to seal the entrance and trap Chen Mobai for good, his expression suddenly froze. As he realized that the Bai Shui Grand Formation was spiraling out of control, he observed that the entrance of the luminous barrier, which was on the verge of closure, had come to a halt. However, instead of seizing the opportunity to escape from the Water Mansion's formation, Chen Mobai lingered at the threshold, retrieving 2 azure arrow talismans and coldly fixing his gaze upon the elder. This young man, how did he discern the protective nature of this formation flag? The elder glanced around nervously, a shiver running through him. It became apparent that Chen Mobai's azure arrow talismans, which had been launched toward the elder's 4 spiritual energy arrows, were mere distractions meant to divert his attention. Meanwhile, one seemingly misfired arrow fortuitously landed near one of the formation S bases, severing the flag planted there. Although the Bai Shui Grand Formation was a second-tier array, it bore no defense against attacks originating from within. Having thoroughly explored this water mansion, Chen Mobai exploited this weakness, dismantling one corner of the formation's flag, causing the previously smoothly operating array to seize up abruptly. The elder's complexion turned ashen as he glanced toward the 3 auxiliary halls behind the water mansion. Sensing that the talismans in Chen Mobai's hands were on the verge of activation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to retreat. With a cultivation level merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, he dared not confront the brown-clad youth and Chen Mobai. Were it not for the black flag in his possession, the core that governed the Bai Shui Grand Formation. Just at that moment, a flurry of azure light flickered. As the 2 azure arrow talismans in Chen Mobai's hands ignited, forming 10 spiritual energy arrows aimed directly at the elder. Young brother, no, senior, please show mercy. Chapter 10. The cunning villain, the elder pleaded for mercy while hastily slapping 2 treasured protective talismans onto himself. However, having witnessed Chen Mobai's ruthless attack on his companion moments ago, he hesitated only briefly before gritting his teeth and activating the 2 azure arrow talismans in his possession. Simultaneously, 5 luminous orbs, shimmering with iridescent colors, ascended behind him. Behold my azure arrow talismans. Chen Mobai recalled the old man's ambush on the youth clad in brown and perceived him as a cunning and suspicious adversary, thus opting for a ruse. On the surface, the 2 azure arrow talismans detonated simultaneously, unleashing 10 ethereal arrows aimed at the elder, who was enveloped in a protective shield of yellow and blue hues. Meanwhile, he discreetly manipulated the 5 glass orbs, which emanated waves of elemental spiritual energy, appearing dazzling and akin to magical artifacts. As anticipated, a look of suspicion crossed the elder's face. After a moment of hesitation, he bit his lip, ultimately relying on his years of combat experience to arrive at what he believed was the correct conclusion. He surmised that Chen Mobai's ostentatious display with the 2 azure arrow talismans was merely a decoy, while the true lethal strike lay in the silent, yet visually striking 5 elemental orbs. Consequently, he activated 2 first-tier mid-grade defensive talismans meant for self-preservation, bracing himself against the 10 ethereal arrows. Concurrently, the elder unleashed a black flag, harnessing the water spirit energy that the azure water formation could manipulate, transforming it into torrents of flowing water that surged forth to envelop the 5 colorful glass orbs approaching from another direction. However, to his astonishment, as the water currents made contact with the colorful orbs, they disintegrated like plaster powder, dispersing into fine ash. Alas, he had fallen into a trap. This cunning lad was indeed treacherous. The elderly man had scarcely entertained the thought when 10 azure arrows, imbued with a significant portion of Chen Mobai's spiritual energy, struck forcefully against the 2 defensive talismans before him. The tremendous impact compelled the elder, who was fortified by a protective shield, to stagger backward. The yellow and blue luminescent barriers flickered like a dimming light bulb, indicating their waning power. Although the elder was only at the third layer of chi condensation, he possessed considerable combat experience and a respectable background. However, lacking the reinforcement of the Water Mansion's grand formation and falling into the trap of experiential reasoning, he found himself outmaneuvered by Chen Mobai. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his dantian was nearly depleted by the two defensive talismans. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming odds, he could only endure. The elder retrieved a vial of restorative elixirs, disregarding waste and potential side effects, and consumed the entire contents in one gulp. His complexion flushed crimson, yet the fluctuations of his spiritual energy surged dramatically. The yellow and blue barriers seemed to receive a sufficient influx of energy, resuming their full operational capacity. Boom, boom, boom. 7 azure arrows of spiritual energy were thwarted, their power exhausted and dissipated, while the yellow barrier surrounding the elder reached its limits, transforming into a cascade of golden light before vanishing. At that moment, however, the elder's expression shifted to one of elation, drawing upon his years of combat experience. He calculated that his remaining water-attributed defensive talisman could easily withstand the last 3 arrows of spiritual energy. It was not beyond him to reverse the odds, having previously triumphed over opponents of higher cultivation. Just as the elder began to contemplate his counterattack and the prospect of eliminating Chen Mobai to claim the Water Mansion for himself, he suddenly realized something amiss. No, this young man has been plotting against me from the very beginning. The elder sought to adjust his position, but it was too late. Chen Mobai's spiritual energy erupted, and the remaining power of the Azure Arrow Talisman surged forth, striking the elder's blue protective barrier with tremendous force, pushing him back another 3 steps. It was these 3 steps that caused the elder's back to collide with the stone door of the central hall of the Water Palace. With a faint hiss, the ethereal blue lightning barrier was triggered, shattering his protective shield, which still retained a significant portion of his power, and without any impediment, it surged into his body, resulting in his agonizing screams as he was torn asunder. Gasping for breath, Chen Mobai was not merely exhausted from the depletion of his spiritual energy, but also profoundly affected by the harrowing sight of a living being perishing before his very eyes. Although he had witnessed countless such scenes in films and dramas, none had ever struck him with such an ineffable and overwhelming impact. His mind was a blank slate. Even though he was not directly responsible for the deaths of either individual, he felt an indirect connection to their fates. In a wave of dizziness, Chen Mobai collapsed onto the ground. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he was jolted back to reality when a fish, its eyes rolling back, splashed down at his feet. In the midst of the azure water formation, one of the formation flags had been severed by his azure arrow talisman, revealing a flaw. The opening created by the elder now lay exposed, as if it were an eternal breach that would never be sealed again. This unfortunate fish, while drifting in the water, had fortuitously leaped into the breach, losing the protection of the current, and with all its strength, it flopped its way to Chen Mobai's side, gasping its last breath. In an attempt to restore the protective array, Chen Mobai murmured to himself, still perplexed about his current whereabouts. According to the elder's words, he found himself in a place known as the Eastern Wilderness, a realm devoid of order. Should others discover this water estate, Chen Mobai felt that reasoning with them would be futile. Thus, it was imperative to repair the Baishu Great Array and conceal the water estate once more. However, the art of formation was notoriously intricate. Despite his diligent efforts in the 4 disciplines of talisman, pill, instrument, and array, his achievements remained unremarkable. Approaching the array flag he had inadvertently severed, he bound it with a rope and attempted to re-erect it, yet to no avail. With a sigh, Chen Mobai's gaze fell upon the black flag that the elder had just shattered, and a spark of inspiration struck him. Employing the technique of remote manipulation, he summoned the black flag to replace the one he had damaged. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, there was still no response. Chen Mobai engaged his mind, recalling all he had learned in class regarding formations. Ultimately, he remembered an example his instructor had shared. A formation is akin to a finely tuned machine when a malfunction occurs. Replacing the faulty component necessitates a reinvigoration of spiritual energy, much like powering on new equipment for trial operation. After a moment's hesitation, aware that he was not a professional formation master and fearful of the potential dangers in this activation step, he nonetheless resolved to take the risk. Spurred by the immense benefits he had reaped from the second-tier mid-grade spiritual land over the past 3 days, he channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the black flag. yet it still yielded no response. Something was amiss. The activation should be directed towards the main array flag. Chen Mobai contemplated a particular piece of knowledge as he approached the central formation in the front hall, channeling his spiritual energy. With a resonant hum, he watched in astonishment as the entrance of the azure water array gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing from sight. It was indeed effective. Chapter 11. Harvest. As the grand formation resumed its operation, Chen Mobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He yearned to sit and rest for a moment, however. The sight of the two corpses within the water palace dampened his spirits. Whenever he closed his eyes, their lifeless faces haunted him. Lacking any experience in handling remains, he paced back and forth in the grand hall and noticed the deceased fish, pondering whether to cast the bodies into the water outside the array for the fish to consume. Yet, upon further reflection, he shook his head. While he was uncertain of the nature of this eastern wilderness, his childhood fascination with various detective dramas led him to believe that the fish here would not be sufficiently ferocious to obliterate all traces of the bodies, to prevent the corpses from surfacing and being discovered by the cultivators of this eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai concluded that it was prudent to erase all evidence of their existence within this water palace. But how to accomplish that? Furrowing his brow, he walked back and forth, contemplating the notion of incineration. Setting aside the fact that he lacked any mastery of fire manipulation, even if he possessed the requisite temperature, the task of cremating the corpses in this confined space was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary high school student like him. At last, he approached the dismembered corpse of the elder, suppressing his body's instinctive reactions as he prepared to turn away. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the sealed stone door of the side hall. He could leverage the restrictions here. Recalling the first time he had tested with a coin, only to witness it vaporized by the eerie blue lightning, Chen Mobai felt confident that his idea would indeed work. Without delay, he sprang into action, primarily driven by his aversion to remaining in the presence of the corpse. Utilizing his most refined technique, he summoned one of the elder's arms, hurling it towards the stone door of the side hall. With a sharp hiss, the bloodied limb, devoid of spiritual protection, disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist under the onslaught of the blue electric currents, faintly staining the floor tiles. The splatters of blood against the stone door triggered the power of the restrictions. The entire water palace resonated with the flickering flashes of lightning. After 5 back-and-forth motions, the elder's remains were finally cleared away. To Chen Mobai's astonishment, he discerned that the power of the restrictions on the stone door had seemingly diminished. It appeared that the restrictions of the side hall were not interconnected with the spiritual veins of the entire water palace, rendering the breach of these restrictions considerably simpler. A skilled array master would typically link several crucial structures to the overarching spiritual vein array when establishing protective formations, ensuring that as long as the grand formation remained intact and the spiritual veins undispersed, the power of the restrictions on the structures would swiftly restore itself, even if it had been eroded. Though the azure water formation was commendable, it was evident that its creator merely acquired the formation plates and flags, replicating them without originality. After Chen Mobai dealt with the remains of the elderly man, he discovered a blood-stained cloth pouch on the tiled floor. Exercising caution, he employed his manipulation technique to elevate the pouch and subsequently emptied its contents from a distance. With a clattering sound, a pile of items spilled forth. Apart from a dozen neatly cut pieces of gold, there were 2 tomes, 3 vials of elixirs, a short dagger, and a set of clean ropes. Chen Mobai's breath quickened at the sight of the gold. Its worth, while not on par with that of a bygone civilization, still held significance within the realm of immortals. Whether utilized in a special process to create golden powder for writing and talismans, or refined into the essence of gold, it possessed substantial market value. Roughly estimating, the gold pieces could be valued at over 800 merits, and with careful handling, could yield nearly 1,000. Having never possessed such wealth, Chen Mobai felt a surge of emotion. He then picked up the 2 tomes to examine them. One appeared to be the elderly man's cultivation technique, titled Black Water Art, which he set aside, deeming it not the right time for such study. The other tome, upon reading its title, caused his breath to quicken once more, a comprehensive guide to the azure water formation, from novice to master. This was, astonishingly, the manual for the protective formation of the entire water estate. Initially skeptical of the elderly man's claim of being a disciple of the estate's master, Chen Mobai now entertained the possibility that it might indeed be true. However, the tome on formations was rather thick. Chen Mobai glanced at his phone and realized that there was only an hour left before class, so he refrained from delving deeper into its contents. At that moment, another question crossed his mind. Could he take these items with him when he returned to the city? With this query lingering, he began to attend to the corpse of the youth clad in brown garments. Having gained some experience, he first employed the technique of Taizong to manipulate the body. And indeed, he discovered 6 concealed pockets within the youth's sleeves. Inside, he found a vial of elixir, 2 pieces of white jade, a collapsible crossbow, and a manual for disciples of the Flying Needle sect. He then opened the palm-sized needle case clutched in the youth's hand, collecting the scattered, earthy-hued flying needles. Feeling quite content, Chen Mobai gathered the items from the old man's satchel and piled them together. Subsequently, after utilizing the stone gate's restrictions to vaporize the corpse once more, he used the old man's spare robe as a cloth to wipe away the bloodstains throughout the water estate. He meticulously cleaned the tiles before the side hall door using the Taizong technique to deftly manipulate the robe from a distance, even retrieving the fish. With everything restored to its pristine state, Chen Mobai felt a sense of accomplishment akin to tidying up his own home. He sat down in the center of the grand hall, facing the heap of hard-won spoils. The old man's satchel was also stained with blood, and finding it inauspicious, Chen Mobai chose not to use it. Instead, he removed his own upper garment, laid it upon the tiles, and carefully placed each item atop it. He finally touched the 2 jade-white stones, and a gentle, pure spiritual energy surged through the meridians of his palm, akin to a warm current, causing Chen Mobai to tremble involuntarily, nearly exclaiming in delight. Could it be spiritual stones? If the previous items merely stirred excitement within him, these 2 jade-white stones rendered him utterly beside himself. It is imperative to note that within the realm of immortals, these stones hold a value akin to that of gold in the civilization of the Earth Star. However, due to the resource scarcity on Earth Star, all spiritual stone mines have long been thoroughly surveyed, and mining is strictly prohibited except during times of war. Nevertheless, according to the latest financial reports from the realm of immortals, the spiritual stone reserves on Earthstar are perilously low. Had it not been for a genius from the realm of immortals who, 2 millennia ago, developed a remarkable technique to infuse spiritual energy into depleted stones, restoring them to 80% of their original unmined state, the benevolent merit system of the realm would likely have collapsed long ago due to a lack of sufficient spiritual stones for exchange. Even so, spiritual stones can only be exchanged for merit at the bank during wartime. 10,000 merit points are equivalent to a low-grade spiritual stone. Chapter 12. Reflection. Chen Mobai's parents toil for an entire year, yielding around 100,000 merit points. The 2 spiritual stones in his possession represent nearly half a year's income for his mother alone. It is no wonder he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 46. The map within the confines of the immortal sect. It is uncommon to directly inquire about one's cultivation level. However, Chen Mobai had experienced the formidable spiritual energy of his father, who had attained the 9th level of qi refining. He felt that even Qin Xinglan could not match the pressure exerted by this young boy. Could he be a foundation establishment cultivator? Upon returning home, Chen Mobai's thoughts lingered on the youth who had asked him for directions at the bus station. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. The boy was exceedingly polite, almost to an archaic extent, embodying the characteristics of those foundation establishment cultivators who were centuries old. If he were indeed a foundation establishment cultivator, his act of asking for directions would be rather peculiar. Among the 300 million cultivators of the immortal sect, most were engaged in serving the foundation establishment practitioners, who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Although Danxiao City is a remote haven, it boasts a resident population of over 1 million. Yet among these countless qi refining cultivators, there were fewer than 50 foundation establishment practitioners. These individuals wielded control over the economy, power, and resources of Danxiao City, rendering the rest of the cultivators mere facilitators of their wealth. For instance, the owner of the artifact factory where Chen Mobai's father worked was a foundation establishment cultivator and a second-tier artifact refiner. Similarly, the proprietor of the talisman factory where Chen Mobai's mother was employed was also a foundation establishment cultivator and a second-tier talisman maker. Although the immortal sect professes the equality of all beings, in reality, those who have established their foundations enjoy greatly extended lifespans and enhanced learning efficiency, allowing them to amass considerable wealth if they are diligent. Qi refining cultivators cannot compete with foundation establishment practitioners, even in a fair contest. The latter's extensive time and resources coupled with their mastery of diverse cultivation arts, render them superior. A talisman crafted by a qi refining cultivator pales in comparison to that made by a foundation establishment cultivator, and even if the latter's price is slightly higher, most cultivators would prefer to purchase the latter's creations. The same holds true for medicinal pills and artifacts. It could be said that the foundation establishment cultivators constitute half of the ownership of Danxia City, except for King's Master, who is reputed to be eccentric and reclusive, merely maintaining a modest apothecary to uphold his craft. The rest are typically of a higher echelon, with possessing a vehicle being the bare minimum. Thus, it is bewildering that a foundation establishment cultivator would need to take a bus to ask for directions, unless he were an outsider. As Chen Mobai ruminated, his thoughts expanded further. Could this boy, who had asked for directions, be a friend of King Vest's master? After all, they were both foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps he had come to visit an old acquaintance. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, lying on his bed and beginning to practice the tranquil mind spell. Under the influence of the moonlit melody, his consciousness became more lively, thoughts proliferated, and peace eluded him. Yet, he refrained from practicing the spirit forge technique, as he had resolved to make full use of the training room at school, and he intended to return to Nanjing Market that evening. With a flash of silver light, he returned to the water mansion. Looking around, he felt a surge of emotions. He found himself in the side hall, indicating that the teleportation had returned him to the last place he had departed from, rather than to the main hall of the water mansion. Nevertheless, it was prudent to validate this outside the water mansion, donning his ancient-style attire and affixing a wig to disguise any modern aura. He activated the Baishui array and made his way ashore. The distance from Baiyun Lake to Nanjing Market was not far, yet even with the utmost exertion of his qi manipulation technique, it still took him an hour to arrive. If only he had a vehicle. With this thought, he soon reached the market entrance. He spent the day familiarizing himself with the surroundings, refraining from any hasty sales. As the time approached, he departed once more. However, this time he did not return to the water mansion, but sought out a desolate cave and activated the return function. The following day after school, when he attempted to teleport, a prompt appeared on the screen. Uncommon location detected, unnamed. Would you like to continue teleporting? Curious. Chen Mobai noted the new feature of the Guibao software and clicked yes, with another flash of silver light. He opened his eyes to find himself not in the water mansion, but in the same desolate mountain he had returned to the previous day. This confirmed that the teleportation brought him back to the exact location he had left. Moreover, he noticed something different this time. When he clicked to teleport using the Guibao software, a map-like interface appeared, albeit quite sparse, displaying only a droplet-shaped symbol representing the water mansion, along with a newly emerged yellow triangular symbol indicating his current location. Clicking on the map, symbol revealed that he could name the locations. He promptly labeled the blue droplet as the water mansion and the yellow triangle as the desolate mountain. If I traverse the entirety of the Tianhe realm in the future, this blank map should become quite filled, he mused. After exploring the newly discovered feature for a while, he proceeded to Nanjing Market. The proximity allowed him to arrive in just 20 minutes. This time, aside from his usual stall, he also ventured into some larger shops. These establishments did not accept gold, but began transactions with spirit stones. However, the quality and grade of the items sold far surpassed those at the street stalls. In a medicinal shop of the Baichao Pavilion, he recognized a familiar bottle identical to the one he had received from the old man. Upon inquiring with the attendant, he learned that it contained gathering essence pills, used by mid-stage qi refining cultivators to enhance their spiritual energy, with 12 pills per bottle priced at 1 spirit stone each. He sought a similar bottle from the disciples of the Flying Needle sect, but could not find one, suspecting it might be an internal item exclusive to their sect. Would you like to purchase some gathering essence pills? Our Baichao Pavilion's elixirs are crafted by the renowned alchemists of the returning Heaven Valley, famous throughout the eastern wilderness. The attendant, a third-level qi refining cultivator, said, mistaking Chen Mobai's attire for that of a potential buyer and eagerly promoting their wares. These gathering essence pills are of no use to me. Then we have the gathering spirit pills, designed for late-stage qi refining cultivators to enhance their realm. And they are reasonably priced at just 8 spirit stones per bottle. I recently consumed a pill to break through my realm and am currently stabilizing. Chen Mobai could not maintain his pretense any longer and had to concoct an excuse to slip away. He wandered through other artifact and formation flag shops for a while. In a bookstore, he picked up a volume titled Introduction to the Great Sects of the Eastern Wilderness to familiarize himself with local knowledge, remaining until the attendant grew impatient and urged him to leave. As he would be focusing on this area for the foreseeable future, he chose not to return to the water mansion, but instead ventured back to the nameless, desolate mountain and activated the return function once more. Upon his return, the skies had darkened. After finishing his meal, he strolled over to the evergreen apothecary. Upon entering, he waited for a while until King emerged from the back door, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. "Why are you dressed like that? I almost didn't recognize you." "I am one who reveres antiquity," Chen Mobai replied, having opted to wear his ancient-style attire directly out without changing, as such attire was not uncommon within the immortal sect. "By the way, I have a few bottles of elixirs I acquired from the blind box market. Since you are an expert, could you help me identify them?" Chen Mobai retrieved 4 bottles of elixirs he had stashed beneath the counter. Although he knew that 3 of them were gathering essence pills, he still wished for a professional assessment. "This elixir is toxic." The conclusion drawn by King caused Chen Mobai's complexion to change drastically. Chapter 47. The wealth-building scheme is toxic. Chen Mobai wore a face of astonishment. This was clearly a gathering yuan pill, meant to elevate one's realm. How could it possibly be toxic? The toxicity level exceeded the standard by far. "I should check which pharmacy produced this and act as a concerned citizen to report it," Qing Nu remarked, glancing at the bottom of the vial, where various details were indeed inscribed. "Disciple of the outer sect of the Return to Heaven Valley, Lu Yushuan." Return to Heaven Valley? Is that not the esteemed apothecary of the Kuokang Cave Heaven? However, is that not primarily focused on refining spiritual water? Qing Nu was filled with confusion as Chen Mobai wiped the sweat from his brow, swiftly redirecting the conversation to prevent her from uncovering any issues. What does it mean for the toxicity level to be exceeded? Could it be that these vials contain defective pills? The Immortal Gauge Drug Supervision Bureau mandates that all pills produced must have a toxicity level below 0.1, which is undetectable by common instruments. Such standard pills can be effortlessly dispelled by a cultivator's own spiritual energy. Yet, the toxicity in these 3 vials is alarmingly close to 5. While consuming them would indeed have effects on elevating one's realm, it would undoubtedly leave one weakened for a period of 10 days to half a month. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt immense relief for his cautious nature, having refrained from consuming pills of dubious origin. However, he soon felt sorrow for the cultivators of the Tianhe realm, as even such pills demanded a spirit stone each and were highly sought after. Indeed, life on the Dun star was far superior. This vial has a lower toxicity, around 2, likely intended just for restoring spiritual energy, hence its milder medicinal properties. Qing Nu then opened the vial of pills obtained from the disciple of the Flying Needle sect, which bore no identification, an anonymous product. She took a small scoop with a tiny spoon, placing it on her tongue to discern both the efficacy and toxicity levels. "Aren't you afraid of the toxicity?" Chen Mobai's eyes widened at her actions. "A tiny bit is harmless, and as alchemists, we generally also practice as apothecaries, spending our lives contending with toxicity in our specialized alchemical arts. Within the myriad skills of cultivating immortality, one discipline is that of the apothecary, dedicated to identifying the information of pills and offering prescriptions tailored to the cultivator's spiritual roots and constitution, aiding in breakthroughs to elevate one's realm. Generally speaking, an exceptional alchemist is also an adept apothecary." Qing Nu appeared quite knowledgeable in this regard. After tasting, she pulled out a piece of paper and a pen hanging on the wall, swiftly inscribing several lines. "Here, these are my findings regarding the potency of the 2 medicines. You would be wise not to consume them. Disposing of them would be best." In Qing Nu's view, these 2 medicines were mere defective products from the pharmacy, which should have been disposed of, but were instead sold off by unscrupulous merchants. "Very well, I shall dispose of them upon my return." Chen Mobai nodded in agreement, then inquired if the raw materials for the chi-replenishing spiritual water had arrived. "For auxiliary herbs have arrived, while one of the 3 primary herbs is still pending. The remaining 2 will arrive tomorrow. Would you like to witness the extraction process?" Qing Nu invited. Chen Mobai, who had always held a keen interest in alchemy, nodded and followed her to the back of the pharmacy. Surprisingly, he felt a twinge of nervousness within. Upon entering, they found an open courtyard housing 8 large vats, half of which were covered. "Here," Qing Nu handed him a package. Chen Mobai noticed it was a mask and obediently put it on. "The white aster has been soaking. After about a night's time, all its medicinal properties will be extracted. I must pour the liquid into the cold extraction machine before my teacher arrives tomorrow morning. Chen Mobai followed Chen Nu to a sealed vat, which she opened, causing the sealing spell to dissipate instantly, releasing a thick medicinal aroma accompanied by a waft of smoke. However, the mask proved to be quite miraculous, completely isolating the unpleasant medicinal scent from his nostrils, rendering him unable to detect it at all. Is the soaking water specially made, or simply ordinary heavenly water? It is heavenly water. Chen Nu appeared surprised that Chen Mobai was aware of this specialized term. The teacher mentioned in class that this water has the lowest cost and performs well in soaking and extracting medicinal liquids. As Chen Mobai spoke, he surveyed the large vat filled with soaked herbs, nodding for Chen Nu to promptly cover it. Though he could not smell it, he still felt a bit uneasy. Before he could finish his thought, a bell hanging at the eaves of the courtyard suddenly chimed. A guest has arrived. I'll step out to attend to them. After covering the vat, Chen Nu gestured for Chen Mobai to sit for a moment on the rattan chair in the courtyard, then hurriedly made her way to the front of the shop. In less than 2 minutes, she returned. Oh, that was quick. It was a peer of my teacher's, who happened to have business in Danxia City after coming from Huayan Cave Heaven, and stopped by to pay a visit. However, my teacher is not here, and I did not dare to rashly give him my teacher's contact information, so I had him leave a business card, which I will give to my teacher tomorrow. Chen Nu stated, producing a jade business card with a blue background and black lettering, resembling a work of art. Chen Mobai glanced at it, noticing 2 lines of text. Lon Haitian, second-rank apothecary. Strangely, he recalled the youth he had encountered the previous evening, who had asked for directions. Could this be the same person? He resembles your description. Although he appears youthful, one can sense a rather pedantic nature. Chen Nu nodded, confirming Chen Mobai's speculation. A second-rank apothecary is most likely a foundational cultivator. Chen Mobai inquired briefly before setting the matter aside. Well, I shall take my leave. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The two had already added each other as friends and were currently in the process of cultivating trust, each striving to present their best selves. Chen Nu gently nodded, seeing Chen Mobai out. Upon returning home, Chen Mobai placed an order online, spending nearly half of the over 3,000 merit points remaining in his card. He was acquiring inventory. After 2 days of hands-on observation in the Nangxifang market, he had devised a preliminary plan for wealth accumulation. The Diyuan Star boasted superior technology, while the Tianhe realm was abundant in resources. To not capitalize on the advantageous disparities between these 2 realms would be a gross waste. As for what to sell, after considerable deliberation, he reached a conclusion. Both realms required medicinal pills to be produced by major pharmacies for cultivators to dare purchase them. Although he was aware that the quality of medicinal pills and spiritual water from the Diyuan Star far surpassed that of the Tianhe realm, the very excellence of these products rendered him hesitant to market them. Chen Nu was unfamiliar with the origins of the Return to Heaven Valley. However, he had read about it in the introduction to the Great Factions of the Eastern Wilderness, noting it as one of the 7 major sects and the foremost alchemical sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Given that even the pills produced by the Return to Heaven Valley had such toxicity, the pills he sold would be virtually free of toxicity, and cultivators would immediately recognize this distinction. If this were to cause a sensation, it would undoubtedly attract the ire of the Return to Heaven Valley, contradicting his objective of maintaining a low profile in the Tianhe realm. With a backpack brimming with wealth upon his back, Chen Mobai descended the stairs, tossing the fish into the sink before heating 2 pieces of steamed bread for breakfast, and then he headed straight to school. Today, it was the turn of the teacher responsible for instructing on formations to come to class. The instructor, surnamed Chan, was a youthful intern, reportedly a current practitioner at the Danju Academy. Although her credentials were the most modest in the entire 5th high school of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai felt that her teaching prowess was among the finest. Were it not for the presence of a foundational realm principal also conducting classes, he would not have added the qualifier among the finest. Perhaps due to her youth, her thought processes resonated closely with those of the students. Each time she elucidated on formations, her explanations were both profound and accessible, vividly illustrated with relatable examples. Consequently, even though Chen Mobai typically did not invest much interest in the subject of formations, he could retain the essence of what teacher Chan taught with remarkable accuracy. This understanding enabled him to restore and reactivate the Bai Shui Great Formation. Teacher Chan possessed an appealing appearance and a commendable figure, yet her demeanor was rather serious, lacking in smiles during her lectures. Otherwise, her popularity would undoubtedly soar. However, among practitioners, it is rare to find anyone unattractive. After all, generations of cultivating immortality have led to physiques approaching perfection. The innate spiritual roots are merely a matter of celestial arrangement and luck beyond one's control. Crafting a beautiful exterior, on the other hand, is merely a matter of a few years' worth of qi cultivation. Some practitioners even go so far as to undergo cosmetic surgery in hospitals, intentionally disfiguring themselves to demonstrate the steadfastness of their commitment to the path of immortality, signifying that they harbor no distractions beyond their pursuit of the Tao. For instance, Chen Mobai had a paternal uncle who, in his youth, was strikingly handsome. While setting up a street stall, a passerby inadvertently captured a video of him and uploaded it online, catapulting him to overnight fame as an internet sensation. However, steadfast in his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation, he chose to obscure his striking features, opting for an ordinary appearance by undergoing cosmetic procedures at a hospital, despite the countless film and television companies that sought him out. Although his innate talent was unremarkable, he was admitted to the esteemed Ling Shu Academy within the 120 prefectures. Now, he dedicates his days to delving into the ancient relics of bygone cultivators, engaged in protective research amidst the mountainous terrain. As the morning's formation class progressed, Chen Mobai attentively absorbed the intricacies of the detailed exposition on the Bai Shui formation. Soon, the class came to a close. Afterward, he resorted to his usual ruse, pretending to lag behind, and slipped into Professor Chan's office. Using the same pretext, he claimed that his parents had hired a tutor to enhance his college entrance examination results, and he had several assignments concerning the renovation and maintenance of formations that required independent completion. However, he lamented his own dullness, finding himself perplexed and compelled to seek the professor's guidance. Yet, Professor Chan was unlike the old man Ding. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words and reviewing the Bai Shui formation levels he had hastily scrawled on a draft, she frowned slightly. With your capabilities, does this tutor truly assign you work on second-tier formations? The entire process of formation maintenance and reactivation has already been imparted to me by my own instructor. Chen Mobai found himself compelled to provide an explanation. Oh. She cast him a meaningful glance, accompanied by a knowing smile, yet chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she picked up her fountain pen, intent on resolving all the queries presented on the draft paper, thereby showcasing her prowess as an educator. However, after thoroughly reviewing the material, she found herself somewhat at a loss, realizing that her knowledge was insufficient. The formations taught by this private tutor seemed to contradict the mainstream of the celestial sect. They appear to belong to entirely different systems. Chapter 13. The needle box. Is there truly a difference? Aren't they fundamentally the same? Chen Mobai's understanding of formations was limited to what he had learned in class. Regarding the Bai Shui formation, he merely perceived it as slightly more advanced than the topics typically covered in his lessons, without recognizing any inherent differences. How could this be two distinct systems? On the planet of Di Yuan, the resources for cultivating immortality had been nationalized, with the spiritual veins of the 36 caves and 72 blessed lands having been refined into unity by the venerable ancestor of divine transformation through supreme artifacts. Consequently, the study of formations requiring the embedding of flags into spiritual veins has become a relic of the past on Di Yuan. Nevertheless, this knowledge forms the foundation of formations, and as teachers of formations in high school, we still elucidate these principles. In reality, however, the formations that necessitate the extraction of spiritual vein power, particularly those of the second tier and above, have faded into the annals of history. The celestial sect supports and guides the advancement of formations through the harnessing of natural phenomena and the powers of the sun, moon, and stars. After Xuanzi concluded his explanation, Chen Mobai realized that the Bai Shui formation, which requires a foundation rooted in water veins, is exceedingly rare within the entire sect. It is not that the formation itself is particularly challenging, but rather that obtaining permission from the Natural Resources Department of the sect to harness the spiritual veins power within the territory is quite difficult. Perhaps the private tutor my mother hired, who has participated in the development of maritime regions, is particularly zealous about formations that necessitate water veins. Chen Mobai attempted to explain, but Xuanzi cast him a skeptical glance without pursuing the matter further. Please share your phone number with me. Chen Mobai was taken aback by Xuanzi's sudden request for his number and momentarily at a loss. I only possess a rudimentary understanding of formations. It has been in recent years, through your school's teachings, that I have begun to solidify my foundation in this area. The Bai Shui formation is somewhat beyond my current capabilities, and I need to consult further. Fortunately, a senior professor specializing in formations has recently come to the Danju Academy for an exchange. I will inquire with him, and if I find answers, I shall promptly share them with you. Chen Mobai was surprised by Xuanzi's humility. Despite being a professor of formations, he claimed to possess merely a cursory understanding. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Xuanzi. After this exchange, Chen Mobai quickly retrieved his phone and added Xuanzi as a friend. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He then scanned 30 pages of detailed explanations about the Bai Shui formation stored on his phone into a text document and sent it to Xuanzi, claiming it was reference material provided by his private tutor. Chapter 52, Foundation Failure at Dawn. Xianmen No summoned Chen Mobai and handed him 16 vials of chi-replenishing spirit water. Lacking experience during his first attempt, he had managed to successfully concoct only this much. As she spoke, her delicate face flushed slightly, betraying her embarrassment. You've done remarkably well. Take a good rest. In a couple of days, I will bring you the next batch of herbs. From the outcome, it seemed they had incurred a loss of over 2,000 merits. Yet Chen Mobai smiled reassuringly at her. After all, his merits came easily, and he felt no pangs of regret. Thank you, Xianmen No replied, her eyes glistening as she lifted her gaze, unable to suppress the urge to rub her slightly reddened eye sockets. Chen Mobai offered her a few more comforting words before requesting leave from his homeroom teacher. He intended to deliver the chi-replenishing spirit water to his father, who was in seclusion at Xia Academy, along with a handwritten copy of a highly ranked foundation-building treatise he had transcribed. After nearly an hour and a half on the bus, Chen Mobai finally arrived at Xia Academy. Thankfully, this place was one of the scenic spots in Danxia City, allowing him entry without any formalities. Otherwise, he would have had to trouble Chen Xinglan to come and fetch him. At the foot of Baiyuling Peak, he encountered Yin Xiang, who had previously gifted him a Qingtong sapling. Waiting for old Chen? He usually emerges around noon, Yin Xiang remarked amiably while checking a list he held in his hands. Hello, Uncle Yin. Are you busy? Is there anything I can assist with? Chen Mobai inquired politely, to which Yin Xiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating he could manage alone. Some representatives from the Dao Academy and the Academy of Scholars are residing on the Spirit Peak, and I need to prepare their meals. There are certain dietary restrictions to consider, so I'm merely verifying the ingredients. Once Yin Xiang explained, Chen Mobai realized that half the semester had slipped by unnoticed. In about 45 days, the college entrance examination would be upon them. Do you feel confident about entering the Dao Academy? I'll do my best, Chen Mobai replied modestly. Not one to boast. He had been preoccupied with exploring the Heavenly River realm and had not studied in quite a while, leaving him with little confidence in his knowledge base. However, having now mastered divine sense, his learning efficiency had increased significantly. With diligent effort during this period, he believed he could catch up. Yet, while passing the examination threshold might be manageable, the entrance test for the various Dao academies posed a formidable challenge. Particularly, the entrance exams for the 4 great Dao academies were notoriously grueling, often resulting in years where no candidates were deemed qualified in Danxia City. Nevertheless, this strict standard made gaining admission to the 4 great Dao academies a lifelong aspiration for every disciple of the Immortal Gates. Just then, the wooden door of Chen Xinglan's cave dwelling creaked open, and he stepped out. Weren't you supposed to focus on your exams? Why waste time coming here? After greeting Yin Xiang and waiting for him to depart, Chen Xinglan frowned and reprimanded his son. I managed to acquire some chi-replenishing spirit water for you. And here is a compilation of foundation-building insights I gathered online. Make sure to take a look when you have time. Chen Mobai presented the 10 vials of packaged chi-replenishing spirit water to Chen Xinglan, along with a booklet he had printed at a shop. Son, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I hope you understand that your achievements bring me greater joy and pride than my own successful foundation building, Chen Xinglan said earnestly. Chen Mobai met his father's gaze, and after a long moment, lowered his head. I understand, Dad. This chi-replenishing spirit water is of average quality. For me, its effects are scarcely beneficial. However, since it is your heartfelt gift, I shall accept half of it. As for the foundation building insights, the library at Xia Academy boasts at least 1,000 volumes, many containing insights on the melted fire technique similar to mine. Do not squander your time on these. Focus on your studies. If you manage to gain admission to one of the top 10 academies, your mother and I will be proud of you for a lifetime. After a heartfelt conversation, Chen Mobai grasped his father's sentiments. For a father, seeing his son succeed brings greater joy than his own accomplishments. Chen Mobai could not fully comprehend this, perhaps due to never having been a father himself. Nonetheless, he nodded silently in agreement. After sharing a meal, they parted ways. With Chen Xinglan returning to his cave to continue his seclusion, Chen Mobai stood at the bus stop, awaiting public transport. "Young brother, I didn't expect to see you here again," a familiar voice called out. Turning to look, Chen Mobai recognized the young man in the blue and white robe, who had previously asked for directions near his home. He greeted him with a smile. "Hello, are you a student here?" "Yes," Chen Mobai nodded in response, and then inquired, "I'm merely visiting a senior who teaches here. I haven't had the chance to ask your name yet. It seems we are quite fated to meet twice within a short span. My name is Chen Mobai, a student from the 5th High School of the Immortal Gate. Were it in the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai would never dare to reveal his identity, but on the Earth Star, as a disciple of the Immortal Gate, he felt entirely at ease. I am Lan Haitian." Upon hearing his name, Chen Mobai recalled the business card Qing Nu had held, indicating that Lan Haitian was a classmate of the Qing Evergreen Pharmacy's manager, suggesting he might indeed be a true cultivator. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the bus back to Danxia City arrived. Chen Mobai bid farewell to Lan Haitian. "My bus is here. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." "Until we meet again," Lan Haitian replied as he made his way toward the highest spirit peak of Qixia Academy. "It's too late. We were waiting just for you." Beneath the canopy of the Baiyu Wudong tree, several people were already seated. Upon seeing Lan Haitian approach, a young man in a white suit frowned. "Apologies, I lost track of time while having a candlelit conversation with a long-lost senior brother," Lan Haitian said with an apologetic expression. "All right, now that everyone is here, let us review this year's examination paper." The red-robed master seated at the head of the table nodded, signaling for a gentleman in green robes to distribute the copied papers to the representatives of the 4 great Dao academies and several academy representatives. "Isn't Shirqing Zhenren presiding over this? She made a breakthrough a few days ago and has entered closed-door cultivation, delegating the matter to me," the red-robed master replied, his expression tinged with frustration. In Danxia City, Chen Mobai arrived at Wu's gold shop, his bag brimming with exchanged gold. "Cough, cough, it's you." However, Chen Mobai was taken aback by Wu Wan's condition. The once plump and graceful youth now appeared gaunt, his hair pale, resembling someone who had abruptly aged from youth to middle age. "My foundation building has failed. My essence and blood have been depleted, causing my qi refinement realm to plummet from completion. Please forgive my appearance." If Chen Mobai had not entered the cultivation chamber of the school, his absence would undoubtedly have attracted attention. Cultivators are limited to a maximum of 8 hours of practice each day. Exceeding this limit could jeopardize their meridians in Dantian. And Chen Mobai had no intention of squandering his time. Thus, within the confines of the school's cultivation chamber, he retrieved the disciple manual of the Flying Needle sect that had been dropped by a young boy in brown attire and began to peruse its contents. It consisted of merely 12 thin pages. The initial portion elaborated on the origins of the Flying Needle sect, stating that its founding master was a disciple of the Fascia sect within the Hall of 10 Directions. After achieving foundational success, he departed from the Mountain Gate due to the unlikelihood of attaining Golden Course status. The subsequent 2 or 3 pages extolled the achievements of this master upon arriving in the Eastern Wilderness, detailing how he established a thriving legacy over 3 centuries and commanded respect across the lands. Following this, the text delineated the fundamental precepts shared by many sects, such as the prohibitions against betraying one's master or engaging in nefarious deeds. These regulations held little value for Chen Mobai. However, one page detailing the sect's benefits provided him insight into the origins of spirit stones. Joining the Flying Needle sect entailed responsibilities, but it also granted an annual distribution of spirit stones. A disciple in the initial stage of Qi training could receive 5 spirit stones per year. Those in the intermediate stage would receive 10, and those in the advanced stage would be granted 20. This young boy in brown, possessing the cultivation of the 6th layer of Qi training, had reached the pinnacle of the intermediate stage. 10 spirit stones were insufficient for his cultivation needs. He must have conspired with an elder to exploit the water estate for profit. Little did he anticipate that upon departing from the sect, he would fall victim to the elder's treachery, leading to his untimely demise within the water estate. The final page bears the signature of the young man in brown robes, along with the seal of the Flying Needle sect. This manual of our sect was printed and distributed in the year 6478 of the Yuan era. The Yuan era? It must pertain to the local calendar of the Eastern Wilderness. At this moment, Chen Mobai had an inkling regarding the location of the water mansion. This place, known as the Eastern Wilderness, likely possesses an abundance of spirit stones. Should he achieve significant cultivation in the future, he must leave the water mansion and venture onto the land to explore. After perusing the disciples' manual of the Flying Needle sect, Chen Mobai retrieved the needle box and gently opened it, eager to attempt the process of ritual refinement. Inside were 12 earthy-colored flying needles, neatly arranged. He infused his spiritual energy into them, and one by one, the needles began to rise. Ultimately, with all his might, 10 of the flying needles merged with his spiritual energy and descended slowly into the air. Perhaps one only needs to reach the 6th level of qi refinement to manipulate all the needles? Chen Mobai mused. He, being at the 5th level of qi refinement, could control 10 needles. If he were to fully refine them, they would be perfectly suited for use. However, he had never wielded a magical artifact before. And after merely 3 minutes, he found that he had expended more than half of his spiritual energy, causing all 10 needles to fall uncontrollably to the ground. No wonder he had previously launched them in groups of 3. Recalling the scene of the young man in brown robes casting spells, he realized how mistaken he had been. Even if one could raise all 12 needles at the 6th level of qi refinement, to wield them with finesse and precision would likely require at least the 7th level. After meditating to recover his spiritual energy, he attempted once more to manipulate 3 needles. Although he managed to extend the duration to 15 minutes, the earthy-colored needles remained rigid and unyielding, refusing to obey his command. If only he had the accompanying ritual refinement techniques. Chapter 14. Wuwan. After a brief exploration of the needle box's functionality, Chen Mobai finally awaited the conclusion of the 2-hour duration. Without the need for the soul-binding incantation to sound, he directly opened the door and stepped outside. Only the last unfortunate souls remained beyond the threshold. Chen Mobai did not encounter any familiar classmates, which conveniently spared him the necessity of greetings. He simply shouldered his backpack and departed from the school. Rather than returning home immediately, he utilized a student card to board public transportation, heading towards a large comprehensive raw materials trading market located in the eastern part of the city. Chen Mobai's mother worked at a talisman paper factory, a place he had visited during his childhood. Thus, he was quite familiar with the intricate processes of this modest establishment. The owner was a second-tier talisman master who operated a talisman shop within the city. In a bid to reduce costs, he had established a factory for talisman paper accessories. The large sheets of talisman paper that Chen Mobai had cut were procured by his mother at an internal discounted price. Although the scale of the talisman paper factory was modest, it was fully equipped, capable of producing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. However, gold powder, a rarely used material for talisman creation, was sourced externally. If memory served Chen Mobai correctly, the shop that supplied gold powder to the talisman paper accessory factory was located here. The memory of cultivators is generally quite sharp. After inquiring with 3 individuals, he accurately located Wu's gold shop nestled in a corner of the trading market. Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Upon entering, a young cultivator holding a book behind the counter promptly rose, a welcoming smile gracing his features. Do you purchase gold? Chen Mobai approached the matter with unwavering directness. Prior to his arrival, he had already consulted the latest price of gold published on the Xianmen website. He intended to sell, even if it meant incurring a slight loss. However, the young cultivator did not negotiate the price downwards. After receiving the gold, he placed it on a specialized instrument to measure its parameters, subsequently offering a purchase price of 843 points of merit. The quality of your gold is satisfactory. It appears to have been refined with spiritual energy by a cultivator. Let's round it up to 850, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a sense of camaraderie with the proprietor and promptly nodded in agreement. Following the transaction, as he observed the additional 850 merit points in his account, he endeavored to suppress his excitement and was about to depart when he suddenly noticed the book displayed on the counter titled Second-Tier Appraiser Examination Questions. Could the proprietor also be an appraiser? Chen Mobai inquired with curiosity. It is widely known that the qualification examinations in Xianmen are conducted in ascending tiers. Since he was studying material for the second-tier appraiser, it was evident that he had already passed the first tier. The examination from the previous year had been relatively straightforward. Just enough to get by, the young cultivator humbly remarked, before handing over a business card. Wuwan. owner of Wu's Gold Shop, Xianmen certified first-tier appraiser. After reviewing the card, Chen Mobai felt a surge of respect. The professional certificates in Xianmen are predominantly awarded following rigorous selection and evaluation by official bodies. Achieving the status of a first-tier appraiser signifies that one has mastered the knowledge pertaining to the appraisal of most artifacts and treasures below the second tier, thus qualifying for registration and certification. Chapter 57. The devouring technique. Chen Mobai escorted King back to her residence, where she invited him to stay for a moment. This was a modest apartment in Danxia City. Upon inquiry, he learned that King had been orphaned since childhood and had grown up in an orphanage. At the age of 15, due to her exceptional performance in class, she was taken in as a disciple by Gu Chanfeng, who visited the school to give lectures, and began working part-time at the Chaqing apothecary. With her master's assistance, she rented this apartment and commenced her solitary life. Chen Mobai assessed the surroundings. Being a public rental unit, the facilities were rather basic, offering only the most rudimentary supply of spiritual energy. To me, my teacher is like a father, King said, her eyes reddening once more. Perhaps due to the many hardships she had endured since childhood, her resilient spirit had stabilized her emotions, preventing her from breaking down as she had in the shop. After offering her some words of comfort, Chen Mobai noticed that it was getting late and decided to take his leave. King rose to escort him to the door, and once he departed, she sank down against the door in her empty room. After hearing the footsteps fade away, she curled up, burying her head in her arms, and began to weep softly. Taking the elevator to the first floor, Chen Mobai stepped outside and encountered a peculiar individual wearing a mask. However, the eccentric attire of the young cultivators was common, so he paid little attention. It seemed he mentioned something about the 7th floor. As Chen Mobai brushed past, he caught snippets of the masked figure muttering, "The 7th floor? Isn't that where King lives? Perhaps he is one of her neighbors." With that thought, he glanced back at the masked man, who was stepping into the elevator. Their eyes met as the elevator doors began to close. Ding! Chen Mobai frowned as he observed the digital display, the numbers ascending. That fellow's demeanor seemed rather off. Inside the elevator, the masked man murmured to himself, his mask casting a spell of fear that made ordinary people avert their eyes and pretend not to see him. Yet Chen Mobai stood unperturbed. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and the masked man exited through the open doors. He raised his right hand, and a pair of crescent-shaped hooks flew from his sleeve. He approached King's door and gently knocked. "Who is it?" came King's slightly hoarse voice from within. "I'm your new neighbor from next door, just stopping by to say hello." "All right, but I'm not really in a good place today. Perhaps come back another time?" King Vest's voice echoed from behind the door. The masked man tilted his head slightly, responding with a hint of regret. "What a pity." Buzz. The crescent hooks radiated a clear light, poised to slice through the door, when suddenly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power surged from behind him. Someone was approaching. The masked man turned in alarm, only to collide face-first with a gigantic hand that forcefully struck his face, shattering the mask and immobilizing him entirely. Crack! Hearing the commotion, King, her eyes swollen and confused, opened the door, only to find shattered mask fragments scattered on the ground. Glancing around without noticing anything amiss, she closed the door once more. Back at home, Chen Mobai pondered the entire incident. The coroner had stated that Gu Changfeng had died from a cultivation deviation, a conclusion endorsed by the enforcement cultivators. Could it truly have been suicide? Reflecting on this, he searched online for information regarding Gu Changfeng's death characteristics, but found nothing. Eventually, he went to the Water Mansion and, using a training assistance software, he entered keywords like exploding head, spiritual awareness, and suicide, and indeed, leveraging his 5th-tier user privileges, he stumbled upon a rather mysterious post. The author was a 3rd-tier user, posting anonymously. The title read, "On the possibility of improving the devouring forbidden technique." Forbidden technique? Within the realm of cultivation, there exist certain powerful spells and techniques that, while immensely potent, carry severe repercussions upon mastery. These are known as forbidden techniques, aptly named as they are prohibited from practice. Chen Mobai skimmed through the post, noting that the author's writing lacked sophistication, seemingly taking for granted that readers were familiar with the devouring forbidden technique, launching directly into a lengthy discourse of personal conjectures and proposed improvements. However, the post mentioned that the primary issue with practicing the devouring forbidden technique was the inability to control the sudden surge of spiritual awareness, which, if it exceeded the limits of the Zifu's spiritual sea, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Contemplating this, Chen Mobai opened the National Library software and input the keyword, devouring. To his surprise, an article appeared. Devouring technique, fragmented manuscript, an ancient, malevolent secret method transforming one's spiritual awareness into a seed, which is then infused into the alchemical furnace of the practitioner's spiritual sea. Once the furnace is fully developed, one can command the spirit, refining the spirit out of the body, returning it to one's own spiritual awareness, until achieving transcendence and mastering the great law. After reading the beginning, Chen Mobai found it captivating and wished to delve deeper, only to be met with a prompt: insufficient privileges, insufficient points, unable to redeem. As a third-tier user in the National Library, equivalent to a Golden Core Master, he was astonished to find himself restricted. Checking the fine print at the bottom of the devouring technique, he indeed found that only fourth-tier users could access the full text using their points. Truly, it was a forbidden technique with such a high threshold. Chen Mobai, feeling helpless, had no choice but to abandon his inquiry. However, he did glean that practicing the devouring technique could lead to a fate akin to Gu Changfeng's, resulting in an explosive demise. But then another question arose. Mastering the devouring technique required an alchemical furnace. Over the years, Gu Changfeng had taken only King as a disciple. Could it be that? Contemplating the worst-case scenario, Chen Mobai furrowed his brow, sensing the need to find a way to verify whether the so-called seed had been planted within King's spiritual sea. Yet, even if he verified it, he had no means of intervention. Gu Changfeng was a foundation establishment cultivator. What could a mere Qi refinement 6-layer cultivator like him possibly do if she had indeed manipulated King? A wave of helplessness washed over him. This was the first time he felt an urgent need for power. Whereas his previous training had been motivated by fulfilling his parents' expectations and the joy of personal breakthroughs. Now Chen Mobai's pursuit of cultivation was imbued with a desire to escape this sense of impotence. Seated on the cushion in the water mansion, he retrieved a vial of the qi-replenishing spirit water that King had prepared. After contemplating it for a moment, his gaze hardened. He uncorked the vial and drank it down in one go. For 7 consecutive days, Chen Mobai attended classes, utilizing his newly acquired spiritual awareness to catch up on missed lessons. In the school's cultivation chamber, he focused on nurturing his spirit. After classes, he engaged in heartfelt conversations with King, and upon returning home, he continued to cultivate in the water mansion. During his spare moments, he also read the books he had purchased from the Nanxi market. Both his knowledge and cultivation, along with his spiritual awareness, steadily progressed. The price of first-tier magical artifacts is limited, yet the market is vast, with meager profits. Except for truly exquisite pieces, most will only undergo initial evaluations. Furthermore, many shops merely require a certification from an appraiser, primarily for the sake of selling, without investing significant funds in thorough appraisals. Chen Mobai inquired about the price, and due to Wu Wan being a newly appointed appraiser with limited achievements and insufficient points, the fee was relatively low. This artifact is of average quality within the first tier. I shall charge you 200 merit points. After a brief examination, Wu Wan had a rough understanding of the needle case's grade and offered a price that made Chen Mobai wince. This amount could purchase 6 Qingjin talismans. However, recalling the rigid image of himself wielding the flying needles and the perilous nature of the eastern wilderness where the water manor is located, Chen Mobai gritted his teeth and consented. Once the price was settled, Wu Wan placed the needle case on a workbench in the corner of the shop and began the appraisal using his expertise. He first measured the intensity of the spiritual energy to confirm its grade. The crafting technique was somewhat unconventional, but based on the overall fluctuations of spiritual energy and materials. Categorizing it as an average first-tier artifact was indisputable. Wu Wan then produced a piece of A4 size certification paper standardized by the Immortal Gate, filling in his assessment in the sections for grade and material. The needle case was sculpted from a solid block of magnetite. To ascertain the specific type of magnet and its place of origin would require a second-tier appraisal. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. The flying needle is composed of a mixture of several metals that react vigorously to magnetic forces. Even if you wish to conduct a secondary level of authentication, I am unable to assist, as it requires specialized instruments. This artifact is indeed a clever creation, demanding little in terms of spiritual energy. The key to mastering it lies within the needle case. Once one can skillfully control the magnetic force, the flying needle can be effortlessly maneuvered. Wu Wan, being an accomplished appraiser, did not even infuse it with spiritual energy. Instead, he relied solely on his wealth of knowledge to elucidate the crafting techniques and usage tips of this needle case in great detail. Chen Mobai felt a wave of embarrassment as he recalled his time in the school's training room, where he had completely overlooked this needle case, treating it merely as a storage unit while relentlessly channeling spiritual energy into the flying needle. It was no wonder that after merely 3 minutes of control, he found himself depleted of energy, mistakenly attributing it to his insufficient cultivation. The error lay in his method, which explained the inefficiency he experienced. Chapter 15. Fabricated Transactions Guest. If the information is correct, I am about to affix my professional seal. Within the shop, Wu Wan handed Chen Mobai a hard paper certification that contained the details of the artifact's owner for confirmation. He then solemnly opened a safe, retrieving a crimson seal. Without the need for ink, he directly pressed it onto the certification, revealing a vibrant red oval seal of a first-tier appraiser. At the center of the seal were Wu Wan's neatly written characters, with the upper semicircle denoting first-tier appraiser and the lower semicircle adorned with a series of arranged numerals. Chapter 60. The Thunder Technique of Rainwater in the 19 Nations of the East Wilderness. There are 7 prominent sects in total, namely, the Huitian Valley, the 5 Elements Sect, the Jingguang Cliff, the Divine Wood Sect, the Lujia Mountain, the Hushan Peak, and the Chue Shui Palace. Among these, the 5 Elements Sect was originally the overlord of the East Wilderness. However, 50 years ago, following the passing of the sole Yuanying ancestor, the sect experienced a division in its 5 lineage inheritance, resulting in the emergence of the Jingguang Cliff and the Divine Wood Sect. Nevertheless, the 5 Elements Sect, though diminished, remains the foremost power in the East Wilderness. Throughout the East Wilderness, these 7 sects monopolized the supply of foundation establishment pills, other scattered cultivators, or families of cultivators, as well as disciples from smaller sects, seeking these pills, must turn to the 7 major sects for assistance. Typically, scattered cultivators strive to join one of these sects directly, becoming disciples in hopes of earning enough merit within the sect to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Meanwhile, the descendants of cultivating families and smaller sects may exchange rare resources like spirit stones and medicinal herbs for such pills. Periodically, the 7 sects will release batches of foundation establishment pills to supply the lower cultivation forces. Additionally, external merchant guilds occasionally open markets, offering a limited supply of foundation establishment pills to stimulate the East Wilderness market. The Nangxi market, located in the Yun Kingdom, was once a subordinate force of the 5 Elements Sect. After the schism of the Divine Wood Sect, it became a borderland between the 2 sections. Following several conflicts, both sects supported 2 cultivating families, controlling mundane powers while gradually harvesting the Yun Kingdom's cultivating resources. To ensure their absolute dominance, both sects recruit cultivators with spiritual roots from the Yun Kingdom every 10 years. The 5 Elements Sect, being the overlord of Yun Kingdom, maintains deep roots in the secular realm, and when children with spiritual roots are identified, their parents typically send them to the 5 Elements Sect rather than the Divine Wood Sect. The Divine Wood Sect's leaders, observing their disadvantage in the secular competition, have shifted their focus to the scattered cultivators. This approach not only allows them to recruit disciples with some foundational skills, thus saving on spirit stones, but also eliminates the need to search for suitable candidates in the vast mundane world. The only drawback is that the character of scattered cultivators can be unpredictable, making them less reliable than those nurtured from a young age within the 5 Elements Sect. It is important to note that the 5 Elements Sect does accept scattered cultivators, albeit with strict requirements. It is rumored that those entering from this background must undergo a hard examination to ensure their loyalty. After reviewing the introduction to the Divine Wood Sect, Chen Mobai also examined the details of the 5 Elements Sect, correlating this with the records in the Water Mansion. He began to grasp the reasons behind Lu Kanpei's mysterious disappearance 50 years ago. 50 years prior, the only Yuanying figure in the East Wilderness, the Hunyuan ancestor of the 5 Elements Sect, passed away, leading to a bloody split between the Jin and Wood lineages. It is likely that Lu Kanpei was summoned back to the 5 Elements Sect during this tumultuous time and possibly fell victim to internal strife. The subsequent 20 years were marked by fierce battles between the 5 Elements Sect and the splinter groups of the Jingguang Cliff and the Divine Wood Sect. During this war, the second-tier spiritual vein of the Water Mansion was rendered worthless and consequently forgotten. With this understanding, everything began to make sense. Seated within the Water Mansion, Chen Mobai synthesized the information he had gathered over the past days. Overviews of the East Wilderness sects, distribution maps of cultivating forces in the Yun Kingdom, and records of significant figures in East Wilderness cultivation into a coherent timeline, revealing the reasons for the current vacancy of the Water Mansion. However, in the last 20 years, the Five Elements sect has tacitly accepted the division of the Jingguang Cliff and the Divine Wood sect, solidifying the power structure of the seven sects in the East Wilderness. It stands to reason that the Water Mansion is still documented within the archives of the Five Elements sect. Might they come seeking its reclamation? A troubling thought crossed Chen Mobai's mind. Lu Kanpei's purpose in cultivating fish and bamboo here primarily served the appetites of a certain Golden Core ancestor. While the Five Elements sect might overlook this minor second-tier spiritual land, what if this Golden Core ancestor suddenly recalled the matter? At this moment, Chen Mobai wished fervently that this Golden Core ancestor had perished in the internal conflict of the Five Elements sect 50 years ago, or had sustained severe injuries requiring prolonged recovery, thereby forgetting the existence of this water mansion dedicated to fish and bamboo cultivation. Yet, as this thought took root, the once secure feeling he had within the water mansion began to wane. After all, this was the spiritual vein of the Five Elements sect. If they discovered an outsider like him occupying it, they would undoubtedly show him no kindness. Perhaps, he contemplated, he should find a way to join the Five Elements sect after all. Chen Mobai had developed a certain attachment to this secret base, and the prospect of leaving filled him with reluctance. However, joining the Five Elements sect was no trivial matter, should he be scrutinized. Revealing the existence of the Earth elemental star, it could potentially instigate a cataclysmic war between realms. Recalling the staggering casualties chronicled in the annals of celestial history during previous wars, Chen Mobai resolved to exercise caution. To avert a tragedy that could lead to the devastation of lives across both realms, he would seek admission to the more lenient Divine Wood sect instead. Yet, before departing, he felt compelled to explore the two sealed side chambers, curious about what treasures they might harbor. Clarifying his short-term objective of joining the Divine Wood sect and his long-term goal of acquiring Foundation establishment pills, Chen Mobai turned his gaze toward the two chambers sealed by the Thunder Technique. These two barriers possessed a formidable power, crafted by Lu Kanpei, who had reached the 9th level of Qi training. Known as the Ruin Water Thunder Technique, it complemented the Blackwater art, which Chen Mobai had learned about from the cultivation notes left behind by Lu Kanpei in the side chamber of the study. The elder who perished in the Water Mansion was likely Lu Kanpei's disciple. As the complete Blackwater art he possessed closely aligned with the records in Lu Kanpei's notes. The only formidable technique not passed down was the Ruin Water Thunder Technique, which required mastery at the 9th level of Qi training to wield. In the notes of the Blackwater art, Lu Kanpei recorded an encounter where he once rescued a young man who had fallen into the water. Upon recognizing the youth's spiritual roots, he took him as a named disciple to alleviate the burdens of his fish and bamboo cultivation by teaching him the Blackwater art. The Ruin Water Thunder Technique is a restrictive formation that harnesses the spiritual energy of the water vein. However, it is not interconnected with the main array, and one can deplete its power through persistent attacks with spirit talismans until it dissipates. Initially, Chen Mobai believed that the treasures within the Water Mansion would eventually belong to him, so he had no urgency, planning to wait until he reached the later stages of Qi training to cultivate a potent technique to gradually dismantle the barriers. However, it now seemed imperative to invest in powerful spirit talismans or magical artifacts. He knew that one of the chambers certainly housed the jade bamboo, but he was uncertain whether it had withered away after 50 years of neglect or thrived in greater abundance. Chapter 61. The Four Elements Pavilion. Recently, Chen Mobai has experienced a stroke of remarkable fortune. In the bustling market of Nengxi Fengshe, his talismans have gained traction, and upon returning to the Diyuan Star, auspicious news from King V has also arrived. The Baoping Apothecary possesses a long and used alchemy chamber, equipped with all necessary facilities, allowing the production of Qi-replenishing spiritual water to recommence. This revelation has undoubtedly relieved Chen Mobai, as the absence of this spiritual water over the past few days has significantly hindered his cultivation speed, leaving him, accustomed to high efficiency, somewhat disoriented. However, after King V embarked on the second round of refining the Qi-replenishing spiritual water, Chen Mobai found himself beset by a new concern: where to procure the primary and auxiliary medicinal ingredients for his next purchase. Although he currently possesses 24 spirit stones, he hesitated to exchange them for merit points at the bank. The production of first-tier, mid-grade qi replenishing spiritual water takes approximately 5 days. The rental period for the alchemy chamber at Baoping Apothecary is 1 month. And King suggested maximizing resources by purchasing several batches of materials to ensure sufficient supply to elevate Chen Mobai's cultivation to the 7th layer of qi training within this time frame. Following King's efficiency, at least 3 additional batches of materials would be required. After much contemplation, Chen Mobai ultimately found himself at an impasse. He took 1 spirit stone and went to the 5 Elements Sex exchange shop in Ningxi Fangshi to convert it into gold, subsequently seeking out Wu Wan. The quality of the gold remained unchanged, but he could only acquire the same quantity as last time, which was 40 pieces, priced at 300 merit points. After weighing the gold bars and assessing their purity, Wu Wan hesitated before deciding to be magnanimous and only took 40 out of the 100 bars before him. "Oh, Master Wu, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Mobai inquired, somewhat perplexed. "You know that gold is a regulated resource by the immortal sect. All of us gold merchants are registered with the Immortal Commerce Bureau, and prior to obtaining our business licenses, we were informed that if a single individual accumulates transactions exceeding 10,000 merit points in our shops, we must proactively report to the market regulatory authorities," Wu Wan explained. Chen Mobai felt a cold sweat break out at this revelation. "Thank you, Master Wu," he said earnestly, to which Wu Wan waved dismissively. Putting on gloves and placing the 40 gold bars into his safe, before transferring 300 merit points to Chen Mobai via his phone. "You have traded gold with me twice, and you are just 850 points shy of the 10,000 merit points limit. If you truly require merit points, I could take 5 more, which would just fit within the limit. However, if the Immortal Commerce Bureau randomly selects to audit my small shop at year-end, such a conspicuous transaction could draw scrutiny. Therefore, I suggest limiting this transaction to 40 pieces. Even if we are audited, I have several clients like you. And with a little adjustment to the records, the immortal sect will likely turn a blind eye." After failing to establish a foundation, Wu Wan seemed to have adopted a more open-minded approach, focusing entirely on his business and treating Chen Mobai with sincerity, offering careful advice regarding the gold transaction. "Of course, if you are in urgent need of merit points, I can recommend a few colleagues. Just be cautious not to exceed 10,000 merit points. However, as a newcomer, some merchants may still choose to report to the immortal sect," Wu Wan cautioned. Hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The origins of his possessions were already somewhat dubious, and if the relevant authorities from the immortal sect were to take notice, it could spell trouble. "I almost forgot. If you were to register a company, you could bypass the 10,000 limit, and our transactions would be recorded as business to business. This way, when year-end points are returned, you could even enjoy some discounts," Wu Wan suggested. However, Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. At merely 18 years of age, registering a company solely for gold trading would only attract further attention. Before departing, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude to Wu Wan once more, resolving to abandon the notion of exchanging gold through the Tianhe realm. Since that avenue was closed off, perhaps his earlier thoughts could be revisited. In Ningxi Fangshi, clad in traditional attire, Chen Mobai entered a shop established by a local cultivation family. Due to its proximity to the Yunming Marsh, Yun country boasts abundant spiritual energy. Many cultivation families cultivate medicinal fields along the water veins, both to train their own alchemists and to supply larger sects like the Huitian Valley. Moreover, after cultivating century-old spiritual herbs, they can exchange them for foundation establishment pills, making medicinal fields a treasured asset for these families. However, since Huitian Valley only accepts high-quality herbs, many lower-grade, mature herbs end up being sold in nearby market shops. This 3-story establishment, known as the 4 Elements Pavilion, is one of the 4 foundation families in the market, owned by the Liu family. Chen Mobai had heard from King that herbs possess 4 distinct properties: cold, hot, warm, and cool, collectively referred to as the 4 elements, hence the shop's name. "Are you here to purchase spiritual herbs or elixirs?" Upon entering, a beautiful female cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi training approached him, admiring his exquisitely crafted attire with a warm smile. "I have 3 types of herbs required by my elder for alchemy, but I am unsure of their identities. Could you assist me in identifying whether you have them here?" Chen Mobai presented the 3 primary ingredients for qi replenishing spiritual water that he had obtained from King. The female cultivator nodded, taking the herbs on a tray. "These are by Ji, Zhui Zhu Chao, and Zhe Li, 3 commonly found spiritual herbs. We have all of them in stock. How much would you like, esteemed customer? The cultivator appeared knowledgeable about the materials, examining, smelling, and handling them before offering names that differed significantly from those on Diyuan Star. What are the prices like? These are the most common herbs, priced at 1 spirit stone per pound, and all 3 have the same price. Chen Mobai calculated that 1 pound of herbs could yield 5 batches, even if King could only successfully refine 10 vials at a time. It would suffice for his cultivation to reach the 7th layer of Qi training. The price was entirely acceptable, and with these herbs, he would only need to procure 4 auxiliary ingredients on Diyuan Star. Then I shall purchase 1 pound of each. The beautiful female cultivator maintained her cheerful demeanor and promptly guided Chen Mobai upstairs. It was there that he learned the 2nd floor was dedicated to the sale of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, while the 3rd floor featured elixirs crafted by their family, with a new batch of gathering elixirs recently introduced for promotion. However, given that elixirs from the Tianhe realm were often tainted with excessive toxins, Chen Mobai refrained from making any purchases, opting instead to pay for the herbs and exit directly. Chapter 62, Spirit Essence at the Baoping Pharmacy. Chen Mobai gazed at the sign at the entrance, producing the access card given to him by King. The guard scanned it, allowing him to enter. Just in time, this was the successfully blended spirit water. All that remained was for him to bottle it. As one of the premier pharmacies in Danxia City, the Baoping Pharmacy was equipped with comprehensive facilities. King, clad in a white lab coat, handed him a flask of standard energy-restoring spirit water and pointed to a table nearby, where a dozen glass tubes stood neatly in a rack. What about the rest? Chen Mobai inquired, placing his 3 large bags of medicinal herbs down. He accepted the flask and began the bottling process. Casting a glance at the additional liquid in the basin, this raw liquid exceeds the acceptable toxicity levels. After collection, it must be placed in specialized disposal bags, which you will hand over to the recycling personnel at Baoping Pharmacy before you leave. They will ensure it is destroyed, King explained. Retrieving a rolled plastic bag from a cabinet on the wall, with a surge of spiritual power, it expanded into a square disposal bag. This batch contains 20 tubes. Your skills have certainly improved. Chen Mobai meticulously filled the glass tubes with the diluted spirit water from the flask, sealing each one securely. The equipment here surpasses that of my previous teacher's pharmacy, and with the practical experience I've gained, my proficiency has undoubtedly advanced. Had I not been unfamiliar with this facility, I could have produced nearly 25 tubes, achieving close to a 50 success rate. King remarked, having already packaged the non-compliant liquid into a designated toxic waste bin. Are these the next batch of herbs? Let me take a look. She opened the 3 main herbs Chen Mobai had brought from the Tianhe realm, inhaling their fragrance, and her eyes sparkled with interest. The age and efficacy of these herbs surpassed those from my previous 2 online purchases. Next time, we might even produce 30 tubes, she noted, eliciting a smile from Chen Mobai, who had initially feared that the herbs from the Tianhe realm might not meet the required standards. However, their preservation was mediocre, with some potency already diminished, necessitating prompt usage. After confirming the 3 herbs, King delivered some disappointing news. This was to be expected, as the alchemical techniques on Diyuan Star have reached unprecedented heights, with various preservation methods tailored to the distinct properties of each herb. Some even utilize temperature-controlled storage to maintain optimal potency. In contrast, the Tianhe realm likely only offers dry, ventilated, and cool conditions, managing to preserve a significant portion of potency, a result of the diligent efforts of those cultivation families. By the way, how does your teacher charge for the energy-restoring spirit water sold to Baoping Pharmacy? Chen Mobai asked. Contemplating a powerful talisman he intended to purchase to break through the Ren Water Thunder method within the Water Palace, yet lacking sufficient merits. My teacher only charges a processing fee. The raw materials are provided by the client. Regardless of the final yield, each processing yields a fee of 1,000 merits. Just 1,000 for each batch? That seems incredibly lucrative, Chen Mobai remarked, prompting King to pull out a calculator to crunch some numbers. Baoping Pharmacy has its own cultivated fields and factories. The estimated cost of primary and auxiliary materials is around 2,000. My teacher's success rate for crafting mid-tier energy-restoring spirit water is typically over 95. He supplies them with 40 tubes each time. And at the market price of 200 merits per tube, he could sell for 8,000 merits. After deducting the processing fee of 1,000, the material cost of 2,000, and various other expenses, Baoping Pharmacy nets a profit of at least 4,000 merits from each batch. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but reflect. It seems that selling medicine is indeed a profitable venture. However, he acknowledged the substantial costs associated with maintaining such a large operation, including wages for the fields and factories. Nevertheless, the consensus within the cultivation circles is that the pharmaceutical industry is one of the most accessible paths to wealth. Among the four branches of the immortal sect, spell, pill, tool, and formation, only the talismans for practical use are readily marketable. Due to low barriers to entry and fierce competition, they yield meager profits. The same applies to magical tools. Combat-oriented items rarely fetch high prices, while only culinary utensils and transportation devices like airships and cars prove profitable. Formations are even more niche, primarily customized for individual clients, emphasizing brand reputation, with few manufacturers in that sector. In contrast, the realm of elixirs has reached an extreme level of maturity, essential for every cultivator's advancement. However, the sect imposes strict controls, continuously raising standards. After millennia of intense competition, only 6 major pharmaceutical giants, including Baoping Pharmacy, have emerged. These giants essentially monopolize the market. Were it not for the sect's stringent price regulations, ordinary cultivators like Chen Mobai might find it impossible to afford even a single elixir. Unfortunately, I am not crafting the energy-restoring spirit water for Baoping Pharmacy. Otherwise, they would provide spirit essence, ensuring an 80% success rate for each batch, King limited. Glancing at the toxic waste bin filled with raw liquid. Spirit essence? What is that? Is it another auxiliary herb? Chen Mobai inquired. Yes, it is somewhat similar, a specialized auxiliary herb used by major pharmacies to filter out toxicity. My teacher's high success rate of over 95 is attributable not only to his exceptional skills but also to the spirit essence supplied by Baoping Pharmacy. Can this spirit essence be purchased? You underestimate its significance. Spirit essence is the foundation upon which these pharmaceutical giants have emerged after centuries of market competition within the sect. Even if an ordinary pharmacy produced a 4th-tier alchemist, lacking spirit essence would limit their success to a mere century, unable to compete with the giants. Chen Mobai considered the multitude of alchemists within the sect, all aspired for greater heights, and ultimately joined one of the 6 major pharmaceutical firms. Is spirit essence exclusive to these 6 major companies? Not entirely. Spirit essence is derived from crushed spirit stones that have exhausted their spiritual energy, and while some can be collected from various channels, only the 6 leading firms, backed by the sect or the 4 great academies, possess vast reserves of spirit stones. Stunned by this revelation, Chen Mobai exclaimed, "What did you say?" The spirit essence is made from depleted spirit stones. That material can be repurposed in such a manner. He felt a wave of admiration for the frugality of the cultivators on Dun Star. Chapter 63. The Heavenly Spirit Root. Chen Mobai recalled that he had a used spirit stone tucked away in the drawer of his room and immediately rushed back to retrieve it. This stone, when crushed into spiritual essence, could filter 2 portions of raw liquid's medicinal toxicity, though it required a specific reagent. Qingnu did not inquire why Chen Mobai possessed such an item. She had already accepted that her benefactor must have descended from a prominent lineage of cultivators. Now reduced to a somewhat fallen young master. Is the reagent available for purchase? Yes, it is quite affordable. A large canister can be acquired for just 100 merit points, sufficient to synthesize 50 portions of spiritual essence. Qingnu's words brought a sigh of relief to Chen Mobai. His merit points were dwindling, and while he could procure the 3 primary herbs needed for the energy-replenishing spiritual water from the Tianhe realm, the 4 auxiliary herbs were only available on the Dun Star. Consequently, his merit points could only afford 3 concoctions. Must I forego the flavoring agent? Upon reviewing the auxiliary herbs, Qingnu noted the absence of this particular ingredient. Chen Mobai shook his head, indicating that his pocket money had run dry, and he could only save a little here. In that case, I will first concoct a portion of spiritual water without the flavoring agent. You may sample it, if you can tolerate it. We can proceed similarly with the next few batches. As she spoke, Qingnu felt a lingering trepidation, having once tasted that bitter concoction. Chen Mobai nodded, contemplating acquiring some used spirit stones from the Nanjing Square Market. He gathered the 20 successful vials of energy-replenishing spiritual water and prepared to take his leave. By the way, since we are of the same age, how is your preparation for the college entrance examination going? At this moment, Chen Mobai expressed a hint of concern. It matters little whether I take the exam or not. as I have already been granted a recommendation by my school. Really? Which university? Jumong Dao Academy. Oh, that's a fine institution. Wait, did you say Dao Academy? Chen Mobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he sought confirmation, unsure if he had misheard. Indeed, Jumong Dao Academy. Do you think the Baoping apothecary would lend me this alchemy workshop if I weren't utilizing my own school's facilities? After a prolonged silence, Chen Mobai scrutinized Qingnu from head to toe, recalling his previous visit to the first high school of the Immortal Gate, where she had emerged wearing a mask and hat to conceal her identity. Initially, he had thought it was due to her beauty and the numerous admirers at school. It now seemed likely that her fame within the institution was the true reason. Now I understand why Gu Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator, could not resist taking you as a disciple. The seed of the heavenly spirit root is a temptation even for golden core masters. Chen Mobai sighed, reflecting on his prior ignorance. However, that is not entirely accurate. While the heavenly spirit root allows for rapid cultivation before forming a core, the absence of obstacles and bottlenecks in the early stages can lead to a lower success rate for core formation compared to those with ordinary roots who cultivate step by step. Among the current nascent soul experts in the Immortal Gate, only 4 originally possessed the heavenly spirit root. Thus, if resources are ample, my future achievements may not exceed yours. Qingnu shook her head, her words leaving Chen Mobai speechless. Not long ago, his lifelong aspiration had been simply to establish his foundation within his lifetime. What is your current cultivation level? 6th layer of Qi refinement. Chen Mobai felt somewhat reassured, as they were at the same level. However, he soon remembered that the spiritual energy in Qingnu's solitary apartment was only of low-grade quality, suggesting she could only practice for 2 hours each day in the school's training facility. To reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement under such circumstances was indeed remarkable for someone with a heavenly spirit root. You carry on. I shall return to my studies. Yes, come back tomorrow for the energy-replenishing spiritual water. After filtering the medicinal toxicity with the essence, we should be able to concoct around 15 more vials. Chen Mobai nodded, encouraging himself. With the opportunities presented by the Tianhe realm, if he were to become a major trader between the 2 realms in the future, resources like spirit stones would be abundant. Though he did not possess a heavenly spirit root, the future held promise. The next day, Chen Mobai visited the Nanjing Square Market, where he fortuitously encountered Qi Er at the entrance. The latter expressed his profound gratitude, claiming that without the Qingjin talisman, he would have perished in the Yunming Marsh. As their conversation progressed, Qi Er attempted to give Chen Mobai the 2 spirit stones he had earned as a reward, but Chen Mobai declined. Subsequently, he requested Qi Er's assistance in acquiring some used spirit stones, preferably those that had depleted their energy. Though Qi Er was puzzled, he took it upon himself to gather such stones from his acquaintances. Within half a day, he presented Chen Mobai with a total of 17 used spirit stones. Qi Er mentioned that he had purchased each stone for 10 taels of gold, and Chen Mobai nodded, handing him a banknote for 500 taels. These spiritual essences were more than sufficient for Qingnu's alchemical needs, so Chen Mobai did not linger further in the market. Inspired by Qingnu's acceptance to Jumong Dao Academy, he dedicated the following 2 months to an even more rigorous study regime. After securing enough energy-replenishing spiritual water, he abandoned the time-consuming task of setting up a stall, focusing solely on his studies and cultivation to achieve a commendable score on the college entrance examination. Even if I cannot gain admission to the 4 great Dao academies, at the very least, I must secure a place in one of the 10 great scholarchies. Let me set a modest goal, pure young scholarchy. Thus, Chen Mobai embarked on the most fervent 2 months of his life. Each night, he practiced Qi cultivation in the water mansion, and during the day, he attentively attended classes while reviewing the foundational knowledge he had neglected over the past 3 years, cultivating his consciousness. Akin to what ancient sages referred to as opening the mind, he unlocked the door to wisdom. Previously perplexing spells, formulas, talismans, and formations gradually became comprehensible after repeated readings. With occasional visits to his teacher's offices for guidance, his foundational knowledge solidified and his understanding deepened. However, what delighted Chen Mobai the most was his breakthrough in cultivation level. Owing to his unwavering commitment to the nurturing mind and forging spirit technique, he had successfully cultivated his consciousness early on, and the bottleneck of the late Qi refinement stage had long ceased to exist. Coupled with Qingnu's continuous supply of energy-replenishing spiritual water and the 2nd-grade spiritual energy in the water mansion, he finally reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement just a week before the entrance examination. At this juncture, Chen Mobai felt confident enough to pursue admission to one of the 4 great Tao academies. However, after attaining the 7th layer of Qi refinement, a significant question loomed before him. Should he continue cultivating the 5 elements technique or transition to the Pure Yang scroll? Chapter 64. Proxy of the Immortal Gate Network, Water Mansion. He clicked open his personal panel. Name, Chen Mobai. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Qi refinement. 7th layer, spiritual roots, metal 23, wood 27, water 30, fire 17, earth 10. Cultivation method, 5 elements technique, skills, water control, cleansing technique, spirit shield, Qi cultivation technique. Water manipulation, water element shield. Though the 5 elements technique is rather mundane, it possesses a unique advantage, the ability to utilize spells of any attribute. Although Chen Mobai has not practiced the black water technique, he has nonetheless mastered 3 spells documented within this exceptional environment of the Water Mansion. Among these, water manipulation is the simplest and has become second nature to him. The water element shield, initially a rudimentary skill, has seen remarkable progress since he attained spiritual awareness. He now only needs to refine a type of spiritual water known as black water to be able to cast it. However, the final spell, ice technique, remains elusive. Thus he has refrained from adding it to his skill repertoire. After some contemplation, Chen Mobai deemed it wise to approach his cultivation with caution. He resolved to continue practicing the 5 elements technique and, upon gaining admission to the Tao Academy, to seek counsel from the esteemed instructors there. If he were to gain entry into the Pure Yang Academy, he would undoubtedly switch to the Pure Yang scroll without hesitation. But what if fortune smiled upon him and he were to be accepted into one of the 4 great Tao academies? Perhaps there would be superior cultivation methods available beyond the Pure Yang scroll. In any case, the 5 elements technique allows for seamless conversion into any of the 5 elemental cultivation methods, granting him the flexibility to transition whenever he chooses. Take Master Qingping as an example. After achieving his nascent form through the 5 elements technique, he later transitioned to the primordial spirit cultivation method, the Jade Clear Sutra. Although it is reputed to be the weakest among its peers, he alone has reached such heights among his contemporaries. In terms of accomplishments, Master Qingping has already overshadowed 10 generations of celestial root cultivators and may even aspire to attain the primordial spirit. Reflecting on Master Qingping's journey enlightened Chen Mobai, instilling him with a newfound clarity. With merely a week remaining until the college entrance examination, there is little time to cultivate the 3-yang body. He could afford to set it aside for now and reconsider it after the entrance exams for the various Tao academies. He then recalled another matter and opened the turtle treasure. As expected, the proxy button glowed once again. Having broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he could now proxy another software application. Which one to choose? He scrolled through his application list, contemplating the comprehensive shopping software, Immortal Gate Network. Yet he was equally tempted by the Immortal Gate Spell Library. The spell library boasts a collection of all spells from the 4 great Tao academies and the 12 major schools of the Earth Yuan Star, claiming a total of 1,000,000 spells. It is revered alongside the National Library as one of the 2 great treasures of the Immortal Gate, rumored to contain divine powers derived from the celestial books by some venerable ancestors. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately chose the Immortal Gate Network. At present, he holds little ambition for spells. Practicality seemed the better option. He clicked on the proxy button and selected the Immortal Gate Network icon. The charming turtle emblem reappeared in the center of the screen, twirling briefly before merging into the newly registered user avatar in the top right corner, still depicting the turtle immortal. After the proxy was completed, he opened the interface of this new identity and discovered, as anticipated, that he still possessed only 3rd-tier privileges. It appeared that the software developed by the Immortal Gate had a level of protection distinct from that of civilian applications. However, 3rd-tier privileges were still quite sufficient. Upon accessing the official flagship store of the Immortal Gate, he found numerous new privileges had been added. For instance, free shipping, a significant advantage, as he typically only dared to purchase items shipped from locations in Danxia City or nearby cities. For the shipping costs from distant major cities often rivaled the value of the goods themselves. The original oil and gas resources of Earth Yuan Star had been depleted, and transportation now relied on spiritual liquid and stones, making swift journeys prohibitively expensive. In addition to free shipping, he could also receive information a month in advance about items available for purchase. However, The most remarkable privilege of a third-tier user was the ability to select one item released by the Immortal Gate each month, be it a pill or a magical artifact, and reserve it prior to the purchasing event. This meant that the moment the purchasing event began, his order page would automatically display this item, with the official assumption that he had secured it, requiring only payment to complete the transaction. Chen Mobai marveled at this feature but felt hesitant to utilize it, knowing that a single purchase would expose his identity. Nevertheless, having advanced knowledge of the items offered by the flagship stores on the Immortal Gate network was immensely beneficial to him. He speculated that the information accessible through the proxy was likely prearranged by the backend, and any last-minute changes from the flagship stores would probably fall outside this scope. As he pondered, he began to browse the list of pills scheduled for release over the next month. Notably, on the 5th, 18th, and 26th of the upcoming month, 3 batches of Foundation Establishment 3 treasures would be available at varying times throughout the day. Chen Mobai felt a surge of excitement if he could successfully purchase these items. Reselling them could yield at least a 20% profit, given the official pricing of 800,000 merit points per item. Securing just one would result in a pure profit of over 100,000 merit points. The dilemma, however, was that he lacked the capital necessary to compete in the purchasing frenzy. Armed with this knowledge, he could begin to devise a plan. Perhaps he could post online, claiming to have secured items without the funds to purchase them, inviting interested buyers to transfer money to him. While this might seem somewhat deceptive, finding a familiar acquaintance to vouch for him could yield results. For instance, there was Wu Wan, who engaged in business and likely had extensive connections. Although Chen Mobai had been diligently cultivating, he was also contemplating ways to generate income on Earth Yuan Star. Exchanging spiritual stones or selling gold was out of the question. He had considered selling the chi-replenishing spiritual water refined by the Green Maiden through his online shop. But since she lacked the qualifications to take the registration examination for an alchemist certificate, even if the refined spiritual water met all standards, few would dare to purchase it. On Earth Yuan Star, cultivators primarily sought pills from 6 major pharmaceutical factories or renowned alchemists. Lesser-known shops could only hope for business from familiar faces. Even Gu Chongfeng's pharmacy, operated by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, struggled to attract customers, let alone Chen Mobai's. Hence, proxying the Immortal Gate network was a well-considered decision aimed at alleviating his financial plight on Earth Yuan Star. The experience of living without money had been a bitter one for the past month, and the unadulterated chi-replenishing spiritual water was simply too harsh. Chapter 65, Spirit Elevation Powder. Only one day remains until the college entrance examination. Inside the classroom, the usually stern homeroom teacher, Chai Diyun, began fervently emphasizing the significance of the exam. According to statistical data, the success rate for students at the Danzhou Qi Xia Academy in foundational cultivation is a mere 2. This means that out of every 100 students, only 2 will succeed in their foundational cultivation. In contrast, students from the top 10 academies boast a success rate of 20. Taking our class of 49 students as an example, if all were to gain admission to one of these prestigious institutions, it would result in 10 successful cultivators, a truly remarkable honor. If one were to gain entry into the 4 great academies, the situation would be even more extraordinary. Despite a record low success rate last year, it still stands at an impressive 75. The benefits of achieving foundational cultivation are manifold. Not only does it significantly extend one's lifespan, but it also enables one to request a second-tier spiritual vein from the celestial sect, or even access the spell repository of the sect. Within the National Library, one could research even more powerful spells and formidable techniques. After successfully establishing a foundation, one could even find themselves in a position akin to that of the principal of their alma mater, who would likely gladly step aside. Listening to Chai Diyun's fervent address, Chen Mobai lowered his head, engrossed in his phone. He was engaged in a frantic attempt to purchase the Spirit Elevation Powder, which the Celestial Sect's official flagship store had just released. Although he was aware that it would go live at 9:38 a.m., he had been refreshing the page since 8:30 a.m. in eager anticipation. After all, there are numerous Golden Dan Realms practitioners within the Celestial Sect. While they have long since lost interest in the 3 treasures of foundational cultivation, one can never know if a junior might require them. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. Perhaps his earnestness moved the Celestial Sect. At the precise moment when 10,000 units of Spirit Elevation Powder became available, he swiftly secured an order. Yes, had he not been in the classroom, he might have leapt for joy and exuberance. What brings you such delight? His deskmate, Lu Hongxing, inquired. Intrigued by Chen Mobai's expression, I was casually browsing the celestial sect's website and fortuitously stumbled upon a fresh batch of spirit elevation powder. I managed to snag a unit, Chen Mobai replied, displaying the successful yet unpaid order screen on his phone. Your luck is truly extraordinary, Lu Hongsheng exclaimed, his eyes widening. A hint of envy lacing his tone. You really got one. At that moment, the homeroom teacher concluded his lecture, signaling a break. The two beautiful classmates seated in front of them turned, incredulous at the exchange. Chen Mobai shrugged and allowed others around him to glimpse the order screen on his phone. Wow. Instantly, admiration radiated from his peers as one quick-thinking classmate pulled out her phone to join the fray. It was as if a chain reaction had occurred. Everyone began logging onto the celestial sect's website, eager to procure the newly released spirit elevation powder. Oh no. I was just a moment too late. I saw there were still 3 units available. Lamented the first girl to realize the situation, slapping her desk in frustration. How could I be so foolish? Lu Hongxing banged his head against the wall, regretting not having acted immediately after Chen Mobai's notification. Whether he could afford it was beside the point. Many would be willing to cover the cost for him. Among the class, only Song Zheng remained seated, unmoved like a mountain. He believed he could at least gain admission to one of the top 10 academies, and when the time came for his first foundational cultivation, he would receive 2 of the 3 treasures for free. With sufficient merits, he could also purchase the remaining treasure from the school, thus completing the set. Therefore, Song Zheng harbored no interest in a mere unit of spirit elevation powder. The commotion had also caught the attention of the homeroom teacher, who was preparing to collect his materials to leave. Upon learning that Chen Mobai had secured the spirit elevation powder, a look of surprise crossed his face. Had he not already used his opportunity for foundational cultivation within the academy, he might have considered purchasing from this student. However, some astute students had already taken to their phones, quickly spreading the news. After all, the academy boasted several teachers at the 9th level of Qi training. Beep. Before the second class commenced, Chen Mobai unexpectedly received a text message from his teacher, Chan Si. I have a senior preparing for foundation establishment. If you are considering selling your spirit elevation powder, you might want to think about me. Chen Mobai was taken aback, as he never anticipated that the first person to approach him would be this particular instructor. He had intended for the entire class to be aware of his offering, as selling to a teacher at the school was decidedly preferable to dealing with unfamiliar individuals outside. Although the faculty of 5th High School of the Immortal Gate was rather average, the teachers employed there were of commendable moral character, alleviating any concerns about potential defaults on payment. Were it another instructor, Chen Mobai would have undoubtedly haggled for a better price. However, upon realizing the message was from Chan Si, he pondered briefly before replying with a simple okay. Fortunately, Old Ding had surpassed the age limit and no longer required the 3 treasures for foundation establishment. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dilemma deciding whom to sell the spirit elevation powder to if both teachers expressed interest. After class, the homeroom teacher, Chai Diyun, summoned Chen Mobai to his office. He was assisting another teacher who also wished to purchase the spirit elevation powder. However, upon learning that Chen Mobai had already promised it to Chan Si, the teacher left with a sense of disappointment. If memory serves correctly, Teacher Chan had never established a foundation, and should the need arise, she could procure the complete set of foundational treasures from the Danju Academy. As the other teacher departed, Chai Diyun suddenly inquired, and Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment before explaining that Chan Si was purchasing it on behalf of a senior. Chai Diyun nodded in understanding. Coincidentally, Chan Si was teaching a class next door that day, still within the school premises, and they arranged to meet after the morning session concluded. The 3 foundational treasures typically command a market premium of around 20%. How about I transfer you 160,000 merit points? Chan Si proposed. In the office, Chen Mobai nodded in response to her offer. Among the 3 treasures, the demand for spirit elevation powder was slightly lower, as there were numerous alternative elixirs and artifacts capable of serving the same purpose as compared to the Pulse Guardian pill and Qi condensing liquid. Even if he were to sell it to Wu Wan, the price might not reach such heights. After adjusting the delivery information for the order, he forwarded it to Chan Si for payment. She promptly transferred him 160,000 merit points after obtaining his account number. Upon receiving a notification from the bank regarding his new balance, Chen Mobai's hands trembled slightly, as he had never possessed so many merit points before. He chuckled at his own naivety, realizing that he was getting overly excited over just 160,000 merit points. By the way, the college entrance examination is in 2 days. How are your preparations coming along? Chen Si suddenly inquired. Chen Mobai smiled modestly. Participating in the entrance examinations for the 4 great academies and the 10 grand halls should pose no issue. Oh, congratulations then. However, this year's entrance examination is somewhat unique, and I fear your chances of passing may be rather slim. Really? Chapter 66. Collection of past examination papers. The specifics cannot be divulged, but the content of the entrance examination will be announced in a few days following the college entrance examination. With a tight-lipped demeanor, Xiao Si kept her thoughts to herself, leaving Chen Mobai to wrestle with his curiosity as he exited her office. In the school's cultivation chamber, Chen Mobai did not squander time. After practicing the nurturing thoughts and forging spirit technique for a while, he sensed his mind beginning to fatigue and decided to stop. He logged onto the internet to research the entrance exams from various prestigious academies over the past few years. Last year's entrance examination consisted of representatives from the academies setting up 9 interconnected formations, ranging from simple to complex. The threshold for admission to the 4 major academies required the breaking of 7 formations. Among all the students from Danxia City, the best performer managed to decipher 6 formations, ultimately gaining admission only to the Star Observation Academy among the top 10 institutions. Upon reading this, Chen Mobai furrowed his brow. He was not entirely ignorant of formations. Through persistent inquiry with Xiao Si, he had become proficient in the 2nd tier by Shui formation of the Water Mansion. By drawing parallels, he believed his understanding of formations ranked among the top 3 in his class. Thus, he confidently spent 100 points to download the past 10 years of entrance examination papers from the Immortal Gates question bank. 9 formations, like pearls strung together. The title of this collection was quite commendable. Chen Mobai mused as he retrieved his stationery from his bag, preparing to calculate the formations and begin solving the problems. Half an hour later, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he despondently set down his paper and pen. He had barely managed to decipher the first 2 formations. Upon reaching the 3rd, he found that nearly half of the knowledge and patterns exceeded his comprehension, surpassing even the content of the 9-year compulsory education curriculum. According to last year's results, deciphering 2 formations would allow a student to choose admission to one of the 120 Immortal Gate institutions. This meant that Chen Mobai's capabilities had reached their limit. However, he was unwilling to accept this reality, attributing it to the school's insufficient teaching on formations and his own lack of interest in delving deeper into the subject matter. Consequently, he switched to the examination papers from the year before last. That year, the 4 major academies had separate exams, with the Jiumong Academy testing the cultivation techniques of a particular spiritual herb, requiring students to elevate it from the 1st tier to the 2nd tier within a month. Chen Mobai was not well versed in spiritual values, so he skipped this section. The Weapon Dance Academy required each eligible student to refine a 6-ounce piece of iron essence into a flying sword, demanding a grade of 2nd tier or above. He bypassed this as well. The Repairing Heaven Academy's entrance exam involved mending a flawed formation plate. Yet again, it was a formation, which he chose to skip. With a flicker of hope, Chen Mobai examined the entrance exam questions from the Kunping Academy. Each student was to take a piece of 2nd tier by Jade Phoenix Bark, inscribe talismans upon it, gather the essence of thunder and fire, and upon successfully crafting a 2nd tier talisman, gain admission. His face remained expressionless as he continued to skip ahead, opening the examination papers from the year before that. To his dismay, this year's exam was even more varied, requiring teams of 10 to collaboratively cultivate a spiritual vein from 1st tier to 2nd tier, with the entire process being recorded on video. If successful, representatives of the academy would evaluate each team member's leadership, collaboration, and skill. Once again, they faced utter failure, with no candidates admitted to the 4 major academies. As he perused the examination papers from the previous 10 years, Chen Mobai felt a sense of detachment wash over him. Not a single year had he encountered questions he could confidently answer. However, he had never held high hopes for admission to the 4 major academies. His aspirations had always been directed towards the top 10 institutions, specifically the Puryang Academy and the Taiyuan Academy. After all, the artificial spirit from the National Library, based on his innate spiritual root talents, indicated a slight possibility for him to cultivate the Yuan Shun using the Pure Yang Scroll and Jade Clarity Scripture. One must trust the nation. With this consolation, Chen Mobai turned his attention to the entrance exam questions from the Pure Yang Academy and Taiyuan Academy within the top 10 institutions. Upon reviewing them, he found a glimmer of confidence. The requirements for students at the top 10 institutions were merely the pinnacle of 1st-tier knowledge. unlike the four major academies, which necessitated a foundational understanding of second-tier concepts to succeed in their entrance exams. Occasionally, if there were an influx of applicants in a given year, the standards would be raised to the second tier. However, after examining the 10-year collection of past papers, he discerned certain patterns. If the entrance examination for the four major academies and the top 10 institutions were combined, it would typically encompass the four foundational subjects: techniques, alchemy, weaponry, and formations, as these were fundamental areas that easily distinguished students' talents. If the exams were held separately, an array of peculiarities could emerge. For instance, the Pyongyang Academy emphasized mental state, while the Taiyuan Academy valued lineage and a strong consciousness. The Five Thunder Academy exempted students with thunder spiritual roots, and the Natural Academy did the same for those with rare spiritual roots. The Mountain Sea Academy sought to identify potential sword cultivators. Chen Mobai designated his first choice as the Pyongyang Academy, followed by the Taiyuan Academy, and his third choice being the local Qixia Academy. As for the four major academies, after reviewing the past examination papers, he found little confidence in his prospects. Noticing he still had some time left, Chen Mobai began browsing the flagship stores on the Immortal Gate website. He had his eye on a second-tier low-grade Xianmen Purple Fire Talisman, which the official store of the Pyongyang Academy would release at 6:45 p.m. that evening, with a price tag of 68,000 merit points. The timing was somewhat awkward, as he would typically be at the Water Mansion by then. However, he understood the reasoning behind it. The Immortal Gate aimed to accommodate every cultivator as much as possible, allowing everyone an opportunity, yet was constrained by the limited resources of the Diyuan Star. Thus, each release of pills, talismans, or magic tools occurred at uncertain times. This meant that within a single day, spanning 140 minutes, each flagship store could potentially unveil coveted items at any moment, while constant vigilance could guarantee the acquisition of desirable goods. The highly sought-after foundational pills, such as the 3 treasures of Foundation Establishment, were only released 3 times a month. Even Foundation Establishment cultivators could not afford to remain awake and glued to their screens for an entire month, awaiting product launches. This was the greatest fairness achievable by the Immortal Gate under the constraints of limited resources. Chen Mobai set an alarm for himself, reminding him to seize the opportunity to purchase the Xianmen Purple Fire Talisman produced by the Pyongyang Academy that evening. After leaving school, he resolved not to practice that day. The college entrance examination was just 2 days away. Even if he attempted to cultivate, his mind would remain unsettled. He called Chen No, inviting her to dinner that evening. He had previously promised to treat her to grilled fish. After returning home, Chen Mobai visited the Water Mansion, catching 2 descendants of the by-blood carp. He did not kill them, but delivered them directly to the enthusiastic owner of the grilled fish shop. After enjoying her meal, Chen No praised it profusely, declaring she had never tasted such delicious fish in her life. Chapter 67. The college entrance examination. On the day of the examination, Chen Xinglan hurriedly made her way from Qixia Academy to cheer on her son. In contrast to his parents, Chen Mobai appeared remarkably relaxed, confidently entering the examination hall with his admission ticket and stationery. Since mastering his spiritual awareness, he had diligently reviewed his textbooks, successfully grasping all the material within a span of 2 months. While he could not claim complete mastery, he had thoroughly comprehended all the key concepts, enabling him to effortlessly recall relevant information when faced with corresponding questions. On the first morning, he tackled the practical exam. Chen Mobai filled in the answers smoothly, only encountering a minor obstacle with the final question. This question delved into knowledge beyond the high school curriculum. However, being well prepared, he utilized his mental resources to deduce the missing elements of the spell, completing his answer. While it may not have been a flawless response, he filled in all the gaps. Amidst the furrowed brows of his peers, he calmly submitted his paper and exited. In the afternoon, he faced the alchemy exam. Although he had not studied this subject in depth, his interactions with Chen No over time had imparted some knowledge beyond the textbooks. After writing down everything he knew, he ceased to exert further effort, waiting patiently for the submission bell to ring. The following morning, he approached the instrument exam. The final question left him at a loss, and he could only endeavor to fill the page as best he could. Lastly, he encountered the formation exam. After smoothly completing the penultimate question, he approached the final challenge with a sense of exploration. Having navigated through 3 exams, he had discerned the pattern. The last question often incorporated knowledge beyond the textbooks, designed to challenge high scores. Each exam was worth 100 points. based on previous year's cutoff scores. A total of 330 points or more generally qualified candidates for the top 10 academies, while last year, the threshold for the 4 major colleges was 350 points. However, these scores fluctuated depending on the number of candidates. Upon reviewing the final question of the formation exam, Chen Mobai could hardly contain his delight. Please propose at least 2 methods to repair the incomplete ocean formation array. And list the functions of the 5 array flags in the correct order as per the complete diagram. He mused that if he could score above 90 in this subject, he would treat Teacher Chan to a meal. With that thought, he took out his ruler and, drawing upon his understanding of the Baishui array, began to construct the ocean formation. The principles of array formations remained constant, and the ocean array, like the Baishui array, was fundamentally rooted in water currents as a second-tier formation. Recalling the functions of the Baishui array flags, he meticulously matched them with the corresponding names provided in the question, filling them in one by one. Finally, he considered methods to repair the array plate. Having previously studied the Baishui Great Array and confirmed his understanding through online research and discussions with Chan Si, he was well prepared. Chen Mobai was a person who believed in preparing for eventualities, fearing a repeat of issues with the Baishui Great Array, thus storing more than 2 methods for repairing the grand arrays in his mind. Choosing the 2 most suitable methods from his memory, he filled in his answers with satisfaction. This formation exam consumed the most time and effort for him, and he completed it just 5 minutes before the submission bell rang. After a final check with his spiritual awareness, he set down his pen with a sigh of relief. He felt as though he had salvaged an additional 15 points. Despite his confidence in the last question, he realized that the Baishui array belonged to the Tianhe realm. And even with Chan Si's assistance in understanding it through the knowledge of the Earth Yuan star, it still differed from the ocean array. Scoring 15 out of 20 would leave him quite satisfied. With 320 points assured from the textbook knowledge, he felt confident he could achieve a perfect score there. Although he had struggled with the final question of the instrument exam, he believed he could earn some points on minor issues in the practical and alchemy exams. If he performed exceptionally well, he might just scrape together 350 points, qualifying him for the entrance examination of the 4 major colleges. For practitioners who had mastered spiritual awareness, the moment after completing the exam allowed them to estimate their scores with considerable accuracy. Chen Mobai was no exception. However, he refrained from checking the answers, wishing to leave himself some hope to maintain a good mood throughout the holiday. Liberation. At long last, it was over. To hell with the ocean array. After the college entrance examination concluded, the diverse emotions of students at the 5th High School of the Immortal Gate were vividly on display. Leaning against a corridor pillar, Chen Mobai observed his classmates' tumultuous emotional exchanges, suddenly feeling somewhat out of place. Since mastering his spiritual awareness, these emotions had transformed into nourishment for his mind, rendering him perpetually calm while gradually stripping him of the ordinary joys and sorrows of life. Is this what cultivation entails? Suddenly, Chen Mobai understood why those with higher cultivation levels tended to shy away from society. Yet, he also felt that this was not quite right. If the path of cultivation led one to lose their humanity, what meaning would there be in being immortal? Was it truly the case that immortals must sever ties with the mundane world? Lost in thought, he felt a pair of eyes upon him. Looking up, he saw Song Zheng. The two exchanged nods and simultaneously departed from the raucous classroom, stepping onto the schoolyard. You've just mastered spiritual awareness. It's natural to feel a bit disoriented. To avoid this, Yin Bing Xian and I decided to adopt a somewhat aloof demeanor, limiting our interactions with you, Song Zheng remarked, revealing that he too shared this experience. Does the path of cultivation ultimately lead to isolation? My teacher says that most cultivators in the Immortal Gate cultivate amidst the mundane world. Those who aspire to become hermits often meet their end in seclusion, Song Zheng continued. Upon hearing his words, Chen Mobai chuckled softly. However, considering the scarce resources on Earth Yuan Star and the monopolization of spiritual veins by the Immortal Gate, finding a remote mountain to live in without a supply of spiritual energy might indeed lead to such a fate. Which of the 10 great academies would you choose? Song Zheng inquired. Oh, do you have such confidence in me? Chen Mobai replied, puzzled as he and Song Zheng were not particularly close. My teacher mentioned that you often consult him regarding spells. If you're willing, we could refer to each other as brothers. If we attend the same academy in the future, we could look out for one another. Aren't you aiming for the 4 major colleges? I only managed to write out the final question of the instrument exam, so my overall score may not reach 350. At this point, the usually proud Song Zheng sighed. revealing a somber expression that Chen Mobai had never witnessed before. I would likely choose Puryang Academy and Taiyuan Academy, but I'm uncertain if they would accept me. Chen Mobai also shared his thoughts, acknowledging that despite their lack of familiarity, Old Ding had treated him well. My top 3 choices are Taiyuan Academy, Nature Academy, and Tianshu Academy. I hope we can attend Taiyuan Academy together. Chapter 68. Duel of Magic. When Chen Mobai and Song Zheng returned, their classmates gazed at them in astonishment. Song Zheng was infamous for his arrogance in class. Previously, during Yin Bingshuan's tenure, they would often spar against each other. However, after Yin Bingshuan's departure, Song Zheng had become a solitary figure, largely ignoring his peers. All right, we were just waiting for you two. Please take your seats. The homeroom teacher, Chai Diyun, gestured for them to return to their places. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Chai Diyun, typically stern, displayed a rare sense of humor upon seeing his students preparing to leave. Good news. The students responded in unison. This year, the top 10 academies are expanding their admissions and lowering the score thresholds. If you're fortunate enough to reach the 6th level of Qi training, you might even be accepted. Upon hearing this, half of the class erupted in cheers, though Lu Hongxing beside Chen Mobai felt deflated. As a 5th-level practitioner, the expansion meant little to him. Now that the good news is out of the way, it's time for the bad news, Chai Diyun continued, prompting the students to look up at him. He cleared his throat lightly. The admissions test content for the 4 major academies in the top 10 schools was distributed to high schools 2 days ago. For students dedicated to their studies, this might prove somewhat challenging. I refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid affecting your exam mindset. But now it seems appropriate to inform you. Upon hearing this, many students felt a pang of anxiety, including Song Zheng and Chen Mobai. The theme is 2 words, Duel of Magic. This will test your magical prowess. No one is allowed to use magical tools, pills, or formations, only your spells in combat. Those who advance further will be evaluated by representatives from the 4 major academies and the top 10 schools. However, the specifics regarding the order of combat and rules would be announced later, pending the release of score thresholds and the setup at the Danju Academy. It was possible that candidates from the 4 major academies and the top 10 schools would be separated based on their scores for the duels. After Chai Diyun's announcement, the class was left in a state of bewilderment. A duel? It seemed nearly a century since such a straightforward and brutal entrance examination had been conducted. Was this a selection for students with exceptional combative talents? Did this herald the onset of a grand conflict? Song Zheng murmured to himself, but his eyes soon sparkled with excitement. Trained under Ding Jinglu, he excelled in the art of spells, even having triumphed over Yin Bingxian. If it truly was a duel, his admission into the academy of his choice would be virtually guaranteed. If the score thresholds permitted, there might even be hope for the 4 major academies. Teacher, may we use talismans during the duel? Chen Mobai suddenly raised his hand to ask. Theoretically, talismans were a form of solidified spells and fell within the scope of dueling. However, if talismans were permitted, it would greatly benefit students from affluent backgrounds with long-standing traditions, and thus, I suspect their usage would be prohibited. We will have to await the official announcement from Danju Academy for specifics. Chai Diyun hesitated before responding, echoing Chen Mabai's thoughts. Talismans were categorized under the arts by the immortal sects, but as their activation required minimal spiritual energy and no preparation time, unrestricted use would effectively favor wealthy students. Subsequently, Chai Diyun addressed a few more student inquiries, gazing with mixed emotions at the 49 familiar faces before him. Though I wish to accompany you on this journey indefinitely, every path must eventually culminate. The road ahead is yours to traverse. With that, Chai Diyun declared class dismissed for the final time. He suppressed the wave of nostalgia rising within him and turned towards the door. Stand. The class leader's command resonated, and all students rose, bowing deeply to the teacher who had guided them for 3 years. Chai Diyun paused momentarily, but then hastened out of the classroom, seemingly unwilling to let his emotions affect the students. Feeling a surge of profound emotion within him, Chen Mobai closed his eyes to meditate, and upon opening them, he discovered his perception had expanded by 1/10. He began to grasp why enlightenment could elevate the soul. Every intense emotion propels growth. No wonder television dramas often depict cultivation protagonists breaking through after experiencing worldly trials. This indeed serves as a method of transcendence. Yet, there remains the possibility of complete descent into despair, shattering one's mental state. Let us have a farewell dinner for the whole class. How about the day after tomorrow? Class leader Mo Simin stood up and shouted, eliciting a loud response from most. while a few socially anxious individuals hesitated to voice their refusals. Come along, Lao Chun. We're soon to part ways, and who knows when we'll meet again. Lu Hongxing approached, a lover of lively gatherings, and upon noticing Chen Mobai's lack of response, he began to persuade him. The two beauties, Pu Jiangxue and Yu Shu, sitting in front, also joined in the encouragement. After contemplating, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Song Zheng decisively declined, opting instead to dedicate this time to mastering a powerful spell. Ultimately, his determination outshone the rest. Watching Song Zheng leave with such resolve, Chen Mobai could only smile wryly and shake his head. He was not lacking in emotional intelligence, rather. To embody such intelligence often meant compromising one's own satisfaction to appease others. Thus, he typically expressed his thoughts candidly, reminiscent of his first outing for grilled fish with Xianmen No. For cultivators, clarity of thought leads to the absence of inner demons. If one harbors unresolved grievances, future breakthroughs will undoubtedly be fraught with obstacles, potentially leading to a fractured mindset. I'm leaving now. Once you've settled on the time and place, just let me know. Chen Mobai informed Lu Hongxing before rising to depart. The latter opened his mouth as if to speak, but recalling the earlier moment of entering together with Song Zheng, he vaguely understood and ultimately nodded silently. Upon returning home, Chen Mobai searched for information regarding the duel in the entrance examinations of the immortal sect. 69 years prior, the Wangwu Cave Heaven had hosted a duel as part of its entrance exam. The eventual victor hailed from a military family. After all, dueling, in simple terms, is akin to fighting. Naturally, the most formidable fighters are soldiers. Even though the immortal sect's military had not engaged in life-and-death battles in recent centuries, the spirit of martial prowess and dueling had endured, ensuring their skills remained sharp through constant practice. In his research, Chen Mobai stumbled across an interview with the victor. If you wish to excel in dueling, practical experience is paramount. 3 years of spell practice cannot compare to 3 months of rigorous military training. You only see my victory but not the countless scars I bear from relentless training and healing. To Chen Mobai's surprise, the name of the victor was one he recognized, Lan Haitian. Chapter 69, The Art of Ice, a Duel of Magic. Chen Mobai pondered how to enhance his abilities in this regard. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of talismans. The various sects and academies of the immortal world would not indulge the children of affluent families, even if one were capable of utilizing them. There would undoubtedly be restrictions imposed. Therefore, the first step was to cultivate a few combat-appropriate spells. With this in mind, he accessed his personal panel. Name, Chen Mobai. Age, 18 years. Realm, Qi Refinement Level 7. Spiritual Roots, Gold 23, Wood 27, Water 30, Fire 17. Earth 10. Cultivation Method, 5 Elements Technique. Skills, Spirit Shield, Cleansing Technique, Energy Shield, Qi Cultivation Method, Water Control Technique. Water Elemental Shield. The only spells available for combat were the Spirit Shield, Water Control Technique, and Water Elemental Shield. Among these, the Water Elemental Shield required the refinement of a spiritual water known as black water, with the extraction method documented in the notes left by Lu Jianpei, necessitating the use of the Water Control Technique. However, Chen Mobai furrowed his brow in distress. According to the records in the Black Water Technique notes, extracting the black water required locating a spiritual spring long infused with the aura of water veins, followed by refining its essence with the Water Control Technique, and then washing it with spiritual stones and 6 different medicinal herbs from the Celestial River realm, a process that would take at least a month. After the college entrance examination, scores could be checked about 20 days later, and with the preparations for registration and group assignments once the cutoff scores were released, it seemed he would have precisely a month to prepare. Yet, even if luck were on Chen Mobai's side, and he succeeded in the extraction on his first attempt, he had no intention of squandering a precious month on refining black water. At the very least, he needed to master a formidable offensive spell. After all, the spells he currently possessed, whether the Spirit Shield or Water Elemental Shield, were primarily defensive, while the Water Control Technique leaned more towards support. Perhaps due to the prolonged peace in the immortal sects, Chen Mobai had always felt there was no necessity to cultivate spells for combat, even if battle were required. Talismans could serve as a substitute. Little did he know that this year's entrance examination for the Dao Academy would employ a straightforward and brutal method of dueling. The current circumstances compelled Chen Mobai to cultivate an offensive spell. He promptly opened the Immortal Sect spell library software, seeking a spell that suited him, one that could be learned quickly, possessed considerable power, and ideally complemented his existing skills. However, as merely a Qi refinement cultivator, he lacked the authority for the artificial spirit of the immortal sect spell library to make such precise assessments. At that moment, he regretted not opting for the proxy of the immortal sect spell library when he broke through to Qi refinement level 7. Yet, regret was futile. He could only search through auxiliary cultivation software for alternatives. He searched for the most powerful spells that practitioners of the 5 elements technique could cultivate. A plethora of results appeared, but most were spells of second tier or above, beyond his current capabilities. Some practitioners of the 5 elements technique shared their spell systems from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. However, after reviewing them, Chen Mobai felt disheartened. Virtually none were geared towards combat. Many were designed for convenience and cultivation. Although there were a few combat spells, none could be mastered in a mere month. Furthermore, to establish a cohesive system with both offensive and defensive capabilities, he would need to cultivate at least 2 spells, which was even more time-consuming. After scouring the internet, Chen Mobai found himself with no choice but to return to the Blackwater technique. This Qi refinement method from the Celestial River realm documented spells progressing from water control technique to water elemental shield and culminating in the ice art, a well-structured and coherent system. Moreover, Liu Jinpei's notes indicated that following the ice art, there was the Run Water Thunder technique. However, Chen Mobai had no interest in this water thunder technique. He merely hoped to master the ice art within a month. According to Liu Jinpei's notes, casting the ice art also required water, and using black water would double its potency. Black water. Just the thought of it made Chen Mobai's teeth ache. Yet, he quickly conceived a brilliant idea. He could obtain black water without having to refine it himself. When he sold the black water technique to Old he distinctly recalled Qi Air mentioning that he practiced this technique and had also reached Qi refinement level 7, thus he must have mastered the water elemental shield. Based on this reasoning, coupled with the unique social environment of the Celestial River realm, He-kun would undoubtedly seek ways to enhance his combat abilities, possibly possessing refined black water. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai sprang into action, immediately heading from the water mansion to the South Stream market, hoping for a stroke of luck in purchasing some. You're looking to buy black water? He-kun, who was selling techniques at a stall, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mobai's request, then shook his head in refusal. You're correct. I have refined a few bottles of black water, but these are my most treasured possessions. I barely have enough for myself, so how could I sell any to you? Chen Mobai, undeterred, pressed on. But Old He grew weary of his persistence, quoting an exorbitant price of 20 spiritual stones per bottle, effectively dissuading him. Don't blame me for being hard-hearted, young man. The refinement of black water is exceedingly difficult. I had to gather 6 types of herbs and still needed to hire an alchemist. Old Lu's alchemy skills are lacking. He fails 3 batches before succeeding once and charges me 1 spiritual stone as a fee. Altogether, the cost of a bottle of black water is around 5 spiritual stones. Moreover, you know that the subsequent ice art, enhanced with black water, will be exponentially more powerful. I plan to hunt cold serpents in the Yunming Marsh soon. Once successful, I will have little to fear from anyone of the same realm. He-kun, familiar with Chen Mobai and aware of his possession of numerous powerful talismans, did not wish to completely close the door, so after stating his high price, he further explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt even more frustrated. Had he not sold the ice art to Old He, it seemed the latter would not have valued black water so highly. It could only be said that every action, no matter how trivial, is predetermined by fate. Oh, can the cold serpent from Yuming Marsh aid in mastering the ice art? Chen Mobai quickly picked up on another piece of information from Old He's words and pressed for details. Indeed, the inner core of the cold serpent possesses an innate essence of ice, granting it the talent to shoot arrows of frozen water. Practitioners of the black water technique who consume a few of them can generally comprehend the breath of ice, thereby mastering the ice art. Is the Yuming Marsh dangerous? To say it is dangerous is to speak the truth. To say it is not dangerous is also valid. It depends on which area you venture into, and whether you go alone or in a group. Will it enhance a cultivator's combat skills? Chen Mobai inquired about the most pressing concern. Having read an interview article regarding Lan Haitian's victory in the dueling competition that led him to Kunping Academy, he understood that practical experience was the finest form of training. With the conditions for real combat lacking on the Dun Star, yet abundant within the Celestial River realm, and now knowing the method to rapidly master the ice art, he felt as if fate itself was guiding him toward a decisive resolution. Chapter 70. The 5 Elements Sect's shop. Upon hearing this, He-kun nodded affirmatively. Of course, within the depths of Yunming's One must engage in battles with demon beasts to reap any rewards. The further one ventures, the mightier the demon beasts become, and correspondingly, the spoils of victory grow more substantial. Demon beasts of the second tier and above possess inner cores essential for alchemy, which various sects are willing to pay handsomely to acquire. Many solitary cultivators seeking to exchange for foundation-building pills must risk their lives by delving deep and hunting demon beasts of the third tier or higher to obtain these inner cores. Chen Mobai was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the alchemy practices in the Tianhe realm would involve the inner cores of demon beasts, which diverged significantly from the methods on the Duyuan star. However, after a moment's contemplation, he found it understandable. On Duyuan star, tiered demon beasts were exceedingly rare, most being on the brink of extinction and listed as protected spiritual beasts by the immortal sections. It was a scandal even to inflict harm upon them, let alone slay them for their course. It seemed that the alchemical methods in Tianhe could indeed hold merit, provided one met the necessary standards for pill toxicity. With this in mind, Chen Mobai inquired about how to reach Yunmeng's. He Kun, who was preparing a team to hunt cold snakes, offered to bring him along if he followed instructions. He Kun was somewhat familiar with Chen Mobai and recognized his cultivation level of at least the 6th layer of qi refinement, along with his considerable store of powerful talismans. If he could join their team, it would certainly bolster their strength. When do you plan to depart? Chen Mobai felt a flicker of temptation, but, exercising caution, refrained from giving an immediate answer. In 3 days, including you, we will be a total of 7. After hunting the cold snakes, the spoils will be evenly divided. But the snake gallbladder must be given to me. Should there be a price difference, it will be compensated with spirit stones. I'll consider it and provide you with a response tomorrow, Chen Mobai concluded as he left He Kun's stall. He then sought out Qi Air to inquire about He Kun's reputation in Nangxi market. He discovered that it was generally favorable. Most cultivators who accompanied him returned safely, with only occasional casualties, which was considered a high survival rate in the perilous confines of Yunmeng's. Chen Mobai felt a slight alleviation of his concerns. At that moment, one of his stall neighbors, Lu Zhu, returned, prompting him to ask a few questions. You mentioned He Kun. There's something a bit suspicious about him. Oh? What do you mean? Chen Mobai's eyes widened as he leaned closer to Lu Zhu. The survival rate of his team is unusually high. Although I only operate at the fringes of Yunmeng's, I know that most teams suffer losses of about 10 to 20% each time they venture in. Yet his team consistently returns intact, which has always puzzled me. Upon hearing Lu Zhu's words, Chen Mobai began to ponder the reasons behind this phenomenon. The fact that his team returned safely could be explained in 2 ways. Either they did not venture beyond their capabilities, or they had a higher average cultivation level, were well prepared, and worked seamlessly together to handle unforeseen circumstances. Lu Zhu, hearing Chen Mobai's analysis, shook his head and proposed a chilling possibility. Perhaps they are deliberately crafted to establish a good reputation, luring outsiders into joining them. This thought sent a shiver down Chen Mobai's spine, recalling an incident when he entered the Water Mansion, where the initially cooperative elder and youth turned on each other during the spoils division. No, I must exercise greater caution. After expressing his gratitude to Lu Zhu, the latter shared various precautions for entering Yunmeng's and gifted him a small book titled Chronicles of the Dragon Descending in Yunmeng Dazhuan. This palm-sized volume contained legendary tales from the cultivation world that Lu Zhu typically read while managing his stall. Having finished it, he casually handed it to Chen Mobai, who thanked him and tucked it into his pocket. By the way, Brother Lu, do you know if anyone in the market is practicing the black water technique? Chen Mobai posed a crucial question. In the East Wilderness, where valor and combativeness reigned, cultivators typically learned various defensive spells. Those who had advanced to the later stages of the black water technique would likely carry some black water with them. There are many, as this technique originates from the water lineage of the 5 Elements sect, boasting a complete system and orderly transmission. However, solitary cultivators aiming to establish their foundation in this technique must inevitably join the 5 Elements sect, serving as a means for the major sects of the East Wilderness to control rogue cultivators. I recall seeing practitioners of the black water technique among the 5 Elements sect's cultivators in Yunmeng's. However, I cannot say whether it can be traded. Isn't there a 5 Elements sect shop in the market? You could inquire there. Lu Zhu's words jogged Chen Mobai's memory, and he promptly took his leave, eagerly heading towards the prominent shops on the central street of the market. The 5 Elements sect was one of the ruling powers in Nangxi market, operating 5 shops that dealt in spirit stones, gold, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, talismans, magical tools, and formations. indeed a formidable and prosperous entity. Chen Mobai entered the shop selling medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. Esteemed guest, we do have black water available for exchange within our sect, but unfortunately, we are currently out of stock. My apologies. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, displayed no airs of superiority. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's request, he appeared genuinely regretful. Is it possible to request a shipment from your sect's main branch? Chen Mobai inquired further, only to be met with a shake of the head. Alas, we lack the authority to request shipments. The items in this market are merely surplus from our sect, allowed here for our handling. Black water is generally only utilized by those of the water lineage, and even if there were excess, it would likely only be available at the market in Yunmeng's. After the shopkeeper's explanation, Chen Mobai understood that a trip to Yunmeng's was imperative. However, he was determined not to join He Kun's expedition. Before departing, he inquired about the price of black water within the 5-element sect, discovering it was quite steep, 10 spirit stones per vial. This was the internal price. If sold in the market outside the sect, it would command at least 15 spirit stones. Thank you for your assistance. Having obtained the information he sought, Chen Mobai returned to He Kun's stall, stating that he had urgent matters to attend to and would not be joining the team to hunt cold snakes in Yunmeng's. He Kun frowned, but refrained from further comment. Chen Mobai paid little heed to He Kun's thoughts and, following Lu Zhu's guidance, sought out a caravan in the market that transported spiritual camels. There were 3 ways to reach Yunmeng's. One could travel on foot, join one of these freight caravans, or pay 10 spirit stones to use a teleportation array. Chapter 71. The teleportation array. Walking on foot seemed a waste of time, especially since Chen Mobai was unfamiliar with the route. He contemplated experiencing the teleportation array, yet the exorbitant fee of 10 spirit stones deterred him. Thus, he opted for the caravan instead, which only cost 1 spirit stone, albeit requiring a 5-day journey. The 4 prominent cultivation families in Nanxi Fengshi included the Lu, Wu, Lu, and the last, the Luo family, known for nurturing spirit camels. Foundation establishment cultivators could fly using their artifacts for extended periods. But such esteemed members of cultivation families would never stoop to transporting goods, as it would be beneath their dignity. Consequently, the spirit camels were bred for this purpose. These spirit beasts could reach the 2nd tier, possessing remarkable endurance to travel 100 miles a day while carrying 1,000 pounds of cargo, unceasing for 7 days and nights. Through their expertise, the Luo family secured a substantial portion of the logistics business in Nanxi Fengshi. Due to the unique environment of Yunmeng's, where spirit rice could not be cultivated, it was necessary to source supplies from nearby markets in the Yun Kingdom periodically, in addition to their own spirit rice. The Luo family also packaged and sold Lu family spirit fish, Wu family spirit wood, and Lu family spirit herbs, while also handling fees for transportation to Yunmeng's. After paying a deposit, Chen Mobai received a ticket, only to discover that the departure was scheduled for 3 days later. Could it be that He Kun was also joining this caravan? To be cautious, he inquired with the fee collector, who indeed remembered He Kun, having booked 6 tickets at once, marking him as a significant client. Upon confirming that He Kun was on the same trip, Chen Mobai furrowed his brow and, after some contemplation, chose to refund his ticket, earning a disdainful glance from the Luo family cultivator. Nevertheless, 1 spirit stone was worth retrieving, and since he no longer intended to travel, he was resolute in reclaiming it. With the deposit returned, he wasted no time. The entrance exam for the Dao Academy was merely a month away, and he needed to master the ice technique within that time frame. Gritting his teeth, he entered the teleportation array located within the market. This small array had been established by the 5-element sect, but had been seized by the Divine Tree sect during the internal strife 50 years prior. The 2 factions had clashed multiple times, barely reaching an agreement, while the teleportation array remained nominally under the 5-element sect. The revenue from each use was split evenly with the Divine Tree sect. Reluctantly, Chen Mobai paid 10 spirit stones and waited nearly an hour until a group of 10 was assembled. As a silvery light flickered, he noticed a strange similarity to how Gu Bao had transported him from the Earth element star to the Tianhe realm. Could it be that this Gu Bao was a mobile teleportation array? Realizing he had stumbled upon a crucial insight, the scene before him suddenly brightened, and they found themselves in the Yunmeng's market. Upon arrival, a guardian counted the group, confirming that all 10 were present, and marked their attendance on a ledger. Chen Mobai followed the majority out of the teleportation array, discovering they had landed on an island surrounded by vast lakes, with abundant moisture in the air. Taking a deep breath, he felt the presence of at least mid-tier spirit energy in the atmosphere and nodded in approval. Circling the island, he found the market to be modest, comparable to Nanchi Fengshe, a fact he had already mentally prepared for. Lu Zhu had informed him that due to the multitude of islands and lakes in Yunmings, numerous markets were scattered across various islands, collectively referred to as the Yunmings market. The island they had arrived at was merely a foothold for the Yun Kingdom's cultivation community. The deeper one ventured, the more prosperous the markets became. Near the very center of Yunmings lay the stronghold of the Five Elements sect's water vein, Fenyu Dak. However, that area was also the site of the fiercest battles. Were it not for the suppression by the seven great sects, the third-tier demon beasts would have long since ravaged the East Wilderness. Chen Mobai did not linger. Following Lu Zhu's instructions to locate a ship marked with the Lu family's insignia at the dock, bound for the nearby largest island. The Qingguang Island market operated by the Divine Tree sect. On this island, neat rows of wooden houses stood atop spirit fields. This location served as one of the resting points for cultivators in Yunmings, with the Divine Tree sect providing protection, and it boasted a second-tier upper-grade spiritual vein, making it an ideal spot for both rest and cultivation. Upon inquiring about prices, Chen Mobai was taken aback to learn that the spiritually enriched areas cost 10 spirit stones per month. With scant resources, he could only rent a cave dwelling with the least spirit energy. The steward, unfazed, cheerfully accepted 1 spirit stone and led him to the lowest, dampest corner of the island. Dear friend, this area does accumulate water when it rains, but the spirit energy remains decent. After assessing the surrounding spirit energy, Chen Mobai found it to be upper tier, and his spirits lifted slightly. Once the steward departed, he activated the cave dwellings formation, causing a green light to shine on a stone at the entrance, indicating occupancy and protection from the Divine Tree sect. Inside, the single-story wooden structure featured a bed, a table, and 3 stools, quite rudimentary. After surveying the surroundings, he noted that nearly half of the dwellings were occupied, though his own location was less favorable, with the neighboring wooden houses standing empty. However, he preferred solitude. After tidying up with a cleaning spell, Chen Mobai ventured out to explore the Qingguang Island market. Due to the high foot traffic, the variety of goods available exceeded that of Nanchi Fengshe, although the prices were correspondingly higher. Inquiring about black water, he was fortunate to discover it available at a spirit medicine shop run by the Divine Tree sect, but at a price of 15 spirit stones, beyond his means. It seemed that before honing his combat skills, he needed to earn some money first. Thus, he resolved to return to his original trade, setting up a stall. Setting up a stall here was different. There was no need to pay fees to the Divine Tree sect, only to find an unoccupied spot. Chen Mobai spread out the blanket he had brought from Nanchi Fengshe in a corner and displayed a stack of talismans. Initially apprehensive about the lack of discerning customers, he soon realized that the cultivators in Yunmings were entirely different. Frequent encounters with demon beasts had created a high demand for talismans, and virtually every cultivator could assess their quality. Chen Mobai's talismans were of superior quality, and before long, he sold half of the low-tier talismans he had acquired from the Wood Spirit Talisman shop, and all of the mid-tier ones were gone. Even the sole upper-tier recovery talisman fetched 3 spirit stones from a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, holding 13 spirit stones and a stash of 20,000 taels and gold notes. He promptly headed to the Divine Tree Sect Spirit Medicine shop to purchase a vial of refined black water. Chapter 72. The Black Water System Inside the Wooden Cabin. Chen Mobai gazed at the black water on the table, which he had purchased with all his savings, and was overwhelmed with emotion. Had it not been for his urgent need, he would never have spent such a considerable amount of spirit stones. He hoped the results would be satisfactory. As he uncorked the bottle, a refreshing mist wafted upward. Upon inspection, although labeled as black water, it appeared remarkably clear, imbued with a subtle medicinal fragrance. The Divine Wood sect was indeed a prominent faction in the Eastern Wilderness, and the quality of their products was, at the very least, assured. Utilizing his water manipulation technique, the black water within the bottle transformed into a slender stream, resembling a necklace that floated above his palm. Following his conversation with Lu Shan, he became aware of the origins of this black water technique. It was one of the 7 cultivation methods of the Water Vein sect, capable of reaching the Golden Core realm. While it may not be the most formidable technique among the Water Vein practices, it held a notable reputation across the Eastern Wilderness. The essence of this technique lay in the refinement of black water, with subsequent magical advancements and the crafting of personal magical treasures relying on its continual evolution. Although Chen Mobai had no intention of practicing this technique, he found the structure of its magical system quite intriguing. In the realm of the Heavenly River, where rituals had collapsed and order was in disarray, practitioners frequently engaged in combat, thus placing great emphasis on breakthroughs in realms and the development of supportive techniques and magical artifacts to enhance combat capabilities. The Black Water technique exemplified a typical Heavenly River method, grounded in water manipulation, with black water as its core component. Once the black water was refined, it could be utilized for defensive spells like the Water Elemental Shield, followed by offensive techniques such as the Ice Breath, and ultimately advancing to the third-tier spell, the Water Thunder technique. All spells were predicated upon the foundation of black water. Chen Mobai began to manipulate the Water Elemental Shield, observing how the black water in his palm dispersed and floated gracefully to the center of the room, forming a delicate, translucent barrier. Compared to the basic magical shield employed by celestial sects, the Water Elemental Shield was far more agile. The magical shield provided a comprehensive defense by releasing all one's spirit energy at once, enveloping the entire body without any gaps. However, this method had a clear drawback. It completely depleted one's spirit energy, rendering it exceedingly wasteful. It was a defensive spell mandated by the celestial sects to ensure survival in dire situations. In contrast, the Water Elemental Shield allowed for the manipulation of the contained black water with a mere thought. One could preemptively direct all defensive energy toward the path of an oncoming attack. If the magical shield represented a clumsy form of all-encompassing defense, the Water Elemental Shield signified a predictive form of anticipatory defense, consuming only 1% of the energy required by the former. Thus, to master the Water Elemental Shield effectively, Chen Mobai needed to enhance his combat skills. He retrieved his needle case, preparing to test the shield's defensive capabilities. Fortunately, having cultivated his spiritual awareness, he found it easy to focus on two tasks simultaneously. With a swift motion, a yellow needle shot forth from the needle case, propelled by magnetic repulsion, resembling a bullet piercing through the air, striking the Water Elemental Shield situated before the wooden cabin's pillar. The thin, translucent water barrier responded to the sharp needle's impact, distorting to accommodate its form like a resilient gel. Yet, with continuous infusions of his spirit energy, the barrier remained intact, ultimately trapping the needle within its watery embrace. With a soft chime, the needle, having exhausted its magnetic force, fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Chen Mobai examined the water barrier, now merely shaped like a needlehead, and nodded in satisfaction. With a means for offense in the needle case and a defense in the Water Elemental Shield, he felt sufficiently secure to explore the periphery of the Yunming Marsh without significant danger. Having made this resolution, he further tested the limits of the Water Elemental Shield's defense while concurrently assessing the offensive potential of the needle case. In the late stages of his chi refinement, he found that this magical artifact was easily manageable. Half an hour later, having gained a clear understanding of the powers of both the needle case and the Water Elemental Shield, Chen Mobai stored them away. The 12 scattered needles throughout the cabin returned to their case, like fledglings returning to the nest, clattering as they were drawn back into the confined space. Meanwhile, the black water, under his water manipulation, fell gracefully like a string of pearls into the jade bottle. According to Lu Kanpei's cultivation notes, the black water also had usage limitations. Typically, after the Water Elemental Shield was employed 100 times, the medicinal spirit energy infused within would become overly depleted and require re-extraction and refinement, lest it become unreliable. After a brief period of recuperation to restore his exhausted spirit energy, Chen Mobai commenced his practice of the Ice Breath technique. This spell, too, necessitated black water, which he could shape into any form using his water manipulation, subsequently condensing his spirit energy to unleash a breath of ice, capable of freezing the black water to form defensive ice walls, offensive ice blades, or even ice arrows for ranged attacks. It was a remarkably versatile technique. However, compared to the Water Elemental Shield, the Ice Breath consumed significantly more black water. Typically, after freezing and melting 20 times, the black water would need to be reconstituted. Although Chen Mobai had just acquired this bottle of black water, he hesitated to use it for practicing the Ice Breath. Yet, in order to elevate his combat skills, mastering this spell was essential. He resolved to exert himself and later procure some spirit talismans to sell. Following Lu Kanpei's cultivation notes, he gathered the spirit energy within his dantian, beginning to circulate it at the 12th level of his cultivation. With a forceful exhale, He released a gust of air from his mouth, directing it toward the black water shaped into his staff before him through his water manipulation. Yet, no reaction occurred. It was a failure. With a sigh, Chen Mobai lamented his apparent lack of talent for spellcasting. Having practiced the ice breath since breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he had seen no progress whatsoever. Not only had he failed to solidify water into ice, but even the faintest sign of frost had eluded him. He also grumbled about the inadequacy of the spell descriptions in the Heavenly River realm. If only they were as detailed as the teachings provided by his instructors at the Diyuan Star Academy, who not only illustrated the spells, but also demonstrated the flow of spirit energy through the meridians with intricate videos. Perhaps he would have succeeded in mastering the ice breath. At that moment, his phone alarm chimed, signaling that it was time for him to return home. He silenced the alarm and, within the wooden cabin on Qinggu Island in the Yunming Marsh, clicked the Return to City button. He realized he needed to purchase more talismans, and fortunately, he had some funds available. It was a pity he had missed the last Xianyang Purple Fire Talisman. The Pure Yang Academy had been exceedingly stingy, releasing only 100 of them. Upon returning to his room, Chen Mobai muttered to himself as he began to wash up and change clothes. Today marked the farewell dinner for his classmates. Chapter 73. Procurement after changing out of his ancient-style attire into a more casual outfit. Chen Mobai picked up his phone and set out. As he walked, he placed orders for talismans online, confident in his spiritual awareness, which kept him from colliding with others. He returned to the Wood Spirit Talisman shop, where he had previously sold the Ascension Powder to his teacher's senior sister. Thanks to this transaction, he now possessed a substantial sum of legitimate funds, allowing him to purchase the talismans he had long desired but could not afford before. He quickly cleared out the first-tier low-grade and mid-grade talismans, spending a total of 11,600 merit points. Next, he bought 2 talismans for the first-tier high-grade, knowing he would soon venture into the Yunming Marsh to battle beasts. Given the possibility of being unable to return to Qingguang Island, these talismans would provide shelter from the elements should he have to camp on a desolate island. He also acquired 5 recovery talismans, which could restore spiritual energy and eliminate negative effects. While priced at 2 spirit stones in the Nanchi market, they could sell for 3 spirit stones in Yunming Marsh, making the local price of 500 merit points a staggering 60-fold profit. Unfortunately, the shop only had 5 in stock. Additionally, he purchased the much-coveted grass and wood soldiers' talismans. While their effectiveness peaked in verdant areas, Chen Mobai recognized that there were plenty of aquatic plants in Yunming Marsh as well. Regrettably, the shop only had 3 of these talismans available, a meager supply. After a flurry of orders, Chen Mobai nearly emptied the Wood Spirit shop, leaving behind only the rather useless Wood Spirit Talisman and the prized second-tier Imu Divine Thunder Talisman. Though he spent lavishly, the shopkeeper seemed startled and sent a message through the Xianmen network. Dear customer, are you experiencing emotional difficulties and seeking solace in shopping? Our talismans offer excellent effects, but they cannot remedy feelings of despair. What nonsense! Chen Mobai replied succinctly, your talismans are excellent and quite popular in my hometown. I am here to wholesale supplies for my stall back home. Thank you so much. Your purchases have allowed me to cover this year's tuition fees for my younger siblings, and I will package your items for express delivery immediately. The shopkeeper was quite efficient, and Chen Mobai appreciated this as he resumed browsing the Xianmen network for talismans, pills, and artifacts set to launch in the upcoming month. He marked the 18th and 26th of the month for the purchase of foundational treasures and scrutinized talismans similar to the Xianyang Purple Fire Talisman. Unfortunately, offensive talismans were not in high demand on Xianmen, with only 1 gold light sword talisman scheduled to be released on the 15th by the Shanghai Academy. This talisman was a second-tier high-grade item, usable 3 times, and its price nearly rivaled that of a foundational treasure. Chen Mobai, initially believing himself affluent, came to realize his financial limitations. Reluctantly, he returned to the Wood Spirit shop and, after a moment's hesitation, purchased the prized Imu Divine Thunder Talisman. Dear customer, the shopkeeper messaged him again, noting that the Imu Divine Thunder Talisman had been listed for 2 years with only 1 sale prior. Chen Mobai was the second buyer. This talisman cost 50,000 merit points, far exceeding his earlier purchases of first-tier talismans. The shopkeeper, fearing Chen Mobai might have made an error, confirmed with him, please package it with the other talismans I purchased. While many shops sold talismans on Xianmen, few in Danyun City offered free shipping. As a nostalgic individual, Chen Mobai found the products from this Wood Spirit shop satisfactory and did not wish to waste time selecting from other stores. Thank you immensely for your generosity. As a token of appreciation for being such a valued customer, I will gift you a 3-room, 1-hall wooden house talisman. The shopkeeper was quite accommodating. Chen Mobai thought this to himself, but then typed another message. I have already purchased 2 wooden house talismans, and a single room suffices in the wild. A 3-room house is excessive. Since your wood spirit talisman has been listed for 2 years without a sale, why not gift me that talisman instead? The shopkeeper responded with a series of ellipses, seemingly speechless. Chen Mobai muttered to himself about the shopkeeper's stinginess when another message appeared. All right, the shopkeeper was indeed agreeable, making the transaction a pleasant experience. After completing his purchases, Chen Mobai headed to a hot pot restaurant. Upon entering, he noticed several classmates already seated in groups. As soon as he walked in, Lu Hongxing waved him over, surrounded by attractive female classmates and a few familiar faces from their class. Old Chen, I heard from the class monitor that Yin Bingxian is coming today. As soon as he sat down, Chen Mobai was taken aback by this surprising news. Did she not drop out? She did drop out, but our camaraderie endures. The class monitor called her, and although she initially said she wouldn't come, she changed her mind last night. Lu Hongsheng whispered the secret he had gleaned from the class monitor. Chen Mobai recalled Yin Bingxuan's work on purifying her ice spirit root. This was particularly relevant for the ice art major, so he wondered if he might seize the opportunity to inquire about the intricacies of the ice breath technique later. Just then, the stunning Yin Bingxian entered, scanning the room before hesitating on where to sit. The class monitor, Mo Simin, promptly approached her and guided her to a table filled with girls. See, she is here. Lu Hongsheng pointed at the seated Yin Bingxian, beaming with pride as if to flaunt his accurate intel. Chen Mobai ignored him, opened the class group chat, found Yin Bingxian's avatar, and sent her a private message detailing the difficulties he faced while practicing ice art. He then set his phone down to wait. After a moment, Yin Bingxian looked up, her gaze meeting his. Chen Mobai nodded in acknowledgement. My writing skills are lacking, making it difficult for me to explain verbally. After dinner, if you have time, I can let you experience my ice spirit energy. Upon seeing her reply, Chen Mobai felt a warmth of camaraderie among classmates. At that moment, another group of youthful boys and girls entered, and upon inquiry, it was revealed they were also seniors celebrating their graduation dinner. Wow, old Chen, look at that one. She is gorgeous. While Chen Mobai was engrossed in browsing the Xianmen network, Lu Hongxing's exclamation jolted him. He looked up only to be left dumbfounded. What a coincidence. The striking girl who just entered, without a mask or hat, possessed an ethereal beauty that captivated everyone present. Upon entering, she spotted Chen Mobai, paused for a moment, and then approached him to greet him. Chapter 74. The cad feeling the intense gazes surrounding him, Chen Mobai found himself increasingly restless. Oh, how coincidental that your class is here for a farewell dinner as well, he remarked, prompting a laugh from King. Let us talk after we finish. I'll head upstairs first. The students from Xianmen First High School had reserved a private room on the 2nd floor, and after exchanging pleasantries with Chen Mobai, King turned to ascend the stairs. I have plans after eating, so let us reschedule, he said, recalling his recent appointment with Yin Bingxian to discuss the art of ice techniques. His refusal left everyone present, including King, momentarily stunned. However, she understood Chen Mobai's nature. He never employed high emotional intelligence in matters he deemed unimportant and could only shake her head in resignation. All right then, call me when you're free. Having recently advanced to the 7th level of Qi refinement, the 1st grade mid-tier Qi replenishing water was no longer of much use to Chen Mobai. Consequently, King had been refining 1st grade superior tier Qi water. Yet, due to her lack of experience, she had failed numerous times. Fortunately, luck smiled upon her yesterday, as she successfully concocted a vial using spiritual essence and intended to celebrate with her benefactor at a fish grill. In truth, she longed to taste the fish that Chen Mobai had brought from the water estate, a flavor that was indeed unforgettable. I'll reach out to you in a few days, Chen Mobai thought, realizing that he would be wholly focused on training in ice techniques and honing his combat skills in Yunming's, or perhaps earning spirit stones by setting up a stall, leaving little time for visits to the water estate. Hiss. His nonchalant words drew a sharp intake of breath from Lu Hongsheng, who gazed at Chen Mobai in disbelief, as if he were meeting him for the first time, darting his eyes between King and Chen Mobai. Not only he, but also the young men and women from Xianmen First High School who entered with King clenched their fists, casting cold looks at Chen Mobai, who resumed staring at his phone after speaking. King, is this your friend? A strikingly handsome young man approached, clad in a white long coat and trousers, exuding an air of distinction. Yes, he is my. At that moment, King felt it inappropriate to introduce him amid the greetings. If she claimed Chen Mobai as her benefactor, it might lead to misunderstandings among her classmates. Conversely, if she merely referred to him as a friend, would that make Chen Mobai feel belittled? In a moment of uncertainty, Chen Mobai interjected, "We are quite good friends." He set down his phone and met the handsome young man's gaze. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gong Xianyu, the class monitor of King." Upon his introduction, Chen Mobai's classmates turned their attention to him, for his name resonated throughout the high schools of Danxia City. A perennial top student and a prodigy at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was hailed as the most likely candidate from Danxia City to enter one of the 4 great academies in the past decade. Wait, she is King. At that moment, Pu Jianxue, a beautiful classmate seated next to Chen Mobai, seized upon the more significant name. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the stunning girl before them. Her exclamation jolted the rest of the class back to reality. "King, you all know her." However, not everyone was familiar with the name of the heavenly spirit root. Lu Hongsheng remained puzzled, thinking that Chen Mobai's relationship with the girl had long been common knowledge among their peers. "You fool. She is the one who was directly admitted to the Juman Academy." Yu Shi, seated beside Lu Hongsheng, couldn't help but push him, enlightening him about King's esteemed background. The rest of the class gasped collectively, turning their gazes toward the girl standing before Chen Mobai. "I am Chen Mobai." Acknowledging Gong Xianyu's introduction, Chen Mobai stood. And amidst the scrutiny of their classmates, they shook hands. "I hope to encounter you during the entrance examination for the 4 great academies." Gong Xianyu replied with a hint of sharpness. "Oh." Chen Mobai responded succinctly, and the 2 groups resumed their own affairs. King, feeling a bit shy, formed her hands in a gesture of respect before following her classmates upstairs. Once they departed, the remaining classmates erupted into chatter. "Wow, Chen, you've been quite secretive." Lu Hongsheng was the first to speak, reproaching the 2 for not sharing the news of their relationship despite being friends for 3 years. "It's merely a close friendship. We haven't reached that level yet," Chen Mobai quickly defended, asserting that he and King were indeed just friends. However, his earnest words fell on deaf ears as his classmates regarded him with envy and resentment, interpreting his statements as a humble brag. Thus, this farewell dinner commenced amidst the envious glances directed at Chen Mobai. Eventually, unable to withstand the attention any longer, he contributed his share of the expenses to the class leader and took his leave. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be heading out." After Chen Mobai's departure, Yin Bingxian also stood to excuse herself. Yet, the rest of the class did not connect her with Chen Mobai, as they assumed that with a girl like King possessing a heavenly spirit root, he would no longer pursue other women. "Thank you for your trouble," Chen Mobai said apologetically upon encountering Yin Bingxian outside the hot pot restaurant. "It's nothing. I didn't really want to participate in such gatherings. However, my teacher suggested I experience these emotions before heading to the Natural Learning Palace, claiming it would serve as a valuable foundation for my mindset in the future." Yin Bingxian replied casually, gesturing toward a nearby milk tea shop to suggest they converse there. "Let us change locations. If classmates see us together, the rumors will multiply." Chen Mobai hesitated before making a statement that surprised Yin Bingxian. "Ah, you're worried about the heavenly spirit root girl overhearing?" "Not at all. You've misunderstood. I'm concerned about tarnishing your reputation," Chen Mobai jested, prompting Yin Bingxian to tilt her head in agreement. The 2 exited the hot pot restaurant together. On the 2nd floor, as Gong Xiangyu opened a window, he caught sight of this scene and could not help but mutter 2 words through clenched teeth. "Cad." Chapter 75. The Method of Ice. Do you feel it? Within a quaint CAF, Yin Bingxian withdrew her finger from Chen Mobai's wrist pulse, the latter shivering incessantly. He seized the steaming coffee from the table and drank it in one gulp, exhaling a long breath afterward. "Is this your ice spirit power?" Chen Mobai raised his hand, observing the faintly bluish pulse at his wrist and the lingering chill in his right arm. He couldn't help but scrutinize the fair, almost translucent skin of the enchanting Yin Bingxian, who perpetually circulated this ice spirit power through her meridians. Did she not feel cold at all? The frost condensation method, a technique to enhance one's spiritual roots, fortifies the meridians. Yin Bingxian discerned the confusion in Chen Mobai's eyes and calmly addressed his inquiry. Among the 3 foundational treasures of establishing a foundation, the function of the meridian protection pill is to safeguard the meridians from fracturing under the intense impact of powerful spiritual energy. By practicing the frost condensation method to refine her spiritual roots into ice spiritual roots, she may squander many years. Yet it enables her meridians to withstand the shocks of liquefied spiritual energy at the foundational level without the need for the meridian protection pill. Chen Mobai had indeed been unaware of this. If this were the case, then the techniques to enhance spiritual roots, although requiring practitioners to seclude themselves for a decade or two in the early stages, would lay a profound foundation for advancing to higher realms in the future. Do other spiritual root methods possess this effect as well? Yan Bingxian nodded and then shook her head. Most do. Typically, those transforming anomalous spiritual roots require meridian fortification. However, the other heavenly spiritual roots, being single attribute, naturally possess the 5 elements, thus do not require such functionality. Heavenly spiritual roots are truly a gift from the heavens. Chen Mobai sighed. According to the statistical data from the Immortal sect's medical palace, practitioners of anomalous spiritual roots can confidently establish their foundation if they cultivate the corresponding techniques. However, achieving the golden core still requires opportunities and innate qualities. Conversely, even if heavenly spiritual root practitioners do nothing but meditate in their caves, they possess a 50% chance of achieving the golden core. With the assistance of golden core elixirs from the Immortal sect, the probability increases to around 60 or 70%. Ironically, when it comes to the golden infant stage, heavenly spiritual roots may not perform as well as ordinary spiritual root practitioners who ascend step by step. This is likely due to the ease of early cultivation, leading to insufficient tempering, making one prone to succumbing during the tribulation of inner demons. Does that mean my ice technique will never be mastered? If Chen Mobai were to cultivate this technique, he would first need to strengthen his meridians. Where would he find the time for that? Let me take a look. Yan Bingxian picked up her phone to examine the full text of the ice technique that Chen Mobai had sent her. She earnestly compared it with her own ice crystal method, elaborating on her understanding of the vaguely articulated ice breath technique. However, her ability to express herself in writing was rather average, and Chen Mobai struggled to comprehend her explanations. Allow me to demonstrate it for you. Spotting a fitness center across the CAF, Yan Bingxian gestured toward the professional venue to showcase the ice technique. Let us go. Chen Mobai promptly packed 2 steaming lattes to avoid the sensation of his arm freezing when feeling the ice spirit power again. Inside the fitness center, under Yan Bingxian's guidance, he rented a spellcasting room for 2 hours. Having never visited such a place, Chen Mobai felt slightly taken aback upon seeing the bill of 138 merit points. The spellcasting room is a spacious chamber designed specifically for practicing spells, with targets lining the walls and sturdy barriers to prevent damage. Once Yan Bingxian entered, she skillfully donned protective gear and opened a bottle of mineral water provided in the room, tossing it into the air. With a gentle exhale, a chilling sensation enveloped Chen Mobai, compelling him to circulate his spiritual energy to warm his blood. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of flowing water freezing echoed. Under Chen Mobai's wide-eyed gaze, Yan Bingxian elegantly raised her hand, and the mineral water she had cast into the air transformed into a circle of ice spikes, descending around them with a rhythmic thud, forming a perfect circle 2 meters in diameter, resembling a frosty mountain with undulating peaks. Did you grasp it after just one look? Chen Mobai felt a blow to his confidence. He had been practicing the ice technique for nearly half a month without making any progress. How could Yan Bingxian, having merely glanced at it today, execute it effortlessly and succeed on her first attempt? This is not your ice technique, but rather my practice 10 transformations of ice, though the principles of both are akin. Yan Bingxian's words offered Chen Mobai a modicum of relief. Otherwise, he would have lost the hard-earned confidence he had built after breaking through to the 7th layer of qi cultivation. Just now, I employed the ice breath from your spell to execute the 10 transformations. Now, I will utilize my own ice crystal method. Pay close attention. At that moment, Yan Bingxian took another bottle of mineral water, opened it above her head, and as the water cascaded down like a shower, it instantly froze into a shape reminiscent of a colossal ice flower, as if it had descended from a frigid realm. Chen Mobai reached out to touch it, but with a sharp sound, Yan Bingxian stepped back, and the ice flower shattered upon hitting the floor, scattering into countless shards. Do you sense the difference? Yes. You activated it faster with your ice crystal method. The ice technique involves an additional breath process. Chen Mobai had been focused on Yan Bingxian's movements with his spiritual sense, and in that concentrated state, he naturally observed the distinctions between the 2 executions of the 10 transformations. The accompanying 10 transformations of the ice crystal method allows one to endow water with countless forms, then shape it into desired structures using ice, mirroring the essence of your ice technique. However, I have already refined the ice spirit power within me, allowing my spiritual energy to shape the water upon contact. Your ice technique, being a simulation of ice spirit power, cannot withstand the cold of ice spirit energy due to your body's dantian and meridians. Thus, you must execute the transformation of the 5 elemental spiritual energy into ice spirit energy at the nuanced moment of exhalation. In doing so, you will complete the transformation of ice spirit energy without harming your body, enabling you to shape water using ordinary spiritual energy. This technique is quite fascinating and aligns closely with my endeavor to transform and elevate my Goldwater spiritual roots into ice spiritual roots. It seems the creator merely intended it for combat, thus limiting its scope. After Yan Bingxian finished speaking, Chen Mobai solemnly expressed his gratitude. Indeed, true teachings are invaluable. Her practical demonstration, coupled with her unreserved sharing of insights, allowed Chen Mobai, who was previously shrouded in confusion regarding the ice breath, to achieve complete understanding. In this new month, I seek monthly votes. I just realized that I can receive monthly votes even without being on the shelves, coinciding perfectly with the double voting period. Everyone can subscribe to other books to accumulate votes for me. Thank you. Additionally, I have revised some earlier chapters that received numerous negative reviews, rewriting the segment with Qing New Master and modifying the part about the family's million savings. The text is still brief, so please feel free to point out any inconsistencies you notice. If I see a significant number of negative comments in the back end, I will make amendments. After all, I am but one person, writing 2 books simultaneously. Some aspects may not be thoroughly considered, so I appreciate everyone's collective input. Lastly, does anyone know the authors of Xian Dao Changqing and Go in the Mysterious World? These 2 books have not updated since I began writing, and it has been over a month. Please urge them to continue. Chapter 76. The True Lord of the One Yuan. After Yan Bingxian completed her demonstration, she gracefully took a cup of coffee and departed. Chen Mobai escorted her to the entrance of the cultivation gym. Then, realizing that he could not squander the 2 hours he had, returned to the spellcasting arena to practice the ice breath technique based on her explanations. Having experienced the transfer of spiritual energy through Yan Bingxian's guidance, he understood how to transform elemental energy into ice energy. The only challenge now was mastering the precise moment of shaping that icy breath. Even with comprehension of the nuances involved, successfully expelling that breath at the perfect moment required relentless practice. Rushing would not suffice, for it could harm the 12-story tower. Conversely, being too slow would fail to achieve the desired freezing effect. After more than an hour of diligent practice, Chen Mobai returned home, feeling his throat hoarse to the point of near silence. He purchased a dozen pear syrup lozenges at a large pharmacy and, upon returning home, mixed half a bottle with warm water and consumed it in one go. The following morning, he felt a slight relief in his throat. Upon stepping outside, he discovered a substantial package awaiting him. The proprietor of the Wood Spirit Talisman shop had sent it via express delivery. Upon opening it, he marveled at the meticulous arrangement of 400 to 500 talismans, categorized and placed within transparent plastic boxes. He placed the mid to low-tier talismans into his backpack, then carefully tucked the 11 high-quality, first-tier talismans into the inner pocket of his traditional attire. Finally, Chen Mobai's gaze settled on the only sealed talisman, the second-tier inferior Imu Divine Thunder Talisman. Just this single talisman was valued at 50,000 merit points, marking it as the most expensive item he had ever purchased. He opened the accompanying instruction manual from the shopkeeper and read it attentively. The activation method for the Imu Divine Thunder Talisman was similar to that of ordinary talismans, though it required slightly more spiritual energy from those in the Qi refinement stage. The shopkeeper had conducted experiments and found that a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner would expend nearly half their spiritual energy upon activation. Chen Mobai was already aware of this, as it was noted in the product description. To be cautious, he also acquired 5 revival talismans, ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage in battle. He carefully stored the sealed Imu Divine Thunder Talisman in the pocket of his sleeve, feeling a surge of security. After a phone call to his mother, informing her that he had obtained a monthly membership at the gym and would be training daily alongside motivated classmates to hone his spellcasting skills, Tang Pansong, supportive of her son's decision, transferred him 1,000 merit points, urging him to spend without hesitation. Chen Mobai promptly declined, knowing that their household finances were tight. He reassured his mother that the gym's membership included meals, accommodation, and bathing facilities, thus requiring no additional merit points. With all preparations complete, he transported himself to the Tianhe realm, his backpack brimming with talismans and spiritual herbs. As the silver light flickered, Chen Mobai opened his eyes to the familiar wooden walls, sighing in relief. The tortoise treasure indeed functioned as he had previously tested. It would anchor the return point to where he last arrived in the city. Although the concept was simple, this was his first time teleporting back in a crowded area, and he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearful of drawing attention. Once outside, he surveyed his surroundings. This most affordable, low-lying feng shui treasure was still solely occupied by him, allowing him to relax. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai practiced the ice breath technique while also setting up a stall on Qingguang Island to sell talismans and inquire about which regions of the Yunmeng Marsh were best suited for him to practice against beasts. Thanks to the discerning abilities of the local practitioners regarding talismans, his business thrived. First-tier inferior talismans sold for 200 gold pieces in the Nengxi market. Yet he could fetch 300 here. First-tier mid-grade Qing arrow and wood armor talismans could command 2,000 gold pieces. For now, he had no intention of selling first-tier superior talismans, as the booming business had begun to attract attention from competitors in the market. He decided to focus on the mid to low-tier market, where transactions were conducted in gold, and those with connections in the qi refinement stage were generally disinterested in such trivial gains. While selling, Chen Mobai wrote the names and prices of each talisman on a cloth, seated on a small stool made from a wooden stump. When customers inquired about prices, he simply pointed to the cloth, gestured to his throat, coughed twice, indicating his injury and inability to speak. Thus, he sipped on pear syrup to soothe his wounded throat while reading the book The One Yuan True Lord's Chronicles of the Dragon Descending in Yumeng that Lu Zhu had gifted him. This palm-sized book was specifically designed to pass the time. It recounted the tale of the last perfected transformation realm practitioner, the One Yuan True Lord, who ascended to the higher realms within the Tianhe cultivation domain, which now uses the One Yuan era as its calendar. The year of the One Yuan True Lord's ascension marked the inaugural year of this era, precisely 6,478 years ago. Before this True Lord, Yunmeng Marsh was not the expansive waterway it is today, but rather a continuous range of mountains known as the Yunmeng Great River, a nearly sixth-tier spiritual domain. At that time, the region was occupied by a fifth-tier yellow dragon beast, possessing true dragon bloodline and being at the transformation realm level. Even practitioners of the same realm faced overwhelming odds against it. The One Yuan True Lord, during his qi refinement phase, trained in the Yunmeng Great River. Witnessing humans being oppressed by the beasts, and, filled with righteous indignation, intervened, only to be severely wounded. Fortunately, he fell into the ruins of an ancient practitioner, gaining tremendous fortune. A millennium later, having perfected his transformation, the One Yuan True Lord single-handedly charged into the Yunmeng Great River before transcending. After vanquishing 18 fourth-tier nascent soul beasts, he battled the yellow dragon beast for 7 days and nights, shattering the Yunmeng Great River into expansive waters and expending great energy to unleash a miraculous technique, ultimately subduing the fifth-tier beast, and ascended upon riding the dragon. The story conveyed in the book that Lu Zhu had given to Chen Mobai resonated deeply with him. Upon finishing it, Chen Mobai was left with a singular thought. The existence of the Dun star must remain concealed from the Tianhe realm. Despite the Dun star's history of numerous transformation realm ancestors, none had been recorded in detail regarding their ascensions. At most, they reached their zenith and ventured into the boundless void of the starry sky. In comparison, although the Immortal Gate had 2 transformation realm ancestors presiding, it may not possess the overall strength of the Tianhe realm. Regrettably, the market lacked any literature introducing the cultivation realms beyond the eastern wilderness. It was said that only the 7 major sects and certain large merchant associations possessed such knowledge. Chen Mobai could only lament the archaic nature of information exchange in this world. If he were on the Dun star, he could effortlessly ascertain the heights of the heavens, the depths of the earth, and the vast territories of the Immortal Gate with but a flick of his finger. Chapter 77. Mastery of Skills Within the Wooden Cabin. Chen Mobai flicked his wrist, sending the clear water in the bowl splashing forth. He then exhaled, and a stream of breath emerged from his lips, shimmering with a hint of white light. A crisp sound of freezing water echoed in his ears as he beheld the ice crystals forming before him. Despite the pain in his throat, he extended his hand, catching the delicate ice flower he had painstakingly conjured. The icy sensation reddened his palm. Yet an unprecedented joy surged within him. After 7 long days, he had finally mastered this icy technique. In fact, he had succeeded once 3 days prior. But it was only now that he could achieve complete mastery, perfectly timing the delicate moment when his icy breath transformed into substance. He crushed the ice flower in his hand and laughed heartily, never having felt such a sense of accomplishment before. However, fatigue soon washed over him, a consequence of his excessive mental exertion over the past few days, as he diligently focused on refining his icy breath technique. Chen Mobai decided against forcing himself to stay awake. He finished the last bottle of pear syrup on the table and lay down on his wooden bed, succumbing to sleep. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. After a thorough rest, Chen Mobai felt an unprecedented vigor. Not only had his mental acuity improved, but his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement had also progressed. He rummaged beneath his pillow for his bag and opened it to find 25 luminous spirit stones, eliciting a broad smile. During the past week, while refining his icy technique, he had also sold off most of the mid to low-level talismans he had brought from the Earth origin star. The gold he earned was exchanged entirely for these spirit stones at the silver shop established by the Sacred Tree sect on Qingyuan Island. Besides the 25 spirit stones, his bag also contained 30 mid to low-level talismans he had reserved for himself, as he was soon to leave Qingyuan Island in search of beasts to hone his combat skills. It would be imprudent to rely solely on high-grade talismans in battle, a luxury he could not afford. After carefully checking his equipment, Chen Mobai sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating throughout the night until dawn broke. Rising, he left his wooden cabin and made his way to the dock. As it was his first time engaging in battle with beasts, he possessed little experience, so he wisely opted to join a group. While selling talismans, he had gathered information about Qingyuan Island and discovered that the Sacred Tree sect had a task for new disciples to acclimate themselves in the Yunming Marsh. The seasoned disciples undertaking this task often included newly arrived loose cultivators in their groups to maximize profits. Ever cautious, Chen Mobai compared several disciples known for leading such tasks and ultimately chose a person of moderate reputation. "Brother Qi, I apologize for my tardiness," Chen Mobai said, initially believing he had arrived early, only to find that the Sacred Tree sect disciple had arrived even earlier. "Not late," Chiho replied, a man of few words, tall and slender, with piercing eyes, standing atop a spirit boat clad in a dark robe. This vessel served as a magical artifact, capable of traversing 100 miles with a single spirit stone, making it an efficient means of travel for qi refinement practitioners. Inside the spirit boat, besides Chen Mobai, there was also a delicate youth in the Sacred Tree sect uniform, his head bowed as he perused a scroll, likely the new disciple Chiho was bringing along. After greeting Chiho and paying the fee of 2 spirit stones, the latter promptly accepted and gestured towards a seat on the left side of the boat, handing Chen Mobai a similar scroll. "This is the beast we will hunt today, the black armored turtle. This creature excels in defense, possesses few offensive capabilities, and is thus well suited for you new loose cultivators and disciples," Chiho explained. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement, studying the meticulously prepared scroll. After a brief wait, 2 more loose cultivators arrived, appearing to be siblings, with a resemblance between them. The male cultivator was named Ba Jiang and the female Ba Xing. After they paid their spirit stones, the group was complete. Chiho activated the spirit boat, which took off like an arrow from the dock of Qingyuan Island. "Fellow cultivators, please take care of each other," Ba Jiang said, a seemingly simple-minded youth from a well-known cultivation family in the Ban Nation, accompanied by his sister. They sought a chance to break through to the later stages of qi refinement while gaining experience in the Yunming Marsh. The delicate disciple from the Sacred Tree sect seemed uninterested in conversation, continuing to study the scroll in silence. Chen Mobai quickly took over the conversation, exchanging pleasantries to alleviate Ba Jiang's awkwardness. However, he himself was not particularly talkative, and with Chiho also remaining silent, the spirit boat soon fell into an eerie quiet. Thus, they arrived at the island where the black armored turtles resided. "There are 7 in total. I will handle the 2 strongest, while you, junior brother Shi, can practice on 1. The remaining 4 will be dealt with by the 3 of you. Should any danger arise, I will step in." Chiho commanded as the spirit boat docked, and the 5 of them disembarked to find 2 large turtles basking on the beach, their crimson eyes fixated coldly upon them. "The 5 smaller ones are in the water. Go ahead," Chiho instructed, swiftly drawing a talisman and infusing it with spirit energy, conjuring 2 fireballs that soared toward the turtles. The delicate disciple, though not talkative, acted quickly, summoning a green wooden sword that sliced toward one of the black armored turtles peeking from the water. Noticing that the Shi surname youth seemed less experienced than himself, Chen Mobai soon directed his full attention to the 4 black armored turtles emerging from the water. Ba Jiang and Ba Xing, being quite clever, each tackled one, leaving Chen Mobai to confront 2 alone. Cursing inwardly, he nevertheless embraced the challenge, having come with the intent to hone his combat skills. He retrieved a handful of talismans, activated his mental acuity, unsealed a container of dark water from his sleeve, initiated the water elemental shield, and prepared to unleash his icy technique. By evening, upon returning to Qingguang Island, Chen Mobai bid farewell to the group disembarking from the spirit boat. The Shi surname youth remained silent, not even offering a greeting. As he departed with Chi Ho, binding the 7 black armored turtle carcasses with a wooden artifact. The spoils of the hunt belonged solely to the 2 of them. As it was a task of the Sacred Tree sect, Chi Ho had profited handsomely from this venture, accumulating spirit stones and sect contributions. Ba Jiang, wishing to treat Chen Mobai to a drink, seemed eager to forge a friendship, but the latter, eager to find another Sacred Tree sect group for newcomers, politely declined. In the following 10 days, Chen Mobai alternated between resting and joining groups. Gradually, he transformed from a flustered novice, misusing talismans and casting spells sluggishly, into a skilled practitioner who maneuvered with ease. Chapter 78. The Black Plague Bird above the water marsh. A multitude of ominous black birds unfurled their gaping maws, unleashing fierce gusts that transformed into a flurry of wind arrows. Chen Mobai swiftly crouched within the spirit vessel, activating 2 low-grade wooden shield talismans. 2 azure shield-shaped barriers materialized, enveloping his upper body entirely. Amidst the rhythmic thuds, the first talisman was depleted, and the second faltered shortly thereafter. However, by this time, the majority of the wind arrows had been successfully deflected. Only 3 arrows managed to breach the 2 layers of wooden defenses and descend upon Chen Mobai's head. With a mere thought, the water barrier responded, manifesting 3 waves to intercept the incoming arrows. Are we not ready yet? Chen Mobai inquired, retrieving 2 more talismans from his inner lining while glancing back at his companions. Ready. Chiho's voice resonated, followed by an eruption of scorching energy behind Chen Mobai. A crimson sword light soared across the sky, resembling a shooting star that cleaved through the ranks of the blackbirds hovering above the water marsh. With a series of piercing cries, the leading blackbird was bisected by Chiho's fiery blade, causing the remaining flock to scatter in disarray, though a few were promptly dispatched by the waiting Ba Jiang and others. The flesh of the black plague bird was not particularly palatable, fetching little value in the marketplace. Chi-Ho, observing the ashes of the talisman in his hand and the fallen bird carcasses upon the water surface, displayed a pained expression. The high-grade red flame sword talisman was worth 8 spirit stones. This expedition to guide newcomers had resulted in a loss. Yet, he refrained from voicing his grievances. After all, commerce often entails both profit and loss. The feathers of these birds could be sold for some gold, he mused. Noticing Chi-Ho's expression, Ba Xing, perceptive as she was, spoke up. However, before she could finish, her fellow disciple, Shi, shot her a glare, indicating that he would handle the task of plucking feathers. No need. This amount of gold isn't worth a single spirit stone. It's not worth the time, Chi-Ho interjected, quickly dismissing the notion. He produced another spirit stone, placing it within the spirit vessel, and beckoned for Chen Mobai and the others to depart. The black plague birds were known to travel in flocks, with reports of some reaching the 2nd tier of strength. Having slain a group but not eliminated them entirely, Chi-Ho feared that multiple flocks might soon seek vengeance. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he immediately urged his team to retreat. Before leaving, Chi-Ho instructed them to discard their blood-stained outer garments, as the black plague birds could track their enemies through such scents. Indeed, mere moments after their departure, a dark cloud of black plague birds appeared, circling the area where they had slain the birds and discarded their garments, unleashing a tempest of wind. To think we've stirred the Bird King. We cannot return to this place, Chi-Ho remarked, using a farsight talisman to survey the surroundings. He sensed a formidable and malevolent energy that far surpassed his own, prompting him to furrow his brow and mark the location on his map with a cross. We are fortunate to have Senior Brother Chi leading us. Otherwise, we would surely fall prey to the pursuit of these black plague birds, Ba Jiang expressed after consuming a restorative pill, rising to thank Chi-Ho. Merely a matter of mutual benefit, Chi-Ho replied, shaking his head. In truth, the location had been his choice as the team leader, generally, this time of year. They would encounter only water python demon beasts, making it an ideal training ground for newcomers and loose cultivators. However, today had proven anomalous. With an overwhelming number of black plague birds present, including a second-tier bird king nearby, the initiation tasks assigned by the Divine Wood sect typically spanned a month. Chen Mobai had followed several teams, ultimately finding Chi Ho to be the most reliable and joining him once more. The Ba siblings, too, were familiar with this being their third expedition together. Tomorrow, let us hunt the black-armored turtle, Chi Ho proposed. Though he was merely at the 9th level of Chi refinement, his confidence in combat techniques acquired from years of hunting demon beasts in the Yunming Marsh made him feel capable. Yet, he recognized that a second-tier bird king was on the foundation-building level. Even 10 of him would stand little chance against it. As a guide for newcomers, he was not inclined to take reckless risks. Thus, upon realizing the area was no longer safe, he promptly adjusted their plans. Brother Chi, I may need to retreat for the next few days to refine some talismans, Chen Mobai suddenly interjected, stating that he had gained much during his time with Chi Ho, but had exhausted his spirit stones and could no longer afford to join the group. The Ba siblings exchanged glances. While they temporarily had no shortage of spirit stones, the allure of the black-armored turtle area had diminished after their previous training, and they similarly sought to excuse themselves from the group. Chi Ho, upon hearing this, was not displeased. Considering your affinity for wooden talismans, do you intend to join our Divine Wood sect? The previously aloof disciple, she, suddenly spoke up. I do have such intentions, Chen Mobai replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding lightly. You are Chun Guixian, correct? I shall remember you, she remarked, regarding Chen Mobai seriously, as if acknowledging him. With your talent, joining our Divine Wood sect should not pose a problem. Perhaps, in the future, we shall be comrades. Chi Ho's words astonished the Ba siblings. They were well aware of the Divine Wood sect's stringent requirements for accepting loose cultivators, which included being under 30 years of age and at least at the 7th level of Chi refinement. Despite their several group outings, Chen Mobai had never disclosed his cultivation level, and they had presumed he was at most at the 6th level, akin to themselves. However, today's encounter with the Black Plague birds had revealed Chen Mobai's true prowess. Without having cultivated divine consciousness, it was implausible for him to transition from struggling against a black-armored turtle to exhibiting such composure within such a brief period. Brother Chen, I had no idea you were also a talisman master. No wonder you possess such an abundance of talismans, some of which my sister and I have never even encountered. Ba Jiang remarked, his respect for Chen Mobai growing upon learning of his cultivation level. Merely an interest in that field, Chen Mobai humbly replied. Once on the island, Chi Ho and his disciple departed first, while Chen Mobai exchanged pleasantries with the Ba siblings, politely declining their invitation to dine together before returning to his wooden abode. Unbeknownst to him, 20 days had already elapsed since his arrival. As Chen Mobai gazed at the ordinary dark robe he had purchased on Qingguang Island, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. His exquisite ancient attire had long been worn and torn during battles. Although his days in the Tianhe realm had been arduous, the daily experience of his growth had been somewhat intoxicating. Had it not been for the fact that today was the day for the college entrance examination results, he might have almost forgotten to return to Diyuan Star. Chapter 79. The top of the school, Chen Mobai, 345 points, after a long wait. Qin Xinglan finally discovered her son's score and burst into laughter. My son, with this score, there's no doubt you'll enter the top 10 academies, she exclaimed. May our ancestors bless us. I shall return home tomorrow to offer my prayers. Tang Pansong was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. Neither the Chen family nor her own Tang family had ever had anyone gain admission to the prestigious academies. With Chen Mobai's score, she felt a sense of pride that would allow her to hold her head high upon returning home. Alas, if only he had scored 5 more points. In truth, Chen Mobai had initially estimated his score to be around 330, but fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to secure an additional 15 points on the final challenging question. Yet, human nature is such that one is never satisfied. Now that he had surpassed the admission threshold for the top 10 academies, he began to entertain thoughts of whether the 4 major institutes would also lower their standards this year. Enough, enough. Son, have you decided which academy you wish to attend? Qin Xinglan asked eagerly, clutching the printed score sheet as she paced excitedly. Perhaps the Pure Yang Academy or the Taiyuan Academy. Both have no requirements regarding spiritual roots and offer the inheritance of the Yuan Shin technique. Such ambition. You truly are my son, Qin Xinglan beamed, patting Chen Mobai's shoulder. However, she noted that both academies received the highest number of applicants, meaning the score thresholds might be quite high. That evening, upon learning of Chen Mobai's impressive score, his uncle and family came to celebrate, sharing a meal together. Unfortunately, Chen Baolan was unable to attend due to her excavation work at a significant site. But she managed to send her congratulations via video call. Fear not, my son, your score is nearly enough for the 4 major institutes. Even if the thresholds for the Taiyuan and Puryang academies are raised, you shall surely be accepted, reassured Chen Xinglan, having checked the previous year's admission scores, which typically hovered above 340. With this year's expansion, Chen Mobai's score was indeed secure. Brother, you are amazing, Wang Xining exclaimed with admiration, causing the usually composed Chen Mobai to feel a surge of joy under his sister's gaze. That night, he refrained from using the spirit cultivation technique to quell the myriad emotions rising within him. For the first time, amidst the proud faces of his parents and the praises of his relatives, he experienced a profound sense of fulfillment. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered that his spiritual consciousness had grown nearly by half. The seedling he had envisioned had sprouted a new shoot, approaching the vitality of the sapling he nurtured in the water mansion. Testing his abilities as described in the spirit cultivation technique, he felt that his consciousness was nearing the 8th level of qi cultivation. When this imagined seedling blossomed, it would signify the completion of his qi cultivation, and its fruit would represent a breakthrough in his spiritual consciousness. After completing his morning routine, he sent a message to Qing Nu, arranging to meet in the afternoon. Before heading to school, upon entering the classroom, he sensed something amiss. Why were all eyes on him? The boys regarded him with admiration while the girls looked on with disdain. Is it possible the aftermath of the Qing Nu incident has not yet settled? He pondered, feeling perplexed. Old Chen, how have I treated you? Lu Hongsheng asked as he rushed to the water dispenser to pour Chen Mobai a cup, gazing at him with awe. Speak plainly, Chen Mobai replied, accepting the water, aware that his desk mate could never conceal a matter. How did you manage to date 2 girls at once? Chen Mobai nearly choked on the water, spraying it as he quickly cast a water manipulation spell, deftly returning the droplets to the cup. Such skill. The classmates nearby marveled at his display. What is happening? Who dares tarnish my reputation? Chen Mobai exclaimed, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Lu Hongxing. You left early at the farewell dinner, and then Yin Bingxian followed you out. We didn't think much of it at the time, but then Gong Xiangyu, along with his classmates, claimed he saw you leaving with Yin Bingxian. That was obviously a provocation. You should have seen the looks on our faces, truly splendid. Rest assured, your true love, the girl with the heavenly spiritual root, seemed fine. She didn't spiral into despair, just frowned. She hasn't caused you any trouble these past few days, has she? Chen Mobai's ire only intensified. Nonsense. I've said it before, my relationship with Qing Nu is purely platonic, and my bond with Yin Bingxian is nothing but innocent camaraderie. How could you think I am two-timing? At that moment, even the spirit cultivation technique could not quell the tumultuous emotions within him. I understand, but I still wish to inquire how one might develop such a pure friendship with classmates. Lu Hongsheng, oblivious to the nuances, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Clenching his fists, Chen Mobai took some time to regain his composure. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I wanted to confirm with you, but your phone has been unreachable these past few days. Indeed, Chen Mobai had spent the last 20 days honing his skills in Yunmeng's, where Lu Hongxing's phone signal could not penetrate. I wonder if Yin Bingxian is aware of this incident. I should apologize to her later, he murmured to himself. At that moment, the 2 girls seated in front of him turned to scrutinize him with disdainful expressions, as if judging him for his perceived infidelity. I heard that after the class monitor learned of this matter, she called Yin Bingxian, Pu Jiangxue stated, prompting Chen Mobai to look at her intently. Yin Bingxian remarked, it appears that reputation does matter. Chen Mobai sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Had he known this would unfold, he would have preferred to be more forthright at the milk tea shop across the street. Old Chen. A number of boys gathered around, and in that instant, the previously unnoticed Chen Mobai became a figure of admiration in their eyes. Song Zheng, seated at his desk, observed Chen Mobai, captivated not merely by his recent display of water manipulation, but by the deeper implications of his newfound abilities. Impressive. Just then, the homeroom teacher knocked on the door, and the boys who had encircled Chen Mobai returned to their seats. As Chai Diyun entered, his gaze fell upon Chen Mobai. Just as Chen Mobai anticipated a reprimand regarding the rumors, the teacher instead broke into a warm smile and applauded. Chen Mobai, Congratulations on achieving a score of 345 in the college entrance examination, the highest in the school. Chapter 80, Training Camp, unexpectedly first in the school. Upon hearing Chai Diyun's words, Chen Mobai momentarily felt disoriented. He was aware that his score could rank among the top in the school, yet he never anticipated that it would soar to the very first position. It could only be attributed to his correct answer on the final major question, which garnered him an overwhelming number of points. After Chai Diyun finished speaking, the entire class gaped in disbelief. In their minds, Chen Mobai was merely an ordinary student who rarely engaged in conversation, only recently revealing his talents. However, many cast skeptical glances his way, as the news was astonishing and difficult to accept. "What level have you reached?" Lu Hongxing asked in a daze, recalling the moment Chen Mobai and Song Zheng had walked in together that day. "Seventh layer of Qi training," Chen Mobai replied candidly, as he had always been forthright in this regard. Once this was revealed, the skeptical gazes directed at him transformed into expressions of understanding. The seventh layer of Qi training, having cultivated spiritual awareness, explained his remarkable achievement. "Did you know this all along?" Song Zheng's deskmate quietly inquired, to which the former instinctively nodded. Although his mind was still preoccupied with Chen Mobai's adept water control technique from earlier, this was the first piece of good news for the day. After announcing Chen Mobai's first-place score, Chai Diyun returned to the podium, invigorated, and began fervently urging the students to emulate Chen Mobai. However, midway through his speech, he recalled that after today, his cohort of students would be dispersing, no longer confined to this classroom. "Teacher, is there any other good news?" At that moment, the class monitor raised her hand to ask, interrupting Chai Diyun's sentiments. The admission scores for this year's top 10 academies have been released. After responding, Chai Diyun activated the projector, displaying the score requirements on the large screen. As expected, Taiyuan Academy and Chunyang Academy had the highest thresholds, requiring 340 points to pass, even with this year's enrollment expansion. However, Chen Mobai faced no issues, as he could choose either of these two academies, provided he succeeded in the upcoming combat admission examination. "What score did you achieve?" Song Zheng's phone illuminated, revealing an inquiry from Chen Mobai about his score. 340 points. "Impressive. You hit the mark precisely." Upon reading this message, Song Zheng found himself at a loss for words, unaccustomed to the light-hearted tone of their exchange. "Have you been in special training these past few days? Your spellcasting technique seems significantly more refined than before." Although high school also included practical classes, Song Zheng had always dominated the spellcasting practice sessions in their class. He had observed the techniques of his classmates, and while he had no recollection of Chen Mobai's prior performance, it had been rather unremarkable. "Has it only been 20 days since the college entrance examination? How could you have improved so much?" "Indeed, I attended a closed, secret training camp and greatly benefited from it." Chen Mobai's response piqued Song Zheng's interest. While he was confident in his own magical aptitude and had recently mastered a formidable spell under Old Ding's guidance, he still wondered if he could improve further. Witnessing Chen Mobai's drastic transformation motivated him to seek out similar training. "It has already concluded. I will invite you for the next training session." Chen Mobai dared not bring Song Zheng to the Tianhe realm, opting to defer the matter for now. "There's one last piece of good news." At this moment, Chai Diyun turned his gaze toward the two students discreetly conversing via their phones, Chen Mobai and Song Zheng. The two immediately sensed his attention and looked up. In order to enable eligible students to achieve excellent results in the entrance examination and bring honor to the school, the institution has decided to establish a specialized training class, drawing the most elite faculty to impart combat experience to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the focus of the entire class shifted to the three individuals present. Apart from Chen Mobai and Song Zheng, the only other student in the class to score 328 points was class monitor Imo Samin, who, thanks to the expanded enrollment at the top academies, could also apply to the two with the lowest admission scores. "You didn't participate in this training class early, did you?" Song Zheng asked Chen Mobai, his expression filled with curiosity. The latter immediately shook his head in denial. He had merely mentioned it casually, never expecting the school would actually establish such a training program, gathering all the top students for training. "This won't do. It might hinder my progress in leveling up by battling in the Tianhe realm." It wasn't that Chen Mobai looked down on the teachers at school. In terms of combat experience, even Shi Ho from the Shimu sect could likely surpass all the instructors at Xianmen 5th High School. "All right. Now everyone else should fill out the application forms. Chen Mobai, the three of you should hold off on filling yours. The principal will provide guidance on your choices when you arrive at the training class. Chai Diyun distributed the application forms, and Chen Mobai exchanged glances with Song Zheng. Both of them seated in silence as they observed their classmates filling out their forms. Old Chen, do you think I can get into Qixia and Danzhou academies? Lu Hongxing asked, his expression troubled. His performance had been subpar, yielding only 310 points. Last year, the admission scores for these local academies were slightly higher, with Danzhou requiring 315 points and Qixia 312. It was no wonder Lu Hongxing appeared so conflicted. Chen Mobai chose not to comment further, understanding that this was a significant decision that would impact his classmates' future, and it was best left for him to decide. At that moment, the female students seated in front and behind them approached, intentionally or unintentionally revealing their scores and aspirations in hopes of receiving Chen Mobai's advice. However, he could only wave his hand, indicating his inability to assist. Yet, this did not deter them from centering their discussions around him, and he found the attention of several youthful and radiant classmates rather delightful. Let us head out. There's no point in wasting time here. Suddenly, Song Jing approached Chen Mobai and made this remark, stunning the rest of the class. When had Song Jing ever walked with them? Moreover, he was actively inviting Chen Mobai to join him. Is this the realm of the 7th layer of Qi training? Yet, why was there such tension between Song Zheng and Yan Bingxian? Teacher, may we leave early? Chen Mobai, as a diligent student, raised his hand to inquire of Chai Diyun, who nodded and provided the location of the training class. Let us go? Song Zheng uttered these 2 words, tilting his head to gesture for Chen Mobai, who bid farewell to the classmates surrounding him before standing up to follow Song Jing out. Class monitor, are you joining us? As they exited the classroom, Chen Mobai recalled something and turned to Imo Simin, who sat hesitantly in her seat, wanting to follow the 2 scholars but fearing rejection. Yes. When Chen Mobai's gaze fell upon her, Imo Simin seemed to emerge from the shadows into the light, quickly nodding and swiftly joining them. I should tell you, Yan Bingxian will also be attending this training class. Imo Simin stood to Chen Mobai's right, maintaining a distance of 1 person from Song Zheng on the left, and she resumed her usual lively demeanor, sharing news they were unaware of. Chapter 81. Attention, hasn't she dropped out? Why is she here? Before Chen Mobai could speak, Song Zheng couldn't hold back. I don't know. Chen Mobai, weren't you on good terms with her? You can ask her directly later, Imo Simin replied, shaking her head. As the class monitor, she had known about the training class for some time, but without the cutoff scores being released, she wasn't certain if she could apply to the top 10 academies, so she refrained from making any announcements. However, she maintained a close friendship with Yan Bingxian. They had been desk mates in their senior year and had kept in touch even after Yan dropped out. Class 203. Chen Mobai glanced at the number above the door, confirming it was the location mentioned by Chai Diyun, and stepped inside first. The room was empty. Let us just pick any seat, he said, naturally choosing a spot at the back by the window, offering the best view and a perfect position that wouldn't draw attention. Song Zheng nodded and sat in front of him, while Imo Simin hesitated before taking a seat beside Chen Mobai. Before long, 2 boys arrived. Oh, it's you. One of them seemed to recognize Song Zheng and waved lazily at him from the doorway, greeting him casually, to which Song Zheng responded. Yes, they were Su Yuan and Shi Yuanqing from Class 1. The former was at the 7th level of Qi training, while the latter was at the 8th level, subtly carrying the title of the best in the 5th high school. Imo Simin quickly leaned closer to Chen Mobai to inform him about the 2. Chen Mobai scrutinized them closely. Su Yuan was the lazy boy, while Shi Yuanqing was a slightly childish-looking boy who quietly followed Su Yuan as they settled in the farthest corner from everyone else. Soon after, 2 beautiful girls entered, one tall and graceful, the other cute and charming. Imo Simin introduced them as Chao Yaling and Shi Jingjing from Class 2, both at the 8th level of Qi training, renowned as the school's twin beauties. Along with Shi Yuanqing, they constituted the only 3 students at the 8th level in this batch from the 5th high school. How did you score? I underperformed and one team make it into the Taiyuan Academy, Shi Jingjing casually asked as she approached the boys' seats. Not bad. I scored 342. He scored 343. Getting into the 4 great academies is out of the question, but the top 10 academies are still within reach, Su Yuan replied, propping his chin on one hand while fiddling with his phone, not bothering to look up. ISNT this year's exam supposed to be a bit harder? I thought I had a chance at the 4 great academies. Shi Jingjing pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her performance, while Chao Yaling quietly took her seat. How much did you score? I heard the highest in our school is 345, From someone I've never heard of, Su Yuan pointed at Xiao Yaling, inquiring about her score. 344, 5, just half a point shy of being the top in the school. I wonder who this Chen Mobai is, Su Yuan remarked. Song Zheng's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, while Mo Simin remained silent in her seat. Oh, I thought I arrived early enough. At that moment, a familiar figure walked in, Yin Bingxian. Weren't you supposed to have dropped out? Shi Jingjing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Although I've been admitted to the Natural Academy without an exam, I still need to transfer my student records. The principal asked me to come here to handle the transfer process and to gather some people for a promotion. After all, I can be considered as someone who transitioned from this high school to the Natural Academy. If you all fail the entrance exam, perhaps my name will be the only one used for the banner, Yin Bingxian explained. Shi Jingjing scoffed at her words, but just then, 3 more people entered, ending the debate. Over here, Chen Mobai immediately waved at Yin Bingxian, inviting her to sit with them. She noticed Mo Simin and without hesitation, took a seat beside her. Song Zheng remained silent, pretending not to see her. I'm really sorry about what happened that day. Chen Mobai sincerely apologized to Yin Bingxian, who waved her hand dismissively, indicating she wasn't bothered. What score did you get? Which academy do you plan to enter? Yin Bingxian was unaware of Chen Mobai's score. And just as he was about to respond, a short old man walked in. Ah, you all arrived quite early. At the sight of the old man, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. Good morning, principal. Yes, please sit down. I'll address you all once everyone arrives. He was Yijing Shan, the principal of the 5th high school and a foundation-level cultivator. About 10 minutes later, all 36 individuals had gathered. Under Mo Simin's introduction, Chen Mobai became acquainted with everyone. A total of 3 at the 8th level of Qi training, 15 at the 7th, and 18 at the 6th. All right, I'll say a few words, Yijing Shan announced as he took the podium. After the customary opening remarks, he suddenly asked, Who is Chen Mobai? Good morning, principal. I am Chen Mobai. The handsome young man stood up, and in an instant, all eyes in the classroom turned toward him. Su Yuan and Shi Jingjing in the corner gaped, clearly surprised that this was the top student in the school. What is going on? Only Yin Bingxian, having dropped out, was unaware of the situation. Feeling the unusual atmosphere, she turned to Mo Simin and inquired. Indeed, talent arises in every generation. I hope that during this entrance exam, you can lead your classmates and showcase the spirit of our 5th high school. Please take a seat. The principal expressed his satisfaction upon seeing Chen Mobai, encouraging him with a few words. At that moment, Yin Bingxian was also informed of Chen Mobai's achievement as the top scorer. She turned her head slightly, astonished, and scrutinized the boy she had previously overlooked. Although she had been surprised by his 7th level Qi training during a farewell dinner, it was merely surprise. After all, there were many at that level in school. Had she not spent considerable time converting her ice spiritual root, she might have reached the 8th level by now. However, being the top scorer in the entrance exam genuinely shocked her. After all, she had also taken the exam and scored exactly 345. Was he always so low-key? Yin Bingxian recalled the moment when Chen Mobai sought her advice on ice techniques, realizing he might be someone who preferred to remain in the shadows, unfazed by fame or disgrace, quietly cultivating. Such individuals embody the true essence of a cultivator. Let us have dinner after school. I've mastered the ice technique, and I want to thank you properly, as well as apologize, Chen Mobai texted Yin Bingxian. After sending the message, he suddenly remembered he had also invited Qingnu to dinner after school. Never mind, let us just invite her too. It'll save some trouble. Chapter 82. The rules of combat. This year's entrance examination theme, as you all know, is combat. Once the score threshold was announced, the rules were simultaneously sent to various universities. I shall now elaborate on these rules, so please take note. In combat, the use of spells is permitted, while the use of pills, magical tools, and formations is strictly prohibited. However, in order to test your combat talents and to create opportunities for the weak to triumph over the strong, representatives from the Dao Academy and the School of Learning have deliberated and allowed each student participating in the entrance examination to utilize talismans. Upon hearing this, the 18 students at the 6th level of Qi refinement, who had previously appeared dull, instantly became invigorated, their eyes wide with anticipation as they focused intently on the principal's subsequent words. Even Chen Mobai felt a spark of excitement, although he held confidence in his abilities. Facing opponents at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement in a purely spell-based duel seemed daunting. Yet, with the allowance of talismans, he felt he could overpower everyone. After all, he had become quite proficient as a talisman trader, and with 100 or so second-tier talismans in his possession, he could prepare a couple of second-tier Imu Divine Thunder talismans, which should suffice to vanquish the likes of Gong Xianyu. But wouldn't this benefit the wealthy? Indeed, we come from ordinary families, and even a single second-tier talisman might be beyond our means. How does this differ from allowing the use of magical tools or formations? If those affluent young masters bring 100 talismans to the arena, we might as well concede without a fight. Chen Mobai felt a twinge of shame upon hearing the grievances of his classmates. It was indeed unfair that victory could be bought, contradicting the very essence of the entrance examination. Rest assured, the allowance of talismans is designed to provide you ordinary students with a chance to overcome the odds. However, the use of talismans will not be unrestricted. The Dao Academy and the School of Learning have imposed limits. During combat, 1 first-tier superior talisman, 2 first-tier medium talismans, and 4 first-tier inferior talismans are permitted. If you wish to achieve commendable results, the combination of your talismans will be crucial, ideally forming a cohesive system without glaring weaknesses. Once Principal He Jingshan concluded his address, a lively discussion erupted among the students regarding which talismans would enhance their combat effectiveness or best complement their cultivation techniques. Chen Mobai noted that half of the students at the 7th level of Qi refinement had already transitioned from the 5 elements technique to practices more suited to their innate abilities, giving them clear objectives, as the attributes of their techniques would dictate the most potent talismans to employ. Those still practicing the 5 elements technique had a broader range of options, allowing for the construction of a comprehensive system or a mixed formation, making them less susceptible to targeted attacks. However, the balanced nature of the 5 elements technique might prevent them from maximizing the potential of first-tier superior talismans. It was a double-edged sword. With that, I have finished my explanation. Please fill out your preferences, and I will assist you in making your selections. As He Jingshan pointed, the application forms floated to each student's desk. Furthermore, if you have any thoughts regarding talismans after completing the forms, you may consult me or the 4 teachers at the school. One of us will be available from Monday to Friday for inquiries. He Jingshan then took up chalk and inscribed the names of the 4 teachers on the blackboard. Chen Mobai glanced at the list. He recognized only Ding Jingle Yi. While the other 3 were also professors teaching spell courses for the 1st and 2nd years, their expertise in talismans being commendable. However, if he were to ask questions, he would certainly approach either Ding Jingle Yi or He Jingshan, as the former was his teacher and the latter was a foundational cultivator with evident prowess. Contemplating this, Chen Mobai completed his 3 preferences. For his first choice, he wrote down the Juma Dao Academy. Although the score threshold for the 4 major academies was typically set at 350 points, it would be a waste not to include it, should a rare opportunity arise. He might just gain admission to one of the 4 esteemed institutions. He noticed that Song Zheng had chosen the Butian Dao Academy, while Mo Simin selected the Wakido Academy as her top choice. Only Yin Bingxian, having not participated in the college entrance examination, had been guaranteed admission to the Natural Science Academy and thus did not fill out a preference form. It seemed their thoughts aligned, likely influenced by the tips shared by their homeroom teacher about filling out preferences. After all, with 3 choices, the first one was often utilized in this manner. As for Chen Mobai's preference for the Juma Dao Academy among the 4 major academies, it was primarily because Qing Nu had already been assured admission there, and should fortune smile upon him, he would have a familiar companion to study alongside. For his second choice, he opted for the Pure Yang Academy, and for his third, the Tai Yuan Academy. Once Chen Mobai had completed his selections, he waited a moment before He Jingshan began collecting everyone's forms. He called out names, summoning students to the front one by one. Some students, overly ambitious, chose academies despite insufficient scores, prompting He Jingshan to suggest they revise their preferences. Others were excessively cautious. Before long, it was Chen Mobai's turn. Given your score, you are practically assured admission to the Pure Yang Academy. Once there, strive diligently to cultivate and aspire to attain nascent soul, bringing glory to our alma mater. He Jingshan spoke with warmth, eliciting subtle shifts in the expressions of many students below. Chen Mobai was not among those already renowned, like Shi Yuanqing. Many regarded his sudden emergence as the top student with skepticism. However, Chen Mobai paid little heed to their doubt. It was not that he looked down upon them. Rather, none present could outmatch him in combat. Even those at the 8th level of Qi refinement, with the ability to use talismans, posed a challenge he felt confident overcoming. He remained quietly seated until Jingshan finished reviewing everyone's preferences. Shall we? After the meeting concluded, he stood and gestured to Yin Bingxian. Mos mouth fell agape. Appearing somewhat bewildered, hadn't they just stated in class that their relationship was merely one of classmates? Why did his tone and actions seem so suggestive? Simin, you should join us as well. Unlike Chen Mobai, who showed no qualms about the situation, Yin Bingxian hesitated momentarily before calling upon the class monitor as a shield. And the three of them decided to dine together, hoping to evade unwelcome speculation. Old Song, why don't you come along too? Chen Mobai, with a bit of pocket change now, felt no regret in treating a few more people. I'll pass, Song Zheng replied curtly, then promptly exited the classroom. Does he seem particularly unwelcoming towards you? Chen Mobai inquired of Yin Bingxian, sensing the tension. During the first and second years in practical spell classes, he never managed to win against me. I've bested him too many times, which is likely why, Yin Bingxian replied nonchalantly. Her innate talent surpassed that of Song Zheng, and she had consistently ranked first in their class until her advancement to the third year, where she had been held back from progressing her cultivation due to focusing on the frost condensation technique, allowing him to catch up. Chapter 83. The Meeting of Two Women at the Grilled Fish Restaurant. Mos gazed at the girl in blue sitting across from her, then glanced at Yin Bingxian beside her, and finally at Chen Mobai, who sat between the two women. She was utterly perplexed by his audacity. Come, this is the black sturgeon I specifically had someone bring from my hometown. Its flavor surpasses that of the carp we had last time. Since Chen Mobai had been residing on Qingguang Island for a while, he had no opportunity to return to Shuifu, thus resorting to selecting the finest fish from the island's seafood market. It was rumored that its taste rivaled that of the famed blood-red carp, though it lacked the effect of enhancing one's spiritual roots after consumption. Chen Mobai had learned that even in the Tianhe realm, the delicacy of blood-red carp was not something ordinary cultivators could afford. The fish fry that Liu Campei had procured back in the day was valued at 1 spirit stone each. After painstakingly nurturing them with bait until they reached the first-tier low grade, they were sold in the market for 10 spirit stones. If one were to order this dish at the Tian restaurant in the South Creek market, it would cost 50 spirit stones. The exorbitant price was primarily due to the chef's exceptional culinary skills, which could significantly enhance the cultivation speed of those practicing water attribute techniques for a week after consumption. Many believed it was solely the chef's expertise, but Chen Mobai knew the quality of the blood-red carp was the true factor. The cultivators of the Tianhe realm failed to realize that the blood-red carp could indeed enhance water's spiritual roots. They merely regarded it as a luxurious ingredient. This thought pained Chen Mobai, as the blood-red carp he had consumed back in Shuifu, even at cost price, had already amounted to several hundred spirit stones. However, he quickly reconsidered. Breeding blood-red carp was a unique skill of the Liu family in Yunhua. If he were to sell fish in the South Creek market, he might be ambushed by the Liu family the very next day. Thus, it appeared that consuming it himself was indeed the best option. The black sturgeon was also a local specialty of Yunming's, known for its tender meat. Chen Mobai had tested it in his wooden cabin, and even simply boiling it would result in a soup he could drink to the last drop. Today, the restaurant owner's ancestral recipe combined with the delicacy of the Tianhe realm was so delectable that even the typically meticulous Yin Bingxian couldn't help but indulge. Her mouth greased with oil after just one bite. When Chen Mobai hesitated with his chopsticks, he noticed that the 3 female classmates had left him with only some side dishes and fish bones. Fortunately, he had anticipated that the girl in blue loved to eat, so he had brought 2 fish back. When the owner delivered the second one, he no longer held back, seizing the most tender piece under the cold, wide-eyed stares of the 3 girls. Delicious. After finishing the grilled fish, the 3 women began to tidy themselves up with cleansing spells. This place is delightful. We should return next time. Yin Bingxian assumed it was the chef's skill at play, but the girl in blue promptly clarified that it was due to the quality of the ingredients brought by Chen Mobai. Mos glanced at the 2 women and suddenly kicked Chen Mobai, who looked at her in confusion. The class monitor immediately signaled with her eyes for him to speak up and conclude their gathering. She feared that lingering here might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Just as Chen Mobai planned to head back to the Tianhe realm to further hone his combat skills, he agreed to her suggestion, indicating they could gather again next time. By the way, this is the first-tier high-grade spirit water I have refined recently. Before departing, the girl in blue unexpectedly produced a bundle of 12 glass tubes filled with colorless, transparent spirit water, which made Chen Mobai beam with joy. Thank you. I've been lagging in my cultivation without this. After earning some money in Yunming's, Chen Mobai had purchased 10 portions of the main ingredients for refining spirit water from the Liu family's Siki Pavilion branch on Qingguang Island and had even procured some used spirit stones. He had returned to Deyuangxing to hand them over to the girl in blue and also ordered some talismans online. Using the same main and auxiliary ingredients to refine first-tier high-grade spirit water, he could only concoct a maximum of 5 tubes. However, the market price was quite steep, with the Celestial Gate flagship store pricing each tube at 1,000 merit points. After reaching the 7th level of Qi cultivation, consuming first-tier mid-grade spirit water only yielded 2 to 3 times the efficiency, which he viewed as inadequate. Previously, the girl in blue had only a 10% success rate due to her lack of experience, but with his ample supply of raw materials and the spirit essence, she had finally surpassed that hurdle. Now, my success rate has risen to 70 or 80%. If the materials are sufficient, I should be able to refine 100 tubes for you before I head to the Jumandao Academy, enough for you to reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation. As she spoke, the girl in blue pushed the 12 tubes of first-tier high-grade spirit water towards Chen Mobai, her eyes brimming with joy. Perfect. I just ordered 10 more portions of materials online. Let's go home together to fetch them. Class monitor, Yin Bingxian, will take our leave now. Chen Mobai, under the incredulous gaze of Mo Xianmen, waved goodbye and happily left with the girl in blue. How bold can he be? Mo Xianmen erupted into a shriek after Chen Mobai departed, having never encountered such an oblivious man. We should leave as well. We might miss the bus. Yin Bingxian, however, stood up with a calm demeanor, displaying no signs of inner turmoil. Aren't you the slightest bit angry? Honestly, if I were capable, I would have taught him a lesson today. Mo Xianmen's emotions were in turmoil, her breath quickening as she followed Yin Bingxian, venting her frustrations. What's wrong? You don't genuinely think we were on a date, do you? We've stated countless times that we are merely classmates. Listening to her friend's tirade, Yin Bingxian sighed and interrupted. Even if they are just classmates, how could he invite another girl while treating you to a meal? Even if that person were his girlfriend. What does that imply? Is he showing off? Yin Bingxian felt that Mo Xianmen's line of thought was flawed. It was merely a meal, and inviting a friend to join would only enhance the experience. Moreover, Chen Mobai had mentioned that the girl in blue was simply a close friend. What is wrong with inviting another girl? Aren't you a girl too? Mo Xianmen was taken aback by Yin Bingxian's logic, pondering Chen Mobai and realizing she might be the most abnormal one among them. It could only be said that like-minded individuals are indeed drawn to one another. Once Mo Xianmen grasped this, she promptly fell silent. In the future, if you two have any events, don't count me in. If I continue to join your gatherings, I fear my worldview will shatter and be remolded. Yet, that girl in blue seemed like a normal person, too. Had she been intentionally showcasing herself to attract Chen Mobai's attention? What a pity that a talented individual like her had set her sights on him. Chapter 84. Insights on the crafting of talismans from the sacred wood sect after delivering the medicinal materials to the alchemy room rented for use with Chen Nu. Chen Mobai once again placed an order online, swiftly depleting the newly listed 200 talismans from the Wood Spirit Talisman store. The shopkeeper responded with a familiar smiley emoji and dispatched the items via express delivery. Regrettably, he missed out on purchasing the Vitality Nourishing Pill from the Immortal Gate flagship store, likely due to poor internet connectivity at home. The stock vanished in an instant. Chen Mobai felt a tinge of disappointment, but with his third-tier privileges allowing him to participate in the monthly purchases, he remained optimistic about future successes. After all, having successfully acquired the Spirit Elevation Powder last time, if he secured the Vitality Nourishing Pill this time, it could draw the attention of discerning individuals, potentially exposing his activities. As night fell, he returned to Qinggu Island as per his usual routine. Although the spiritual energy level of his wooden dwelling was merely upper-tier, first grade, inferior to that of the water estate, Chen Mobai had recently cultivated a habit of diligently practicing in the Tianhe realm. Each time he refined the spiritual energy of this realm, it instilled in him a sense of gaining something for nothing, significantly motivating his cultivation efforts. After consuming a vial of first-tier upper-grade chi-replenishing spiritual water concocted by Chen Nu, he felt a surge in his cultivation efficiency. As the 5 elemental techniques operated, wisps of spiritual energy were absorbed and, after circulating through the great circulation, integrated into the gradually forming vortex of spiritual power within his dantian. Upon finishing his meditation, Chen Mobai glanced outside to find darkness enveloping the surroundings. Checking his phone, he noted that it was precisely 4 in the morning. he decided to begin crafting the talismans he would employ during combat. Currently, the only combat talisman he possessed was the Grass and Wood Soldier's talisman. According to its description, this talisman exhibited its greatest efficacy in forested environments, primarily used for entrapment and suppression. The combat venue was the Danju Academy, which, although adorned with greenery, primarily featured the Danxiao landform's peaks. After a brief consideration, he opted against utilizing this particular talisman. Searching the Immortal Gate network, he perused various talisman shops, only to find that combat talismans were exceedingly rare and laden with restrictions to prevent misuse by inexperienced cultivators, which could lead to catastrophic incidents. They were all quite mild in nature. Chen Mobai shook his head, unable to discover a combat talisman that met his satisfaction on the Immortal Gate network. Strangely, he recalled the Crimson Flame Sword talisman that Chi-Ho had used previously. Although its activation required some preparation, its power was exceptionally formidable, and its speed was such that even the renowned flying Black Plague bird could not evade it. In terms of combat, cultivators from the Tianhe realm were indeed more proficient. While the spells and techniques for livelihood had developed moderately, Chen Mobai held a considerable degree of respect for the combat capabilities of cultivators from this world. He remembered the insights on the crafting of talismans from the Sacred Wood sect that Lu Zhu had gifted him during his visit to the Nanxi market and promptly retrieved it from the depths of his bag. Flipping through the pages, he quickly located the introduction to the Crimson Flame Sword Talisman. Crimson Flame Sword Talisman, a first-tier upper-grade talisman, crafted by the talisman master who can solidify the essence of the Crimson Flame Sword into the talisman paper. It can seal up to 3 sword lights, which can be unleashed all at once or used sequentially. Unfortunately, this text only contained the introduction to the talisman without detailed crafting methods. However, it was because of this that Chen Mobai learned that the Crimson Flame Sword Talisman had 3 tiers. The version Chi-Ho had used was merely the most basic, sealing only 1 sword light. If all 3 sword lights were unleashed simultaneously, and the user's consciousness was sufficient, they could even form a small sword formation upon activation, enhancing the talisman's power to a higher level. This meant that although the Crimson Flame Sword Talisman was only first-tier upper grade, it could potentially exhibit the might of a second-tier lower-grade talisman under optimal conditions, perhaps even rivaling the Imu Divine Thunder Talisman in his possession. Perhaps this would be the choice. After reading the introduction, Chen Mobai felt that if he were to possess the Crimson Flame 3-sword talisman, achieving a position within the top 10 during combat would not be an insurmountable challenge. He resolved to visit the Sacred Wood sect's talisman shop on the island the next day to inquire about its availability. Having designated the Crimson Flame 3-sword talisman as his primary candidate, Chen Mobai proceeded to select 2 additional first-tier middle-grade talismans. The Green Arrow and Wood Armor talismans were familiar to him, having been utilized frequently and skillfully, thus he decided to temporarily settle on these 2. Finally, he was left with 4 first-tier lower-grade talismans. He assembled a set comprising the Wood Shield, Wood Prison, Entangling, and Detoxification talismans. In the context of combat within the Immortal Gate, it was evident that moderation was key. These talismans would be effective against the 6th-layer Qi refinement opponents. However, as the Wood Shield and Wood Armor talismans shared somewhat overlapping functions, and considering that he had also mastered the Water Elemental Shield, he felt that his defensive measures were somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he reasoned that maintaining an invulnerable position was not without merit, so he decided to keep the configuration as is for the time being. After hastily assembling a set of combat talismans, Chen Mobai resolved to seek out the Black Armored Turtle the following day for practice. Noting the dawn had yet to break, he continued to peruse the insights on the crafting of talismans from the Sacred Wood sect, contemplating whether he could optimize his set of talismans using those from the Tianhe realm. This text was distributed by the Sacred Wood sect to newly initiated disciples, detailing the 48 most common talismans, yet only 5 possessed actual crafting methods. These included the Revitalization Talisman, Rebirth Talisman, Renewal Talisman, Rejuvenation Talisman, and Revival Talisman. The names indicated a cohesive system, all intended for healing and salvation. The Revitalization Talisman was a degraded version of the Resurrection Talisman, capable of restoring spiritual power based on the user's cultivation level, albeit lacking the latter's potent ability to eliminate all negative effects. The Rebirth Talisman was notably powerful, capable of regenerating severed fingers or even limbs if used within a short time frame. The Renewal Talisman was the best-selling talisman in the low-tier market, enhancing a man's vitality. The rejuvenation talisman could allow aging cultivators to once again experience youthful vigor, also enjoying considerable popularity. The most powerful, the revival talisman, served as a life-saving talisman. Regardless of the severity of injuries, applying it would sustain a breath for 3 days. Of course, if one's head had been severed, even 10 revival talismans would be futile. It was generally reserved for situations where one needed to prepare for the end. After examining the crafting insights, Chen Mobai began to understand the sacred wood sect strategy. It appeared that this prominent sect in the eastern wilderness specifically recruited loose cultivators for the purpose of talisman crafting. It was said that once the contributions from talisman crafting accumulated to 10,000, one could exchange them for a foundation establishment pill. Such a pure yet rudimentary capitalist system was indeed striking. Chapter 85. Death. Although Chen Mobai had discerned the intentions behind the Xianmen sect's recruitment of rogue cultivators, he still harbored a yearning for the foundation establishment pills. It was said that a single pill could grant a chi refining 9th layer cultivator at least a 30% success rate in foundation establishment, making it a veritable elixir for ascension. If he could obtain a foundation establishment pill, even the risk of pill toxicity would not deter him, for he believed he would have ample time to resolve any toxicity after his foundation was established. Regrettably, despite the Xianmen sect having the most lenient conditions among the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness for accepting rogue cultivators, they only held recruitment once every 10 years and primarily sought those adept in talisman crafting. These chi refining cultivators, once accepted into the sect, could quickly generate income for the sect with minimal training. Moreover, these individuals, in their quest to earn sufficient sect contributions for foundation establishment pills, would exert themselves fully in completing talisman crafting tasks. Consequently, those who grew and succeeded in foundation establishment under such conditions would generally achieve remarkable accomplishments. After some contemplation, Chen Mobai realized that if he wished to integrate himself into this environment, he must swiftly hone his talisman crafting skills. Fortuitously, the insights on talisman crafting from the Xianmen sect contained the methods for creating 5 types of talismans, which were to be tested during each recruitment period. He resolved to prioritize talisman crafting after his entrance examination. At this juncture, dawn broke. Chen Mobai tidied his gear and independently rented a boat for the first time to hunt magical beasts. Fully prepared and adorned with talismans, he targeted the black-armored turtles known for their defensive capabilities but average offensive power in the Yunming Marsh. Thus, his solo venture proceeded without incident, and he effortlessly dispatched a solitary turtle. During this process, he encountered the boss siblings, who had also rented a boat. Chen Mobai exchanged greetings with them across the lake's surface, and they each departed with their respective spoils, returning to Qingguang Island from opposite directions. The siblings seemed to be on guard against him. Chen Mobai murmured to himself on his boat, realizing that the vigilance among the people of the Tianhe realm was greater than he had anticipated. Although he had shared some camaraderie with the boss siblings in previous battles, their mutual wariness persisted in the Yunming Marsh. Chen Mobai felt fortunate, however, that he had not encountered Qi Ho and his disciple. That would have been awkward. Upon safely returning to Qingguang Island, Chen Mobai sold the black-armored turtle he had hunted to a merchant at the dock who specialized in acquiring such magical beasts. Because his talismans primarily focused on immobilization, the turtle's most valuable shell remained intact, fetching him 2 spirit stones. After being processed by a weapon refiner, the turtle's shell would serve as a defensive magical artifact. Chen Mobai kept one of the turtle's legs for himself, having brought some seasonings to prepare a nourishing meal. However, as he was returning to his wooden cabin with the severed leg, a streak of spiritual light shot towards him like an arrow from a distance, crashing into a nearby cart loaded with magical beast meat. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Chen Mobai swiftly activated his water manipulation technique, conjuring a hemispherical water barrier in front of him to shield against the incoming gore. Which little rascal has ruined all the hard-earned goods I collected this morning? A chi refining 8th layer cultivator, drenched in blood and flesh, furiously charged towards the source of the spiritual light, delivering a punch that shattered it. Yanking out the person within and preparing to unleash his wrath, quickly informed the island master. A horde of magical beasts is charging this way. The individual from the spiritual light was left gasping for breath, coughing up blood as he clutched a powerful talisman that crumbled to ashes in his hand. Oh, it's him. Chen Mobai was taken aback to recognize Ba Jiang. At that moment, 2 disciples from the Xianmen sect, who had been watching from the dock, changed countenance upon hearing Ba Jiang's words. One of them immediately pushed aside the meat merchant who had been ready to fight, while the other, with a pained expression, hastily activated a revival talisman. Send word to Uncle Zhang. This is the highest urgency. After ensuring Ba Zhang's breath was preserved with the talisman, the Xianmen disciple turned to instruct the disciple who had subdued the meat merchant. The latter nodded, producing a talisman presumably used for internal communication within the Xianmen sect. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he released it into the sky. With a resounding whoosh, a pillar of fire erupted, soaring into the heavens, visible to everyone outside on Qingguang Island. What is happening? Less than a minute after the talisman was released, a powerful white-haired elder descended from the highest point of Qingguang Island, his gaze sharp as lightning, hovering in midair. His formidable presence made it clear to Chen Mobai that this man was a Foundation establishment cultivator. A rogue cultivator has reported sightings of a horde of magical beasts heading towards Qingguang Island. The station cultivator at the dock relayed the critical information succinctly to Elder Zhang. Upon hearing this, the elder ascended to a higher altitude and, to Chen Mobai's astonishment, shot out 12 talismans in all directions. After a few breaths, 7 of them returned, landing in his palm. Everyone retreat to the island. Activate the Great Formation immediately and relay to the outer disciples to refrain from returning to the island. They must find ways to survive. Having long been stationed in the Yunming Marsh, Elder Zhang had preemptively prepared for such situations. After confirming the authenticity of the magical beast horde with a tracking talisman, he promptly began issuing orders and mobilizing the disciples. Yes, Elder Zhang. The Xianmen disciple who had been supporting Ba Jiang immediately laid the now useless messenger down and, alongside his fellow disciple, retrieved several precious spiritual boats docked at the shore before activating the nearby nodes of the Great Formation. As for the remaining rogue cultivators by the shore, their reactions were even more telling. Upon witnessing the Foundation establishment cultivator's command, they understood the gravity of the situation and promptly scattered, abandoning their goods to rush into the marketplace to purchase combat talismans, artifacts, and medicinal pills. Fortunately, those cultivators who had just left the island managed to escape in time, as the Xianmen disciples initiated the Great Formation only after they had disembarked. The others, having ventured far, could only pray for their safety. Even the Xianmen disciples who had left the island could only resign themselves to fate, hoping they would not cross paths with the magical beast horde and somehow evade calamity. Chen Mobai, witnessing the sudden emptiness of the dock, rushed to Ba Jiang, who was barely clinging to life, and hoisted him onto his back. Ba Jiang was deeply moved to see Chen Mobai, in such dire circumstances, choosing to save him rather than flee. "Where is your sister?" Chen Mobai recalled having seen the siblings not long ago. "She is dead." Those 2 simple words caused Chen Mobai to halt in his tracks. Once again, he felt the peril that loomed over the Tianhe realm. Chapter 86. The summons after carrying Ba Jiang back to the wooden cabin he had rented. Chen Mobai prepared to take his leave. "Brother Chen, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Once I recuperate, I shall prepare a worthy gift," Ba Jiang said weakly, lying on the wooden bed with a bitter smile. "After all, having shared a bond, I could not simply stand by and watch without offering help." Chen Mobai merely shook his head and inquired about the situation with the demon beasts, but Ba Jiang had little information to share. After slaying the black-armored turtle, he and his sister had taken a detour to hunt another type of demon beast, only to encounter a massive flock of black plague birds before they could secure their next prey. The second-tier bird king had not yet made its move. But with nearly 1,000 black plague birds unleashing a tempest of arrows, all possible escape routes were shrouded in peril. Ba Jiang possessed a life-saving second-tier defensive talisman, but his sister was not so fortunate, suffering a grievous demise. Do the demon beasts frequently assault the island in the Yunming Marsh? Chen Mobai, being a complete outsider, had only a limited understanding of the situation during his brief stay. Although Ba Jiang was also new to the area, he hailed from a local cultivation family in the eastern wilderness and had grown up hearing tales of the Yunming Marsh, making him somewhat knowledgeable. It was said that deep within the marsh dwelled 4th-tier demon beasts, but a century ago, they had been subdued by the Hunyuan ancestor of the 5 Elements sect alongside several allies. 50 years ago, after the Hunyuan ancestor passed away, the seal had grown increasingly tenuous, with powerful demon beasts frequently breaking free from confinement. Led by their respective clans, they wreaked havoc. Were it not for the vigilant presence of the angry river master from the 5 Elements sect, who had long safeguarded the Fengyu dock, it is likely that the Yunming Marsh would have succumbed to the reign of demon beasts long ago. Nonetheless, the 7 great sects of the Eastern Wilderness organized large-scale hunts in the Yunming Marsh at regular intervals. Otherwise, a combined assault from within and outside the seal could potentially unleash the legendary 4th-tier demon beasts. In the last 30 years, the demon beast army had grown clever, often attacking the key markets and islands in the Yunming Marsh just prior to the Eastern Wilderness sect's joint hunting expeditions. Typically, this marked the onset of the most brutal battles. After listening to this account, Chen Mobai fell silent before posing a question. Can Qingguang Island withstand the onslaught? The Shinshu sect, being one of the 7 great sects of the Eastern Wilderness, possessed formidable resources and could likely endure the attack, albeit with considerable loss of life. Bajang's response caused Chen Mobai to sigh. There is a significant possibility that it may not hold. At this juncture, as loose cultivators, we find ourselves powerless, left to hope for the Shinshu sect's intervention. They would issue a summons, requesting our assistance in defending the island. Oh, is this summons mandatory? That depends on the disposition of the Shinshu sect. However, even if it is not compulsory, we loose cultivators must lend our aid in the defense. For should the island fall, the sect's disciples may escape via the teleportation array, while we loose cultivators would surely be abandoned as mere cannon fodder. Bajang spoke with a bitter expression, and Chen Mobai suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, if a teleportation array were present, the Shinshu sect could preserve their living forces by retreating to their main stronghold. However, he soon grasped the implications. Qingguang Island's market was one of the Shinshu sect's most prosperous ventures in the Yunming Marsh. The monthly rental income from the island's dwellings, coupled with various shop profits and business commissions, amounted to no less than 10,000 spirit stones. If they were to withdraw now, allowing the demon beasts to rampage, even a golden core master would feel acute regret. Thus, even if the Shinshu sect contemplated retreating through the teleportation array, it would only be under dire circumstances where they could no longer defend. Consequently, loose cultivators would likely hope for the Shinshu sect to remain and would exert effort to assist in the island's defense. Chen Mobai pondered whether to leave immediately, as he possessed the tortoise treasure, allowing him to withdraw at will. Yet, the prospect of the demon beasts assaulting the island presented a rare opportunity. Having secured a safe exit and knowing that the Shinshu sect would prioritize defense, he considered observing the situation to hone his combat skills. Ba Xiong, focus on your recovery. I shall seek out Brother Kaheo and ascertain his presence on the island. After uttering these words, Chen Mobai rose and departed. He had joined Kaheo on several demon beast hunting missions and was familiar with the disciples' residence, located in the highest and most spiritually enriched cave in the island's center, surpassing even that of the water mansion. Oh, it's you. Kaheo was fortunate. Today, a certain junior brother she had urgent matters to attend to and did not leave the island, thus narrowly avoiding calamity. However, Chen Mobai's luck was even greater. Though he had left the island, he had encountered the Ba siblings, ultimately choosing the right path to return safely. Upon learning of the Ba siblings' predicament, Kaheo could not help but sigh and produced a revival talisman for Chen Mobai to deliver to Ba Jiang. Brother Qi, regarding the demon beasts attacking the island, how should we loose cultivators position ourselves? After receiving the talisman, Chen Mobai inquired about their circumstances. If the Shinshu sect were to impose strict measures on loose cultivators, he would consider fleeing. Well, I just came from Uncle Zhang. The summons will soon be issued, and I will share the details with you. Our Shinshu sect will employ all loose cultivators on the island, offering 5 spirit stones per day for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, 2 for mid-stage, and 1 for early stage. As long as each person is willing to fight for their lives, spirit stones will be distributed on the same day. Furthermore, those who perform exceptionally during the island's defense may be exceptionally invited to join our sect as disciples. After Kaheo's remarks, Chen Mobai could not help but admire Uncle Zhang's audacity. Even without the promise of spirit stones, the loose cultivators, driven by self-preservation, would assist the Shinshu sect in defending the island. Yet, with such generous terms in the summons, it was likely that nearly all loose cultivators would be willing to fight to the death. Chen Mobai himself felt compelled by the offer. Brother Chen, at such a young age, you have already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. I sincerely hope you can join our Shinshu sect, and we may become true brothers. After offering some encouragement, Kaheo stated he needed to arrange defenses at the Eastern Array's flag, hurrying away after gathering 3 fellow disciples into a small team. With the revival talisman in hand, Chen Mobai returned to Ba Zhang's cabin, delivering the talisman and explaining the Shinshu sect's summons. with the promise of same-day spirit stone distribution. Even the most skeptical loose cultivators would be reassured. Uncle Zhang, indeed, was one of the most likely candidates for golden core among the Shinshu sect, exhibiting great determination and an understanding of the mindset of loose cultivators. Upon hearing this, Ba Jiang sighed. Indeed, some loose cultivators had initially prepared to pack their belongings and leave, as the demon beast army would undoubtedly target Qingguang Island. They believed that by dispersing and hiding throughout the Yunming Marsh, as long as they did not confront the demon beast head-on, their chances of survival were considerable. However, once the summons was issued, nearly all loose cultivators chose to remain. Chapter 87. The helmet Chen Mobai resolved to remain in the Tianhe realm, recognizing it as his greatest opportunity. Undoubtedly, he would be here for an extended period, and in this world fraught with battles and dangers, he could no longer afford to hide. The current assignment to guard Qingguang Island afforded him a unique vantage point to observe the large-scale combat prowess of this realm. Moreover, with the Shenmu sect leading the charge, such opportunities were indeed rare. Even if the Shenmu sect were to falter and retreat through the teleportation array, the commotion would be substantial and impossible to conceal. He could return to his wooden cottage in merely 8 seconds, and should disaster strike the island, finding refuge for that brief interval would pose no challenge. After departing from Bajiang, Chen Mobai first ventured to the market street on the island, hoping to procure some magical artifacts or talismans to enhance his combat capabilities. However, he soon discovered it was far too late. Virtually everything had been snatched up. What remained was either subpar or significantly diminished in power. As for the elixirs, they had been entirely depleted, with even the herbs that could restore spiritual energy or heal wounds being eagerly purchased by fellow cultivators willing to invest. The shops operated by the Shenmu sect had closed their doors following the order to seal off the island, with all resources being strictly managed by Zheng Deming, some of which were allocated to the sect's disciples. On the streets, several opportunistic loose cultivators displayed items they would typically hesitate to sell, marking them up to 2 or 3 times their usual prices. Chen Mobai spotted a versatile spirit mirror artifact, yet the vendor's asking price of 80 spirit stones forced him to decline. After perusing the market, he realized his financial constraints and returned to his wooden cabin, only to find someone waiting at the entrance. "Manager Wang, why are you standing here?" Chen Mobai greeted him. This was the very steward from the Shenmu sect who had rented him the cottage. Wang appeared to have just arrived and seemed relieved to see Chen Mobai return. "Fellow Taoist Chen, I bring a summons from the Shenmu sect. As a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, I am here to inform you that we hope you will assist in defending Ling Island at this critical juncture." Wang presented a summons bearing the sect's official seal. Since Chen Mobai had already decided to stay, he readily accepted. "Of course, but where do I collect the spirit stones?" The conditions outlined in the summons regarding the recruitment of loose cultivators for island defense matched precisely what Chi-Ho had previously disclosed. As long as one accepted the Shenmu sect's call, daily rewards and spirit stones would be dispersed before each battle. Such terms were undeniably generous. "If you agree, you will be assigned to my squad, and I will distribute the spirit stones," Wang stated, prompting Chen Mobai to nod in agreement before signing the summons. According to Uncle Zheng's spirit talisman, the first wave of demonic beasts will likely arrive in about 2 hours. I still need to distribute summons to a dozen other loose cultivators, so please gather at this location in 1 hour, Wang added. Chen Mobai nodded again, and Wang generously handed him 5 spirit stones. Given that the protective array of the Shenmu sect was already active, these loose cultivators had no means of escaping, alleviating any concerns that Chen Mobai might abscond with the spirit stones. Unbeknownst to Wang, as soon as he departed, Chen Mobai utilized his turtle treasure to return to the Diyuan Star. He was not fleeing, but rather seeking to procure combat supplies. Upon arrival at his doorstep, he quickly glanced at the over 200 talismans sent from the wooden spirit talisman shop, stuffing them into his backpack before calling Wu Wan. While inflation was rampant on Qingguang Island, prices for artifacts on Diyuan Star remained stable, though those for combat artifacts were unusually high. The production of powerful combat artifacts necessitated prior approval from the relevant departments within the immortal sect, and once approved, buyers were required to register, with each use needing to be reported. These factors had driven the prices of combat artifacts to exorbitant levels. In contrast, defensive artifacts merely required registration, keeping their prices relatively stable. Chen Mobai believed that maintaining a solid defense was paramount in battle, and although he had mastered the water element shield and possessed the wooden shield talisman and wooden armor talisman, He felt compelled to acquire an additional defensive artifact for peace of mind during the island defense. The budget for a defensive artifact was approximately 80,000 merit points. After clearly stating his requirements, Wu Wan, a first-tier appraiser, revealed that he had several suitable artifacts on hand. Due to the urgency of the situation, Chen Mobai opted not to take the bus and instead hailed a taxi directly to Wu Ji Goldsmith. I currently have only this one item. The other two would need to be sourced from different celestial realms, Wu Wan informed him. How long will that take? One item is in the same city and should arrive by tomorrow, while the other is from Weiyu Cave and could take up to 3 days if you are willing to part with merit points. In the realm of immortals, local orders could benefit from free shipping, but shipping from other celestial realms could be quite costly. However, Chen Mobai was not concerned about that. Time was of the essence. He examined the defensive artifact Wu Wan retrieved from his safe. It was a helmet, gleaming in a golden hue, exuding an impressive aura, an intermediate-grade artifact. It could defend against spells that directly attacked the mind. I also embedded a power shield within it. If charged with spiritual energy in advance, it can be activated without using your own energy, Wu Wan explained, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. Oh, I didn't realize it was personally crafted by Master Wu. While every appraiser harbored aspirations of becoming a smith, Wu Wan's words took Chen Mobai by surprise. I originally crafted this helmet to assist with enhancing spiritual awareness during the Foundation establishment phase. Unfortunately, I only acquired pulse-guarding pills and lacked spirit-ascending powder. Regrettably, my foundation was insufficient, and I failed to establish my foundation. It will take several more years to reach full qi refinement. If you need it, I can sell it to you at a discount. Though Wu Wan spoke nonchalantly, Chen Mobai could sense the underlying wistfulness in his tone. The difficulty of foundation establishment was akin to climbing to the heavens for ordinary cultivators. What price do you intend to sell it for? This artifact is crafted from refined gold, and the material costs are significant. Given our long-standing friendship, I would ask for 100,000 merit points. That's rather steep. I only have a budget of 80,000 merit points. After purchasing talismans and supplementary elixirs, Chen Mobai had depleted half of the 160,000 merit points initially granted to him. For the upcoming defense of the island, he was unwilling to be frugal. Thus, 80,000 merit points would constitute his entire fortune. Chapter 88. The 5 Transformation Umbrella. Indeed, this is the lowest price. You are aware of the price of gold. Perhaps you might consider 2 other defensive artifacts, both crafted by 2 esteemed artisans I know. Their prices are somewhat more reasonable. Wu Wan presented 2 printed documents, which contained authentication certificates he had issued, clearly detailing the images and functionalities of the artifacts. Chen Mobai glanced over them. One was a long-sleeved robe, while the other was an umbrella. The defensive capabilities of the robe surpassed that of a helmet, albeit lacking the ability to enhance one's spiritual awareness. Priced at 89,000 merit points. The wooden umbrella, however, was the least expensive at 75,000 merit points. Its defensive power was commendable, yet it demanded a high level of skill from the user, as the umbrella's canopy must be opened for each defense. Once opened, it continuously siphons the user's spiritual energy, necessitating closure when not in use. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai felt it was quite suitable for him. Beyond the reasonable price, he excelled in manipulation, and the design of this artifact harmonized well with the aesthetics prevalent in the Tianhe realm, unlike Wu Wan's conspicuous golden helmet. Is this umbrella from the same city? Yes, it is. Then I shall take it. Where is it? Let us take a taxi there immediately. Chen Mobai's eagerness rendered Wu Wan momentarily stunned, nonetheless. As he was covering the fare, he expressed no objections. This umbrella is the creation of a student from the Danju Academy. Crafted from first-grade phoenix tree wood for the handle and frame, with a canopy made of first-grade talisman paper. While termed an artifact, it is more aptly described as a talismanic tool. 5 defensive talismans are inscribed upon the canopy, theoretically capable of warding off elemental attacks, yet, through my validation, it can withstand at most the assaults of a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement. As they awaited their ride, the two discussed the advantages and disadvantages of this artifact. Although Wu Wan had not sold his own artifact, he felt pleased at the prospect of earning a commission from the wooden umbrella listed in his online shop. The student displayed considerable ingenuity. The concept of the 5 Transformation Umbrella was remarkable, intended to neutralize all elemental spells. Regrettably, it lacked depth. It could only defend against elemental spells cast by practitioners below the 7th level of qi refinement. and any assault exceeding that threshold would disrupt the balance of the defensive talismans. Nevertheless, this wooden umbrella possesses a hidden technique. Once the defensive talismans fail, one could consult a talisman master to redraw the desired talismans, transforming it into a weapon. Naturally, I shall not include this information in the certification. If the law enforcement officers come knocking, I will assert that it was the buyer who illegally modified it. Wu Wan's insights opened Chen Mobai's eyes, and he felt deep admiration for the concept behind the 5 transformation umbrella. This artifact can be deemed half-talisman, with the versatility to alter its usage through the replacement of the canopy in the inscribed talismans, a cleverness that Chen Mobai would never have considered without guidance. After spending 260 merit points on the taxi fare, they arrived at the Danju Academy, where the student awaited them at the entrance. They exchanged introductions: Wan Jingsheng, a sophomore student, and Chen Mobai, an ordinary person. Wan Jingsheng was a young man with thick brows and large eyes, speaking little, and he appeared somewhat reluctant to part with the wooden umbrella. After they became friends on their devices, Chen Mobai promptly transferred the merit points to Wu Wan's shop in Wan Jingsheng's presence, then took the umbrella and departed. Indifferent to the subsequent accounting between Wu Wan and Wan Jingsheng, his sole request was to accumulate points, for which he paid an additional 750 merit points in taxes. In the future, should the Immortal Sect's Tax Bureau conduct an audit, he would be in the clear, having followed all proper procedures. Even if Wu Wan faced legal troubles over tax issues, Chen Mobai would remain innocent. Chen Mobai took another taxi home, then teleported to Qingguang Island, with just over an hour to spare. Wan Jingsheng had even provided a long cloth bag for the umbrella and mentioned that he could be contacted for repairs should any issues arise. From their initial interactions, Chen Mobai found Wan Jingsheng to be quite agreeable and considered the possibility of a long-term collaboration. He placed the umbrella into the cloth bag, which had a drawstring suitable for securing it to his belt. Chen Mobai also strapped his needle case to his left wrist and donned a backpack filled with over 200 talismans. Fully equipped as he made his way to the office hall of Manager Wang, the very place where he had initially rented a wooden cabin. By the time he arrived, it was already somewhat late, and everyone was waiting for him. Apologies, I was delayed purchasing some artifacts and talismans from a few friends, Chen Mobai quickly explained. Seeing him fully armed, the previously impatient scattered practitioners calmed down, as the more equipped their companion, the safer they felt. Daoist Chun, our team of 28 practitioners is tasked with guarding a flag node of the Tianmu Divine Light Formation. Here are the essential details, Manager Wang said, handing Chen Mobai a small booklet. He then patted a green cloth bag at his waist, summoning a floating flying boat before them. It was indeed a storage bag. A female practitioner recognized the blue-green bag's origin and gasped in astonishment. Even the smallest storage bags typically cost 100 spirit stones. Wang's bag, capable of containing a 20-meter-long flying boat, was likely worth as much as a Foundation establishment pill. This is a storage bag specifically for the sect's large-scale logistics. Elder Zhang gifted me one. Daily spirit stone provisions for all of you are kept within, Wang explained, patting his storage bag. His words sparked interest among several scattered practitioners present. However, aside from Manager Wang, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, there were 4 other disciples of the Divine Wood sect at the late stage of Qi refinement, effectively maintaining order. No one dared to act on their covetous thoughts. Yet, the envy was palpable. Chen Mobai calculated that among the 28 practitioners in their team, aside from the 5 disciples of the Divine Wood sect, the rest were scattered practitioners, including 4 at the late stage of Qi refinement, 7 at the mid-stage, and 12 at the early stage. The daily cost of hiring them alone amounted to 46 spirit stones. Given that any monster attack on the island would likely last at least a month, the storage bag must contain at least 1,000 spirit stones. It was no wonder the scattered practitioners were envious. Under Manager Wang's direction, the group boarded the flying boat, and with the expenditure of spirit stones, they arrived at their designated flag node in mere moments. It was situated on a cliff by the shore, enclosed by azure stones, with a 10-meter diameter area in the center where a stark tree stood. After reviewing the booklet, Chen Mobai recognized this as the flag node. The Tianmu Divine Light Formation is the most renowned formation of the Divine Wood sect, using trees as flag nodes. Located in the Giant Wood Ridge, bolstered by countless spiritual trees, even a nascent soul elder would not dare to intrude lightly. On Qingguang Island, the Divine Wood sect had transplanted a total of 36 spiritual trees from the Giant Wood Ridge, which at their peak could reach Tier 3 power. It is precisely for this reason that both the disciples of the Divine Wood sect and the scattered practitioners felt confident in guarding the island. They have arrived. Chapter 89. The Divine Light of the Sacred Tree. No reminder was needed from Steward Wang. Everyone raised their heads to behold a sight at the horizon, where the boundary between the water and the sky appeared to be splattered with ink, rapidly spreading outwards to form patches of ominous black clouds. It was the Black Plague birds. Chen Mobai instantly recognized these malevolent creatures, the very ones that had forced both Chi Ho and himself to flee, and were responsible for the death of Sister Bajiang. Indeed, it was these vile beasts that had arrived the fastest. A disciple of the Sacred Tree sect, with a stern expression, approached the bare tree and inserted a specially crafted talisman. Esteemed guests, the divine light of the sacred tree will first sweep the area. However, to avoid allowing the beasts to discern our patterns and to guard against the attacks of second-tier beasts, we shall only activate the divine light if we are able to withstand their assault. Steward Wang swiftly outlined their strategy, and Chen Mobai understood the rationale behind it. The small booklet previously given to him had elaborated on this. Given that there was only one Foundation establishment cultivator on the island, and the beasts were certainly not limited to mere second tier, the divine light of the sacred tree formation was their ultimate trump card. 36 spirit trees formed the array, storing 36 beams of the divine light. Once unleashed, should a beast encounter it directly, even a second-tier creature would suffer grievously, with weaker foes reduced to mere dust. However, once these 36 beams were expended, the second-tier beasts would no longer be deterred, rampaging freely upon Qingguang Island. Fortunately, the divine light was not entirely irreplaceable. The talisman inserted by the disciple of the Sacred Tree sect into the Spirit Tree array served precisely this purpose. It allowed the spirit trees to quickly absorb the spiritual energy from the earth within 2 hours, thereby recharging a beam of divine light. Thus, the battle for the defense of Qingguang Island hinged upon whether they could intimidate the second-tier beasts with the divine light, while simultaneously repelling the massed hordes of beasts attempting to land. Yet, the disciples of the Sacred Tree sect were not without their talents, understanding the principles of illusion and reality. As thousands of black plague birds flocked to the skies above Qingguang Island, for beams of divine light surged skyward. One of these emanated from the spirit tree array they were guarding. Boom! Chen Mobai felt a surge of potent spiritual energy, powerful enough to crush him, erupting from the depths of the precipice beneath his feet, only to be entirely siphoned by the spirit tree encircled by his team. It was akin to a thunderclap. The crystalline beam of light cleaved through the firmament, vaporizing a vast swarm of black plague birds, with over 1,000 beasts transforming into sprays of dark red mist, staining half the sky. A piercing, furious screech echoed, causing Chen Mobai's head to swim momentarily. However, he swiftly activated his spiritual cultivation technique, regaining clarity. Yet, those beside him, who had not yet mastered spiritual awareness, staggered, some even bleeding from the mouth, collapsing at the cliff's edge. There were 3 second-tier bird kings. Steward Wang glanced at the sky, his expression a mix of shock and elation. The might of the divine light was indeed extraordinary. Having severely wounded one second-tier black plague bird king, sending it plummeting to the island, while another lost half a wing, with only the fastest one evading the widespread sweep of the divine light. It was this injured bird king that, amidst Zheng Deming's assault, desperately unleashed its final sonic attack, impacting even Chen Mobai and his companions nearby. Ultimately, however, this wounded bird king succumbed to Zheng Deming's flying sword, meeting a tragic end. Yet, the death of this bird king incited a frenzy among the remaining black plague birds. Following the sweep of the 4 beams of divine light, hundreds of black plague birds shrieked, launching themselves like arrows towards the west of Qingguang Island, where their leader had fallen. Prepared for this, Chen Mobai and his companions immediately unleashed their various abilities. Some wielded magical tools, others activated talismans, and some simply unleashed their spells. With a swish, Chen Mobai unfurled the 5-transform umbrella hanging at his waist, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy. A veil of azure mist enveloped the umbrella's surface, blocking the descending wind blades and arrows. Though numerous, the quality of these black plague birds was lacking. Chen Mobai even had the capacity to shield 2 fellow Qi refining cultivators who were still recovering from the Bird King's last sonic attack. After successfully fending off the initial wave, the black plague birds began to attack with their sharp beaks and wings at the spirit tree's defenders. At this moment, the disparity between well-trained disciples of major sects and wandering cultivators became apparent. as the disciples of the sacred tree sect endeavored to protect those of lower cultivation around them. While most wandering cultivators were primarily self-serving, with only a rare few, like Chen Mobai, showing solidarity. Steward Wang, typically jovial, revealed a ruthless side as he wielded a crimson flying sword, skillfully dismembering 5 approaching black plague birds into numerous pieces. The other disciples of the sacred tree sect also acted cohesively, raising their unified black shields, and, once secured in defense, casting talismans. Lightning, wind, frost, and flames erupted instantaneously, reducing 12 more black plague birds to lifeless husks. Chen Mobai remained vigilant, refraining from exerting his full strength. Faced with 2 black plague birds that charged directly at him, he swiftly cast binding talismans, causing 2 vines to sprout and ensnare the swift creatures before he flicked his left sleeve, unleashing 2 golden rays that pierced through the birds' foreheads, creating bloody holes. At this juncture, those chi-refining cultivators who had been affected by the sonic attack regained their composure, either swallowing medicinal pills or invoking secret techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the black plague birds that had approached them, with the majority of black plague birds swept away by the 4 beams of divine light, and many of the remaining ones restrained by the other 2 bird kings. Confusion reigned among the remaining birds, having lost their leader. In no time, Chen Mobai and his companions dispatched nearly 100 black plague birds that had intruded into their vicinity. The remaining black plague birds, still circling outside the island, unleashed 2 more volleys of wind blades and arrows before ultimately retreating, landing instead upon a desolate reef several kilometers away from the western side of Qingguang Island, blocking one direction. Once the battle concluded, Chen Mobai surveyed the fallen birds strewn across the precipice and the black feathers and broken wings floating upon the water below, then glanced at the 2 chi-refining cultivators who were howling in agony from severed arms, and he fell into a deep silence. Chapter 90. The Beast Assault on the Island. A disciple from the Divine Tree Sect promptly retrieved a prepared regeneration talisman from his storage pouch, reattaching the arms of 2 injured chi refinement practitioners. In this initial combat, everyone was still somewhat inexperienced, yet the absence of fatalities was a tremendous relief. Manager Wang signaled for the injured chi refinement practitioners to return and rest, assuring them that they could rejoin the battle later, and their spirit stones would still be allocated. One of them immediately shook his head, indicating he did not wish to continue fighting, while the other hesitated, contemplating his lack of preparation this time. He resolved to remain, believing that if a similar situation arose again, he would certainly avoid injury. For the departing practitioner, Manager Wang was cordial, arranging for one of his junior disciples to pilot a flying vessel to escort him back, and even provided him with 2 regeneration talismans for healing. The one who chose to stay received 5 regeneration talismans and an additional spirit stone as compensation. Both were at the 3rd level of chi refinement, relatively low in cultivation. Manager Wang's generous actions alleviated the previously somber atmosphere that had arisen from the injuries. Through this skirmish, I recognized that our cooperation was lacking. Perhaps it would be best to form smaller teams. Manager Wang, known as Wang Yuanwu, had showcased formidable strength during the recent battle, earning the respect of the group. Thus, when he proposed dividing the remaining 27 individuals into 5 smaller teams, everyone nodded in agreement. Each Divine Tree Sect disciple would serve as the team leader, while the others could freely form teams based on their preferences. Chen Mobai, however, was first selected by Wang Yuanwu to join his team. Besides him, there were 3 other loose cultivators, including the injured one named Gao Tua. The remaining 2 members were a pair of senior siblings. The male, Shirpigi, was at the 5th level of chi refinement, while the female, Luo Lin, was at the 3rd level. They were disciples of a minor sect, and were among those Chen Mobai had protected earlier, voluntarily requesting to join this team. Wang Yuanwu nodded in agreement without further comment. Chen Daoyu, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance earlier. Without your intervention, my sibling and I could have been injured, said Luo Lin, who appeared to be in her early 20s. Though her clothing bore traces of blood, her bright eyes and radiant smile made her a striking presence within their group. If only her cultivation were higher, perhaps many suitors would seek her out. In the realm of the Heavenly River, cultivators were exceedingly pragmatic, even in the search for partners. They sought those with comparable talents and cultivation levels to foster mutual growth and benefits. Especially after attaining spiritual awareness, their desire for beauty diminished significantly. Though some still indulged in such pleasures, it was merely a matter of convenience. No need for excessive formality, Chen Mobai replied. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yuanwu welcomed back his junior disciple who had been sent to escort the departing practitioner and proceeded to arrange the remaining 5 loose cultivators with him before turning to his own team. He first offered words of comfort to the injured Gao Ta, then prompted everyone to introduce their preferred spells or artifacts to devise a preliminary combat strategy for their upcoming mission. Shi Pingyi wielded a flying sword inherited from his sect and possessed 5 talismans, excelling in swordsmanship. Luo Lin practiced the same techniques as her brother, but lacked a flying sword, possessing only a shield crafted from the shell of a black turtle, purchased from the Qingguang Island market. Gao Tuo, a loose cultivator, owned a hooked artifact, a hand crossbow, and 18 spirit arrows, each said to possess enough power to slay practitioners below the 3rd level of qi refinement. In terms of value, Gao Tuo surprisingly surpassed Shi Pingyi and Luo Lin, making it understandable that he would dare to remain despite the initial setbacks. I possess several talismans, one for offense and one for defense. Chen Mobai conservatively disclosed regarding his equipment. Earlier, he had used a 5 transformation umbrella to fend off a barrage of wind blades and had shot down 2 black plague birds with flying needles. Shi Pingyi and Luo Lin had witnessed the prowess of his equipment and recognized its exceptional quality. How many talismans do you have? Wang Yuanwu inquired, addressing a crucial concern. Once combat commenced, talismans became consumables, and understanding their precise quantity was vital for assessing their combat capabilities. I haven't counted them exactly, but I believe I possess several dozen. Chen Mobai hesitated before answering, refraining from revealing the full truth. Nevertheless, this still astonished the other practitioners, for Wang Yuanwu, as the leader of the protective team for the spirit tree formation, carried only about 80 talismans, including those distributed by the sect. Rest assured, I will keep track of your talisman usage during the battle, and once we repel the beasts, I will request compensation from the sect on your behalf. Wang Yuanwu's words brought Chen Mobai considerable comfort. Initially, he received a daily remuneration of 5 spirit stones, which already accounted for the talisman losses during combat. However, to boost morale, Wang Yuanwu was exceedingly generous, or perhaps he merely intended to placate Chen Mobai, given that the spirit stones were ultimately provided by the sect. In our team, I suggest that I and Chun Dao you take positions at either end, with the other 3 practitioners between us. Would that be acceptable? Given their lack of familiarity from this being their first collaboration, such a straightforward strategy seemed most appropriate. Chen Mobai and the other 3 immediately nodded in agreement. At that moment, a talisman flew before Wang Yuanwu with a whoosh, causing his expression to shift as he swiftly caught it. Prepare for battle. A multitude of water python cattle and black turtle sightings have been detected in the eastern waters of the island. These black plague birds may coordinate with them to attack. After absorbing the information contained within the talisman, Wang Yuanwu shouted loudly. The practitioners who had been resting or meditating did not hesitate. They swiftly consumed recovery pills. Subsequently, everyone took their positions according to the recently established 5 teams, firmly securing the area surrounding the spirit tree on the cliff. Boom. On the eastern side of Qingguang Island, 5 beams of divine light from the heavenly wood descended upon the boundless lake, creating massive waves that swept countless beast corpses ashore. Not far away, nearly 1,000 black plague birds rose from the rocky outcrops, scattering widely as they approached with furious, piercing cries. These vile creatures truly fear nothing. One loose cultivator spat, raising a black turtle shield and channeling spiritual energy into it, positioning it at the forefront of their team. Chen Mobai furrowed his brow, surprised to see such high casualties had not deterred the black plague birds, perhaps driven to madness by the death of their avian king. Nonetheless, their primary focus now remained on addressing the impending battle. In their extensive region, 5 beams of heavenly wood remained unutilized. However, Wang Yuanwu had previously stated that unless a second-tier beast attacked the island or their western front line neared collapse, they would not be deployed. This meant they needed to endure for at least 2 hours until the spirit tree formation could recharge. Ensure your own safety. Protecting the spirit tree is entrusted to me and Manager Wang. Chen Mobai advised the 3 practitioners standing between him and Wang Yuanwu. He then pinched 4 blue arrow talismans with his right hand, channeling spiritual energy as he flicked them into the air. A total of 24 azure spirit arrows materialized from the void behind him. Chapter 91. Spiritual Leaves. Chen Mobai extended his right hand, fingers splayed toward the expanse of air. Amidst the buzzing sound, a long arrow of azure spiritual energy materialized from the void behind him and, in an instant, surged forth. Bang! 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 The 5 black plague birds that had just ascended the cliff were immediately repelled, and the azure arrows erupted, shattering them into clouds of crimson mist. On another front, Wang Yuanwu was equally unyielding, wielding a crimson flying sword that danced like flames, infused with violent spiritual power, cutting through a swarm of black plague birds overhead. Several unsuspecting beasts were instantly reduced to charred remains. Gao Tua and his companions also unleashed their own attacks. A crossbow bolt flew forth, striking down one black plague bird with precision. However, he was unable to reload in time, forced to rely on his newly reattached sluggish right hand to wield his hooked artifact and engage in close combat with the approaching creatures. Fortunately, he had the support of his fellow disciples, Luo Lin, who wielded a black armor shield with agility, deftly blocking the fierce wind arrows spewed forth by the black plague birds. Meanwhile, Shipingyi demonstrated his prowess at the 5th level of Qi training, his purple flying sword darting like a bolt of lightning, slashing through the black plague birds that circled around Chen Mobai and Wang Yuanwu. Observing this scene, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then unleashed the remaining 18 arrows of spiritual energy from his back. With a resounding thud, their section of the cliff became momentarily vacant. Second-tier enemies are coming. Wang Yuanwu's expression turned grave just as the others exhaled in relief. Chen Mobai's gaze shifted toward the sky beyond Qingguang Island, and indeed, 2 gigantic birds, 3 to 4 times the size of ordinary black plague birds, loomed in the clouds. One of these black plague bird kings had only one wing remaining, its eyes a sinister crimson, coldly fixated on their position. The divine light from the spiritual tree they were protecting had previously scorched one of its wings, nearly bringing it down. All were aware to safeguard themselves. 5 beams of divine light remained on the western shore, after the bird king lost a wing. The remaining 2 would not dare approach without absolute certainty. However, they would soon face the bird king's elite guards, formidable creatures akin to those in the late stages of Qi training. Yet, regardless of the peril, they could not allow their line to falter. As the bird king focused on their spiritual tree, Wang Yuanwu felt beads of sweat form on his brow. Nonetheless, his extensive experience allowed him to remain composed even under immense pressure as he surveyed the battlefield and issued commands. With a menacing roar, a group of massive birds, twice the size of the ordinary black plague birds, detached from the bird king's side, riding the tempest toward them. Boom! Before the large birds even arrived, a colossal tornado formed at the shore, stirring up tumultuous waves that bore down upon the spiritual tree atop the cliff. The 2 bird kings had joined forces to unleash their innate powers, both shielding their elite guards and probing for any hidden trump cards on Qingguang Island. Chen Mobai's expression shifted as he witnessed the enormous tornado capable of engulfing their entire cliff. He grasped his final card, the Yimu Divine Thunder Talisman. However, he first glanced at Wang Yuanwu, who, unsurprisingly, possessed a second-tier talisman, indicating that this leader of the Divine Wood sect had even more secrets to unveil. With gritted teeth, Wang Yuanwu nodded at another disciple of the Divine Wood sect, who promptly produced a talisman and infused it into the spiritual tree. As if caressed by a gentle breeze, the previously barren tree sprouted a verdant bud, rapidly growing into a leaf the size of a palm. Wang Yuanwu swung his sword, severing the green leaf. After consuming a restorative elixir, the disciple channeled all his spiritual energy into the freshly cut leaf, which blazed with radiant light, transforming into a massive shield that enveloped the entire cliff. Just then, the tremendous tornado summoned by the 2 second-tier bird kings descended, accompanied by thunderous waves. Boom! The ground trembled as Chen Mobai steadied himself with his wooden umbrella. The functions of this divine wood light array are indeed numerous, he pondered, wondering if there were any other capabilities apart from the divine wood light and the green leaf shield. The colossal birds approached, 20 in total. Each squad was to face 4, with those in the late stages of Qi training taking the lead. Wang Yuanwu swiftly allocated tasks, then charged forward, his crimson flying sword encircling the first 3 large birds. Chen Mobai gritted his teeth and selected one of the enormous avians. Yet, upon noticing the nearly 100 ordinary black plague birds trailing behind, he feared that the other members of his squad might struggle. Before engaging with the large bird, he launched 4 azure arrow talismans once more. With a series of thuds, the azure arrows met fierce winds emitted by the great bird, shattering upon impact, though 23 arrows targeted the horde of black plague birds surging toward them. Blood splattered, and black feathers flew. After clearing a path, Chen Mobai brandished his 5 transformation umbrella, facing the formidable black plague bird that stood a full meter tall. Buzz! Two azure wind blades extended from the bird's flapping wings, resembling crescent blades, descending upon Chen Mobai's head. The umbrella unfurled. The mist emanating from it struggled to withstand the assault, partially rupturing under the wind blade's force, yet ultimately managed to dissipate the attack. Fortunately, despite the bird's powerful lineage, they lacked training, and their spells did not exceed the umbrella's limits. Wu Wan's expertise in artifact appraisal proved reliable. This defensive talisman could endure attacks from those in the late stages of Qi training. Confronted by a clearly peak first-tier Black Plague bird, he managed to withstand the onslaught, but it seemed to be reaching its limits. Observing the two new gashes on his umbrella's surface, Chen Mobai resolved to prioritize evasion moving forward. He was not Wang Yuanwu, who had perfected his 9th level of Qi training, possessed exceptional swordsmanship, extensive combat experience, and was equipped with talismans and artifacts from the Divine Wood sect, capable of single-handedly contending with 3 large birds without faltering. With a shriek, the Black Plague bird unleashed another barrage of wind arrows. Chen Mobai, unwilling to absorb the blows with his umbrella, flung out 2 wooden shield talismans. Yet, how could inferior first-tier talismans withstand the barrage of the large bird? In mere moments, the 2 shields shattered and dissipated into spiritual energy. However, Chen Mobai seized this opportunity to reposition himself. The wind arrows missed their target, stirring up clouds of dust atop the cliff. Meanwhile, all 5 squads had commenced their fierce battles, but not everyone was exceptionally skilled or fortunate. And soon Chen Mobai heard a chilling scream pierce the air. Someone had perished. Chapter 92. The Black Feather Shield. However, Chen Mobai was entirely devoid of any excess mental energy to concern himself with others. He focused all his attention on the enormous bird hovering in midair. With a hissing sound, 6 earth-colored needles shot forth from the sleeve of Chen Mobai, aimed at the rushing giant bird. The confrontation was intense. The first-tier pinnacle monster represented the strongest opponent Chen Mobai had faced since entering the Tianhe realm. As the 6 needles struck the bird's surface, black feathers stood erect, forming a layer of spiritual power shield that deflected the projectiles. The wings could unleash wind blades, the beak could expel wind arrows, and the feathers covering its body were honed into a defensive shield. Its most probable weaknesses lay in its eyes and claws. Though Chen Mobai lacked extensive combat experience, he appeared to possess an innate talent that allowed him to grow rapidly amidst such fierce battles. He had tested the strength of the wind blades with the 5 transformation umbrella and triggered the black feather shield with the needles, effectively compiling data on the bird's combat capabilities and innate abilities in his mind. Let us probe a little. Chen Mobai glanced at the black-feathered bird with crimson eyes, charging aggressively towards him. Channeling his spiritual energy, he activated 2 wooden shield talismans. The green wooden shield held for but a breath before being sliced through by the wind blades, yet the 5 transformation umbrella had already opened, absorbing the now weakened wind blades directly, albeit at a significant cost of spiritual energy. While the talismans consumed little energy, the sheer number he had deployed was considerable. Nearly 20 talismans had been cast thus far. Additionally, the energy required by the 5 transformation umbrella exceeded his expectations, explaining its low market price. Assessing his remaining spiritual energy, which had dwindled to below 70%, Chen Mobai resolved to minimize the use of the 5 transformation umbrella moving forward. Just then, the formidable Black Plague bird resumed its ferocious assault, flapping its wings as it charged towards him. Chen Mobai swiftly unleashed a green arrow talisman and a binding talisman, followed by 4 flying needles that shot out with a sharp whistling sound, accurately targeting the bird's eyes and the palms of its claws. A piercing sound echoed. The bird's black feathers bristled, and the spiritual shield reappeared, yet it closed its eyes and curled its claws. The long-range spiritual arrows and flying needles were all thwarted by the black feather shield, but the binding talisman took effect, vines emerging from the rocky cliff to ensnare the bird. However, in an instant, the creature flapped its wings and severed the bindings into several pieces. Indeed, my judgment was not in vain. Chen Mobai's eyes brightened as he observed the bird deliberately avoiding attacks aimed at its eyes and claws. The weakness of the black feather shield was likely located in these areas. At that moment, a mournful wail reached his ears, signaling that yet another cultivator had sustained grave injuries. Chen Mobai had no choice but to invoke the spirit cultivation technique, suppressing all unsettling emotions and fully immersing himself in the battle against this abominable creature. He reached into his pocket for a vial of black liquid, inhaling deeply as he channeled his spiritual energy to the 12th level. The ice technique was poised for action. Simultaneously, Chen Mobai unleashed 10 binding talismans and 10 poison talismans, driving 10 vine branches into the rocky cliff, while the other ends coiled around the charging black plague bird, which he had accurately predicted would take a direct path. The bird intended to flap its wings to sever the bindings once more, but it felt its bones soften, its movements stiffening. The poison talismans did not contain lethal toxins. Instead, they amplified the wood essence within the adversary, disrupting the balance of the 5 elemental attributes. This talisman was non-fatal, as the creature could recover after a period of meditation. However, what Chen Mobai sought was precisely that moment of immobility. He exhaled, and the last 2 flying needles from his needle case fell before him. All the black liquid coalesced around the needles, forming 2 spiraling ice spears. With magnetic repulsion propelling the needles, the ice spears surged forth at an unparalleled speed, piercing the now impeded black plague bird's eyes. Despite the bird managing to close its eyes and activate the black feather shield in time, the full force of Chen Mobai's ice technique penetrated through, eliciting an unprecedentedly sharp and anguished cry from the creature. The surge of demonic energy caused the bird to instantly shatter the 10 vine bindings, its wings flailing wildly, unleashing a barrage of wind blades in all directions, shattering the incoming green arrow talismans. Faced with such widespread assault, Chen Mobai had no choice but to reopen the 5 transformation umbrella. After neutralizing a wind blade, he dared to risk his dwindling spiritual energy by employing the water control technique to revert the ice spears back into black liquid. The 10 flying needles, previously scattered by the black feather shield across the cliff, were drawn back to him by the magnetic pull of the needle case. With a deep breath, he activated the ice technique once more, sending 10 smaller yet more slender and sharp ice spears, buzzing as they flew, piercing the black plague bird's body, which was now riddled with bloody holes where its eyes once were. After the previous explosive display, the creature had exhausted its spiritual energy and could no longer summon the black feather shield. With a haunting scream, it was impaled by the 10 ice spears and plummeted from the air to the cliff below. Yet, before its demise, it unleashed a sonic attack reminiscent of the fallen bird king, causing all cultivators on the cliff to shudder involuntarily. Finally, it was over. Chen Mobai fought against dizziness induced by the sonic wave, noting that his dantian contained less than half of his spiritual energy. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh before activating a revival talisman. In an instant, the adverse effects of the sonic wave dissipated, and the spiritual energy in his dantian began to flow forth like a spring, estimating that he could regain approximately 10% of his energy every minute. He projected a complete recovery within 10 minutes. This was the first time he had used a revival talisman, and the sensation of his dantian filling up anew was quite novel. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to observe the ongoing battles around him. Wang Yuanwu was engaged in a 1-against-3 struggle, wielding his red flying sword alongside a first-tier superior black shield, having already slain 1 giant bird. However, to fully resolve the situation, he would require additional effort. The trio led by Gao Tuo was embroiled in a fierce contest. Yet, Chen Mobai merely glanced at them before shifting his focus elsewhere. 3 cultivator corpses lay scattered on the cliff, and 1 team was on the verge of collapse. Conversely, another team had achieved remarkable success, having jointly slain 2 giant birds, with 1 late-stage Qi refinement cultivator available to assist. Chen Mobai exchanged a nod with him before heading towards the team that had lost 3 cultivators to offer support. Boom. Just at that moment, on both the southern and northern shores of the Blue Light Island, 8 beams of divine wood light erupted simultaneously. The resounding booms echoed like thunder, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, signaling the arrival of more monstrous beasts. Chen Mobai's expression turned pale. He had never anticipated that the battle for the island would escalate into its most intense phase on the very first day. Author's note: the story will officially launch tomorrow at noon, but I am writing this note today. I kindly ask everyone capable to support the official subscription for those unable. Please consider making a first subscription. Thank you sincerely. Lastly, since a single chapter has been released, I will also request monthly votes. Although the release is mid-month, I will strive for as many votes as possible. I will update frequently, and good night to everyone. Chapter 93. 3 radiant swords. 8 beams of resplendent divine light surged forth like colossal swords, cleaving through the surface of the water lake. An astonishing surge of demonic energy erupted, as 2 formidable demon beasts brazenly withstood the heavenly wood's divine light and charged onto the green light island. Zheng Deming managed to intercept one of the second-tier demon beasts. However, the other, a magnificent creature with dual horns, a human upper body, and a serpentine lower half, could not be deterred. A small squad of Qi refining disciples from the divine Wood sect fought desperately to drive it back into the water. Yet despite unleashing all their magical artifacts and talismans, they could only force it back 3 steps at the cost of their own lives. This was dire. With the demon beast on the island, the heavenly wood's divine light could not be unleashed. At this moment, Wang Yuanwu had just slain 3 black plague birds, only to turn and see that a singular beast had shattered the divine wood sect's defenses, annihilating a spiritual tree formation flag, causing him great distress. Could it be that the heavenly wood's divine light cannot be deployed within the confines of the formation? Or is there a fear that its overwhelming power might damage the island's spiritual veins and harm our own? Chen Mobai pondered these thoughts while joining forces with others to combat the 2 black plague birds. Suddenly, 3 powerful beams of sword light erupted from the teleportation array on Green Light Island, piercing into the towering demon beast in various places. As the sword light unfurled, in an instant, the once nearly invincible creature was dismembered into numerous pieces. Could it be the elders of the sect have arrived? Witnessing this scene, Wang Yuanwu was both astonished and elated. Chen Mobai was initially taken aback, but soon realized. Indeed, as one of the 7 great sects of the East Wilderness, the Divine Wood sect boasted numerous foundation-building experts. With the island besieged by demon beasts, reinforcements would undoubtedly be sent to assist in its defense. Possessing a teleportation array, it was plausible that during a critical moment, even those in the core formation stage could arrive. Perhaps these reinforcements had already come, lying in wait for the second-tier demon beasts to set foot on the island, falling into their trap. As expected, after dispatching the half-human, half-serpent demon beast, the 3 beams of sword light turned toward the other second-tier demon beast, which was fiercely battling Zheng Deming. Realizing the peril, it attempted to flee. But the Heavenly Wood's divine light formation activated, hindering its movements. The 3 beams of sword light danced through the air, coordinating with Zheng Deming and 4 foundation-building experts. Amidst the splattering of blood, within mere moments, the beast was slain upon the island. It was only at that moment that Chen Mobai exhaled in relief. When the demon beast had been rampaging on the island, he had felt an urge to flee. Just as the demon beast was slain, the 2 black plague bird kings circling above the western shore emitted a loud cry, signaling a retreat. The remaining birds that had been attacking Chen Mobai and his group simultaneously unleashed a barrage of swift-wind arrows, resembling a torrential downpour that swept across the cliffs. Before soaring into the sky, leading the surviving few black plague birds away from Greenlight Island, Wang Yuanwu's expression hardened as he directed his flying sword to pursue the last of the escaping black plague birds. The remaining cultivators on the cliff unleashed a flurry of crossbow arrows and talismans in support. Chen Mobai, alongside a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, seized the opportunity to slay one of the large birds, subsequently casting 2 green arrow talismans to bring down 3 fleeing black plague birds. However, they were all rational individuals and did not pursue beyond the cliff's edge. Once all the black plague birds had vacated their attack range, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the atmosphere remained somber. On just the first day of defending the island, 5 cultivators had permanently closed their eyes. Junior Brother Qi, please incinerate these 5 comrades and, after the battle, return their ashes to their families according to the roster. For those without families, we shall find a suitable resting place on the island. Wang Yuanwu instructed a disciple of the Divine Wood sect, who nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Mobai felt a complex swirl of emotions. One of those who had fallen was from his own team, Gao Tuo, who had previously sustained an arm injury. In such fierce combat, his 3rd-tier Qi refining cultivation had proven insufficient. Though Luo Lin, of the same realm, had received assistance from Shi Pengyi, her complexion was pale, with one arm hanging limply. Having used her black armor shield to defend against the wind arrows of the black plague birds, her spiritual energy was depleted, and her right arm had broken under the strain. Had the black plague birds charged once more, she too might have perished. Revitalization talismans were distributed to each cultivator. Chen Mobai received both a revival talisman and a resurrection talisman. After accepting them, he approached Gao Tuo's body and gently closed his still open eyes. Watching the fierce flames consume the 5 cultivators, who had only moments ago been filled with laughter, Chen Mobai felt a profound disorientation. Is this what war entails? Growing up on the Earth Yuan star, He had never experienced the heart-wrenching finality of parting at such a young age. He glanced at the other surviving cultivators, noticing that while they bore sorrowful expressions, their eyes reflected a grim acceptance. Life as a cultivator in this world was indeed arduous, Chen Mobai thought to himself. Unable to voice his sentiments, he could only stand by the pyre, watching the remnants of Gao Tua dissolve into ash. Chen, we may need to reorganize our teams. Wang Yuanwu approached him at that moment. Manager Wang, please proceed with the arrangements. I have no objections, Chen Mobai nodded lightly, wishing not to draw attention to his emotions and their dissimilarity. Indeed, for comrades are severely injured and have decided to withdraw from the island defense. We are now left with only 18 of us. My plan is to divide into 4 small teams, each comprising 4 comrades. Lu and I will serve as mobile personnel, ready to provide support at any moment during battle. Chen, you will remain in a team with Shi and Luo after I leave. I will summon junior brother Qi to join you. Wang Yuanwu's considerations were thorough, and Chen Mobai expressed his agreement. Lu was the disciple capable of manipulating the spiritual tree formation flags with talismans, reputed to be a formation master, and having him alongside Wang Yuanwu would indeed provide greater reassurance. As for junior brother Qi, he was a robust cultivator with a square face. Chen Mobai had just cooperated with him to slay a black plague bird, and their synergy had been commendable. At the edge of the cliff, the newly formed teams congregated. Luo Lin's complexion had regained some color, thanks to the revitalization talisman, as her broken bone had been rejoined, and she was now stirring with vitality. Shi Pingyi sat beside her, diligently cultivating, sparing no moment for training. I am Qi Rue, practicing the Scarlet Flame Sword technique, and I am also a talisman maker. The new disciple of the Divine Wood sect introduced himself. Chapter 94. The Authentic Foundation Establishment Pill Friend Qi. During my previous expedition with Brother Qi, I witnessed him utilizing a formidable Scarlet Flame Sword talisman, Qi Rue recounted. Upon hearing Qi Rue's introduction, Chen Mobai's interest was piqued, leading him to seamlessly shift the conversation. Brother Qi, you say? He is indeed a true candidate disciple of our Divine Wood sect. If the next batch of Foundation Establishment pills is plentiful, he may well receive a share. Qi Rue, who was familiar with Qi, spoke of him with evident admiration. Oh, the Foundation Establishment pill of the Divine Wood sect can only be exchanged for after accumulating sufficient contributions, correct? Noticing Qi Rue was quite talkative, Chen Mobai attempted to inquire about the sect's affairs. It is not that simple. Crafting the authentic Foundation Establishment pill requires the Millennium Medicinal Herb, the Golden Jade Spirit Mushroom. Although our Divine Wood sect has inherited the vast medicinal garden of the 5 Elements sect, our ancestors foresaw the importance of planting numerous spirit mushroom seeds. We can only harvest 10 mature golden jade spirit mushrooms every decade. Qi Rue elaborated. Theoretically, one batch of authentic Foundation Establishment pills can yield 10 pills. Yet we are fortunate if we manage to produce 8 or 9. When our Divine Wood sect and the Golden Light Cliff separated from the 5 Elements sect, we agreed to provide 3 golden jade spirit mushrooms to the Golden Light Cliff each time they matured. After the separation, both our sect and the Golden Light Cliff engaged in conflicts with the remaining 3 factions of the 5 Elements sect for 20 years. Eventually, weariness set in, and we agreed to cease hostilities. One of the conditions for the 5 Elements sect to recognize our independence was that we must also allocate 3 golden jade spirit mushrooms to them upon maturation. Our sect's Foundation Establishment pills are all entrusted to the returning Heaven Valley for refinement. After the furnace is opened, regardless of how many Foundation Establishment pills are produced, 1 pill must be extracted for returning Heaven Valley. Essentially, every 10 years, our Divine Wood sect alone can expect around 30 pills to be stored. Yet, we have over 100 disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and to ensure fairness, these 30 pills must be contested through contribution points. One can exchange 1 pill for 10,000 contribution points, but the more points one possesses, the higher the likelihood of obtaining a pill. While this might be common knowledge for the disciples of the Divine Wood sect, for Chen Mobai and Shi Pingyi, it was a rare insight, and they listened intently. The Golden Jade Spirit Mushroom is a term from the Tianhe realm. On the Earth origin star, it is referred to as the Jade Essence Golden Mushroom, which is quite similar. As Chen Mobai pondered this, Qi Rue expanded on the topic of the Foundation Establishment pills, detailing the hierarchy of the true disciples within the Divine Wood sect, which effectively determined the order of pill exchanges. Although Brother Qi was not among the 24 true disciples, he possessed remarkable cultivation and was a disciple of a Foundation elder with the surname Shi. If the next batch of foundation establishment pills were to yield any surplus after supplying the true disciples, he would likely secure one. Upon hearing about Elder Shi, Chen Mobai recalled a delicate-looking junior disciple who often kept his head down, likely a descendant of that elder. It was no wonder that Brother Qi was willing to mentor him in the Yunming Marsh. They were indeed fellow disciples. Friend Qi, I have heard that aside from the Millennium Golden Jade Spirit Mushroom as the primary herb, there exists another method of refining the foundation establishment pill, Luo Lin suddenly interjected, posing a question that greatly intrigued Chen Mobai. Indeed, using the Golden Jade Spirit Mushroom as the primary herb is the orthodox method for crafting the foundation establishment pill. There is another method that employs the inner elixir of demon beasts, but the success rate for this approach is quite low. Furthermore, the demon beasts capable of condensing inner elixirs are, at the very least, peak second-tier creatures, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt, Qi Rui affirmed. Chen Mobai, hearing this for the first time, inquired further, his interest piqued. Being a scattered cultivator, such knowledge was not uncommon for him, and his companions, Shipingyi and Luo Lin, had heard similar stories from their master. Their sect's founder had successfully established a foundation by consuming a demon beast's inner elixir, leaving behind this experience in the sect's scriptures for future generations. Those two demon beasts slain today in the Qingguang Island conflict must have been peak second-tier creatures. They may have already condensed their inner elixirs. If that is indeed the case, it is possible that this batch of foundation establishment pills might yield a few extra. Qi Rui expressed this with a hint of envy. Yet being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he knew that even if he amassed enough contribution points, he might still lack the qualifications. Is there a distinction between the foundation establishment pill made from demon beast inner elixirs and the orthodox variant? Chen Mobai queried. There is indeed a difference, though the effects are rather similar. However, from a single batch, one can expect only 2 or 3 pills at most. Yet the auxiliary herbs must be identical, making it somewhat unprofitable, Qi Rui replied, shaking his head. Returning Heaven Valley is averse to crafting such foundation establishment pills, as each refining process consumes a year of the alchemist's cultivation time. Given the same duration, they prefer to refine the orthodox variant. Yet, this very circumstance highlights the value of other alchemists in the eastern wilderness. While Returning Heaven Valley is disinclined to craft foundation establishment pills using demon beast inner elixirs, others seek them eagerly. Major sects in the eastern wilderness and even some cultivation families have trained their own alchemists, with the ultimate goal being the refinement of such pills. However, Chen Mobai, upon hearing this, felt that the leaders of Returning Heaven Valley possessed remarkable foresight. If they were to monopolize the crafting of foundation establishment pills, their status would likely not remain as distinguished, potentially inviting opposition from the other 6 major sects and even facing annihilation. Friend Qi, might I inquire when the next batch of Golden Jade Spirit Mushrooms will mature in the Divine Wood sect? Chen Mobai asked, drawing curious glances from his companions. Ahem. My friend may not be able to wait. This year is precisely when they mature and have already been sent to Returning Heaven Valley. When the new disciples enter next year, it will coincide perfectly with the arrival of this batch of foundation establishment pills for exchange, Qi Rui lamented, understanding Chen Mabai's intent. The Divine Wood sect recruits disciples once every decade, aligning perfectly with the maturation of the foundation establishment pills to ensure an orderly transmission of knowledge through generations. No matter how gifted Chen Mobai might be, he would have to wait another decade for an opportunity to compete for that batch of pills. What about the foundation establishment pills refined from demon beast inner elixirs? Chen Mobai continued to pursue the topic. The 3 senior practitioners who came to assist today, 2 of them, judging by their sword light, are likely uncles from the Golden Light Cliff. The inner elixirs from the 2 peak second-tier demon beasts we vanquished today will likely be distributed, with 1 allocated for them. The remaining batch should yield 2 foundation establishment pills, but within the sect, there are still at least 20 to 30 senior brothers and sisters lined up after the 24 true disciples, all vying for contribution points. Qi Rui sighed softly as he spoke. His focus was also on the authentic foundation establishment pills expected in a decade. But he recognized that even if he achieved full mastery of Qi refinement by then, he might still struggle to compete with those more experienced senior disciples. Has there never been an exception? One that guarantees a foundation establishment pill upon entering the sect? Chen Mobai asked, unwilling to relent. Well, it is not entirely unheard of. During the last recruitment 10 years ago, we managed to acquire a prodigy with a heavenly spiritual root from a small sect. Elder Fu personally emerged from seclusion to bestow upon him a foundation establishment pill, Qi Rui replied. Chapter 95, The Dual Phase Technique, Celestial Root. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai fell into contemplation. He recalled the wooden spirit talisman that he had set aside and used, and a thought flickered in his mind. Though he quickly dismissed it as fanciful. Fellow Taoist Qi, this island defense battle seems interminable. Although I have reached the 7th level of Qi training, I still lack sufficient methods for combat. Do you have any surplus red flame sword talismans that you could sell to me? After a brief exchange, Chen Mobai returned the conversation to its initial topic. The red flame sword talisman wielded immense power. Just moments ago, Qi Rui had used one to slay a great black plague bird, cleaving through its black feather shield. Compared to the arduous battle that Chen Mobai had fought with all his talismans and the painstakingly cultivated ice technique, Qi Rui appeared remarkably at ease. You have come to the right person. Within our sect, aside from undertaking missions, I earn spirit stones by crafting talismans, Qi Rui responded, his eyes lighting up. He promptly retrieved 3 red flame sword talismans from his storage bag. These talismans are priced at 8 spirit stones within the sect, while shops in the market sell them for 10. I'll give you the sect price. How many do you desire? I can only afford 1. Chen Mobai said with a wry smile as he rummaged through his bag and produced 8 spirit stones. Qi Rui accepted the stones with a grin and handed him one of the red flame sword talismans, patiently explaining its usage and nuances. I've heard of the 2 sword talisman and the 3 sword talisman. What are their prices? After acquiring 1 talisman, Chen Mobai began to inquire about his genuine concerns. Upon hearing this, Qi Rui began to advise him earnestly. The 1 sword talisman costs only 8 spirit stones, while the 2 sword talisman is priced at 20. And the 3 sword talisman is a staggering 80 spirit stones. For us Qi training cultivators, such an investment is hardly worthwhile. The 2 sword talisman merely seals 2 beams of red flame sword light. The complexity and difficulty of its crafting are several times greater than that of the 1 sword talisman. Even if we had the capability, we wouldn't bother crafting the 2 sword talisman. It's not only hard to sell, but also carries a high risk of failure, which could render our investment worthless. Moreover, the 2 sword talisman's power does not undergo a qualitative change. Using 2 1-sword talismans yields the same effect and is more economical. As for the 3-sword talisman, it can form a small sword formation, making it worthwhile if one can successfully craft it. However, despite being classified as a first-tier superior talisman, it actually requires a second-tier talisman master to produce. I lack the ability to craft it. After listening to Qi Rui's explanation, Chen Mobai finally understood why only the 1-sword talismans were available in the market. The 2-sword talismans were simply not cost-effective, while the 3-sword talismans had too high a crafting requirement, typically purchased only by foundation-building cultivators. What a pity. I had hoped to buy a 3-sword talisman to study, Chen Mobai feigned regret. Oh, fellow Taoist Chen is also a talisman master? No wonder you have so many talismans at hand. Qi Rui, along with Shi Pengyi and Luo Lin, looked enlightened. However, Chen Mobai humbly waved his hand, indicating that he was still a novice. I merely wish to join the Divine Wood sect, and am learning talisman crafting in advance, so that I won't be eliminated next year during the initiation. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Chen, fear not. With your age and level, as long as you can master any one of the 5 basic talismans, any of the elders will gladly accept you into the sect, Qi Rui said. Pleased by Chen Mobai's enthusiasm for the Divine Wood sect, he shared some insider knowledge about the sect's recruitment process, which the other 3 in the group found enlightening. If you truly seek a 3-sword talisman, I know that senior brother Wang possesses one. The question is whether he would be willing to part with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was taken aback, but then recalled Wang Yuanwu's crimson flying sword, which evidently also practiced the red flame sword technique, and his expression became contemplative. Isn't the ultimate secret of the Divine Wood sect the Longevity Sutra? How come Taoist Qi, along with Steward Wang and Taoist Qi Ho, are all cultivating fire attribute techniques? Chen Mobai found this puzzling. Shouldn't the disciples of the Divine Wood sect cultivate wood attribute techniques? Although our Divine Wood sect branched off from the 5 element sect's wood lineage, over thousands of years of transmission, the 5 lineages have long been intermingled. Each branch has essentially transcribed a portion of the fundamental techniques from the 5 elements sect. This is precisely why we, along with the Golden Light Cliff, dared to separate from the 5 elements sect. Both our sects have derived our teachings from the same repository of scriptures, encompassing techniques of all 5 elements. However, it is said that the supreme divine ability of the 5 elements sect the primordial Tao fruit, has always been held by the earth lineage. Yet, the primordial Tao fruit can only be comprehended by those who have reached the golden core stage and possess a celestial root, rendering it inconsequential whether our divine wood sect or golden light cliff has access to this technique. In my view, the simplified version of the primordial Tao fruit, known as the dual phase technique, is far more suitable for ordinary cultivators like us. It grants those of us with average spirit root qualities a glimmer of hope for achieving the golden core stage. Chen Mobai found himself perplexed by Qi Rui's words, as many of the terms were unfamiliar to him. What exactly is the primordial Tao fruit? And what is the dual phase technique? On the other hand, Shi Pengyi and Luo Lin displayed expressions of admiration, clearly well acquainted with these concepts. Chen Mobai had no choice but to feign the ignorance of a rural cultivator and humbly inquire. The primordial Tao fruit is the foremost divine ability of the Eastern wilderness. The former ancestor of the Five Elements sect, known as the primordial ancestor, wielded this ability to sweep across the Eastern wilderness and even made a name for himself in the central continent, earning the title of the first nascent soul of the East. Unfortunately, since the passing of the primordial ancestor, no one has managed to master this divine ability again. The dual phase technique is a simplified version of the primordial Tao fruit, requiring the selection of two elemental techniques from the five elements to cultivate concurrently. For instance, disciples of our divine wood sect typically choose the wood attribute longevity Sutran, the fire attribute red flame sword technique. This combination may yield slower initial progress, but by the time one reaches the peak of foundation building, the spiritual energy cultivated from the red flame sword technique will serve as nourishment for the spiritual energy of the longevity sutra, thereby increasing the probability of forming the golden core by 30%. It is said that the primordial Tao fruit entails cycling through the techniques of all five elements using the dual phase technique, ultimately merging them into a single primordial true Qi to transcend all elemental techniques.